Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Became Earth's Protector and Daphne is Queen. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione. Uncensored spicy version, link in description. Ginny and I got together again the day after the battle. We separated before the end of May, not even 3 weeks later. I wish I could say we just didn't work, but it was not as simple as that. I thought our shared experiences with the Horcrux in the diary that had possessed Ginny and the piece of Tom inside of me should give us some common ground to start from and help each other to get over it. Man, I've never been so wrong. She was terrified of me and could hardly look at me, lest touch me after I'd told her. But she'd also clung so long to the idea of being together with the boy who lived that she couldn't let me go. When I finally decided to put an end to our relationship, it wasn't pretty. Hermione and Ron weren't there to run interference. They'd left for Australia right after the funerals to search for Hermione's parents and had not yet returned. I'm not sure they could have helped, though. In the long run, my breakup with Ginny also cost me my best friends. Ron didn't take it kindly that I'd dumped his little sister yet again. Hermione was torn in the fight between her boyfriend and her best friend, so I made it easy for her and distanced myself from her. I felt uncomfortable staying at the Burrow any longer and moved to Grimmauld Place. After 3 weeks of renovating the house with Creature's help and spending my nights drinking, I finally admitted to Ms. LF I couldn't go on like that any longer. I swallowed my pride and asked Kingsley for help, and he recommended a squib psychotherapist who knew about the wizarding world, so that I could talk to him without breaking the statute of secrecy or having to be afraid to be carried off to the lunatic asylum. Mr. Freed really helped a lot. He encouraged me not to return to Hogwarts in September and not to begin with Auror training, which I had thought I was duty-bound to do. Considering the lifespan of more than 100 years for the average wizard, he reasoned I still had time enough to think of a career. Especially since money was not really an issue for me. The problems with the goblins that were to be expected after my little stunt with their bank and their dragon had been sorted out by Kingsley the day after the battle. I was baffled and touched when he told me about it. I'd never have thought of asking him for help. I knew before that I was rich, but now I found out that I was filthy rich, even by Muggle standards. I'd never have to work in my life if I didn't want to. With this option on my hands, I decided to follow Mr. Freed's advice, take a sabbatical and have fun. And that's why I found myself on the balcony of a suite at the bow of the luxury cruise ship, Princess Isabella, one late afternoon in early January and watched how the ship left Southampton behind. I hadn't been bored until late October. The renovation of Grimmauld Place No. 12 by magic was as fascinating as it was time-consuming, but when it was finished, I didn't know what to do with myself. I had lost what I considered to be my family. Neville and Luna both had returned to Hogwarts for their 7th year, and I suddenly realized that I hadn't any other friends. When I walked through London one afternoon and saw the advertisement of a world cruise in the window of a travel agency, I went in and booked on the spur of the moment. Little did I know back then that it would turn out to be the best decision I'd ever made. Certainly I didn't know it that early January afternoon when the stiff, cold breeze finally forced me to retreat back into the suite. It was getting dark, and I turned on the lights in the amazingly spacious living room before I went to the well-stocked bar and poured myself a whiskey. I've been initiated to booze with fire whiskey, but the rich beverage that swirled in the glass in my hand couldn't be compared to that. No wizard should ever admit it, but it was much better. While I sipped my drink, I decided against having dinner at one of the restaurants the ship offered. I'd booked a cruise with a casual dress code, but that still meant suit in the evening. I wasn't in the mood to get changed just to get my dinner. Eventually, I ordered my dinner to my suite, along with a nice bottle of wine. After dinner I settled down in the living room and treated myself to a movie night with the impressive selection of DVDs the ship offered. However, I'd had a long day, and the slight rolling of the ship, together with the fresh salty air, made me extremely tired and I turned in rather early. I woke up in the middle of the night to the cry of a woman. My heart pounded. I listened into the darkness, not sure if the cry had been real or a nightmare. No, there it was again. Please, Mum, put it down, Mum. You'll hurt us. Mum. No. Next thing I knew was the sound of an explosion from the adjoining suite, and a wave of strong magic rolled over me as I heard two bodies thudding to the ground. I jumped out of the bed and grabbed for my wand. Without bothering with my bathrobe, I ran out of my suite in my pajama bottoms. I knocked on the door of the adjoining suite, but no one answered. I looked around. The corridor was empty. No one, except me, seemed to have heard the commotion in the suite. I turned the door knob, but the door was locked. The corridor still was empty, so I whispered, "Alohomora," and pushed the door open. The suite was dark. No one was in the small hall or in the living room. As I'd expected, the door to the adjoining bedroom was ajar. A narrow trickle of light poured through the gap and onto the carpet of the living room. I inched closer, wand at the ready, and peered into the bedroom. In front of me, on the thick carpet, lay a woman. Her face was hidden behind the curtain of her long, honey blonde hair. She wore a plum-colored bathrobe, made of a velvety material. Over her nightgown, slumped over the bed, lay a middle-aged woman on her back. She only wore a lacy, yellow nightgown. The color of her hair, also a rich honey blonde, suggested that she might be related to the young woman at my feet. Her empty eyes stared at the ceiling of the room. Her hand was clutched around an ebony wand. I quickly made my way over to the bed and ran a basic diagnostic charm over the woman. Hermione had taught it to me during the time we were alone on the run, insisting it would come in handy when I was an Auror. She'd been right, though I hadn't. Expected to have to use this special charm while I was on a pleasure cruise. The diagnosis came up with the result I'd dreaded. The woman was dead. Since she wouldn't need help anymore, I turned to the woman on the floor. Carefully, I rolled her on her back to check for her vital signs. I startled. The face in front of me was familiar. I'd seen it every day at Hogwarts, across the Great Hall at the Slytherin table. I needed a few seconds until I came up with the name that belonged to that face. Greengrass. Daphne, my memory supplied some time later while I was already checking her vital signs. She was alive and not hurt. As far as I could tell. Her faint was probably caused by the huge magical outburst I'd felt. There was no wand beside her. Neither did she have a wand on her body, I concluded a few moments later when I finished scanning her body for it. The heat had crept into my cheeks, and I was glad she was still unconscious. I didn't want to appear awkward in front of a Slytherin. Even worse, she'd probably hex off my bits if she thought I'd tried to feel her up. I went back to the bed and pried the ebony wand out of the grasp of the dead woman. When I performed, Priori Incantatem, with it, my eyes went wide. I hadn't expected the killing curse to come out. Pocketing the wand, I went back to Greengrass. Enervate. She stirred and groaned and then reluctantly opened her eyes. For a short moment, she was disorientated. Then she jumped up and flung herself over the woman on the bed. "Mum, wake up, Mum. Please, Mum, talk to me. Mum." When she got no response, she backed away from her dead mother. The dread of understanding written on her face. "No, no. That can't be true. No, Mum, please, don't leave me alone, Mum. Mum." She wailed and it broke my heart. I'd witnessed the deaths of my friends at the battle and grieved with their relatives, but yet I still wasn't used to deal with grief. Her eyes darted around and finally rested on me, but showed no sign of recognizing me. "Help her, please. You've got to do something," she pleaded. I stepped closer and put a hand on her shoulder. She didn't flinch or back away. Instead, her eyes still pleaded with me to help her dead mother. "It's too late," I said. My voice was thick and I had to clear my throat. She was already dead when I found her. She had this in her hand. I pulled the ebony wand from the pocket of my pajama bottoms. Greengrass, eyes went wide with fear. "Ah, that's a hairpin my mother used to put up her hair with," she said. Her presence of mind was admirable, I had to give her that. And with the horrible shock she'd just received, she was still keeping the statute of secrecy in mind. My estimation of her rose a notch, from 0 to 0.5, maybe. "You don't have to be careful around me. I know about magic," I replied. "Whose wand is that?" "It's mine," she whispered. "Damn, that complicated things. Care to tell me why the last spell cast with this wand was the killing curse?" I asked as calmly as I could. Her shoulders slumped and she let her head hang down, but I didn't get an answer. "For Merlin's sake, Greengrass. We're on a Muggle cruise ship, your mother is Dead, and it looks as if dark magic has been performed with your wand. You're in deep shit. The Muggle authorities will ask questions, and you'd better come up with a reasonable explanation for whatever happened, I said, barely refraining from gripping her shoulders and shaking some sense into her. You're right, she finally answered. She looked up, her eyes meeting mine. It was then when she recognized me. Potter, what are you doing here? She gasped. Enjoying the first night of my world cruise, I replied, at once regretting my choice of words. However, she took no offense, what I thought rather strange for a Slytherin. Sorry to disturb your fun, she said, tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear with her fingers. Mum and I were on our way to the United States. Dad was killed by Death Eaters shortly before the Battle of Hogwarts. Mum was put under the torture curse and her voice broke. I saw tears in her eyes and she bit her lower lip. She didn't have to tell me more. Anyone who'd had experienced the torture curse and who knew of the fate of Frank and Alice Longbottom knew where her story headed. I'd been treated to the torture curse by the best, Bellatrix Lestrange and Voldemort himself. And I knew the Longbottoms. She's been tortured into oblivion, I stated, and Greengrass nodded. Tears ran down her cheeks, but she didn't bother to wipe them away. The healers at S couldn't help her. But they told me about a new treatment developed in the United States. However, they didn't recommend travel by international portkey for Mum, so I booked a passage to New York on a cruise ship. We had to get a suite, because obviously she couldn't, mingle with the other passengers. It was hard. She didn't know where she was. She didn't recognize me as her daughter anymore. Tonight she thought I was a Death Eater. Somehow she got hold of my wand. She pointed it at me and chanted the killing curse. The healers had warned me to prevent her from using any magic. Her magic was so disrupted that it could have disastrous results. They were right. When she cast the killing curse, the curse got off, but next I knew I was knocked out by an explosion. She clapped her hands before her face and sobbed. I winced. Though I'd got a lot of experience comforting Ginny during the first weeks after the battle, I still was uncomfortable around crying women. I tried what always helped best with Ginny, pulled her in my arms and rubbed her back with my hands in circular moves. While I did so, I thought about my next moves. Her story fitted with what I'd overheard in my suite. While I wasn't able to perform legilimency on her or had any veritaserum with me, my gut told me she'd been honest with me. I waited until her sobs subsided. Why don't you sit down in the living room and I call the ship's doctor? I asked and she nodded. I led her to the sofa in the living room. After she'd sat down, I picked up the phone and called the ship's hospital. Minutes later, Greengrass, suite teemed with people. The doctor and his nurse arrived first and went straight into the bedroom. Then came the butler, who alarmed the cruise director. After the doctor came out of the bedroom and pronounced Mrs. Greengrass dead, the captain was informed and arrived shortly after. Greengrass sat on the sofa and obviously was in no shape to talk to them. So, I gave them a carefully reviewed version of what I'd heard. I told them I'd been awoken by Miss Greengrass' frantic cries and, realizing that it was an emergency, ran over to her suite. There I'd discovered Mrs. Greengrass on the bed and her daughter in a state of shock and unable to help her, so I'd called the doctor and tried what little first aid I knew. There was nothing you could have done to save her, Mr. Potter. The doctor stated. She died of a sudden heart failure, probably because of a pre-existing medical condition. But sometimes this comes seemingly out of the blue and happens to a person who seems to be perfectly healthy. Miss Greengrass mentioned health problems. They took the trip to New York by ship because her mother's condition forbade other means of traveling, and why we're going to look for an alternative treatment of her mother's condition in the USA, I told the doctor, and he nodded. That confirms my diagnosis, he said, and I barely managed not to breathe a huge sigh of relief. The last thing I needed in this situation was the Muggle authorities being suspicious of the cause of Mrs. Greengrass' death. It would be a nightmare of its own to deal with the repercussions in the wizarding world. The member of a prominent, supposedly at least borderline dark pureblood family died on a Muggle ship. The chosen one was the first to arrive on the scene and disco verified that the killing curse had been performed with the wand of the deceased's daughter. It couldn't get any worse, and I could already see the headlines of the Daily Prophet in my mind. chosen one. Discovers prominent pureblood witch dead on Muggle ship. Daughter cast killing curse. Murder or lover's tragedy. I certainly didn't need that, and neither did Greengrass. Her life was crappy enough right now, with having lost both parents in the span of not even a year. The captain and the cruise director then turned to Greengrass. They offered their condolences to her and promised to be of assistance in any preparations that needed to be made. Is there anyone who should be told of the demise of your mother, Miss Greengrass? The cruise director asked. Greengrass gulped and shook her head. My father is dead. I'm an only child, and so were both of my parents. There's no one left of my family than me. An expression of pity flickered across his features, and he said, I wish I could offer you a different cabin to stay at for the rest of the journey to New York, Miss Greengrass. Unfortunately, I can't. We are fully booked. I didn't know what possessed me, but when I saw Greengrass' forlorn and inconsolable expression, I suggested, you're welcome to stay in the living room of my suite for the rest of the trip, Greengrass. I could have slapped myself the moment the words were out. But then I was rewarded with the most sincere and relieved smile I'd ever got from a Slytherin. Thank you, Potter. That's very considerate of you. I'll gladly accept your offer. The cruise director looked from Greengrass to me. You know each other. We went to the same boarding school in Scotland, I explained, which seemed to satisfy him. He gave the butler a small nod, and the butler sappered to pack off Greengrass' belongings and bring them to my suite. While the butler was packing, I made awkward small talk with the cruise director and the captain. We were interrupted by the seater and the nurse who rolled the stretcher with Mrs. Greengrass' body out of the bedroom. Greengrass broke out in fresh sobs, and again I put an arm around her and comforted her. The doctor motioned nurse with a small gesture to go ahead without him and turned to Greengrass. Miss Greengrass, would you like me to give you something to soothe you, a sleeping pill, perhaps? Greengrass shook her head. Thank you, doctor. But I rather not take any drugs. All right, if you insist. He shook hands with both of us, nodded at the cruise director and the captain and then left. The captain and the cruise director also bade their goodbyes, again offering Greengrass their support. We left the suite right after them and went into mine, followed by the butler with Greengrass' luggage. While the butler went to the walk-in wardrobe to put her things away, Greengrass sat down on the sofa. It was one of these huge lounges, made for lazy afternoons with a good book, and could easily seat 10. Part of it had already been turned into a bed for Greengrass, but there was still room enough to sit down. Not knowing what to say or do, I went straight to the bar and poured 2 whiskeys. I put 1 tumbler on the coffee table in front of Greengrass and intended to take mine with me in my bedroom, when she said, Please, stay with me, Potter. Her voice sounded pleading. It would have been heartless to leave her alone in her obvious grief. So I sat down in the corner of the sofa and sipped my whiskey, waiting until she was ready to talk, but prepared to sit with her all night in silence if she wanted that. We didn't speak until the butler had left the suite. I owe you an explanation, Greengrass started after the door had closed behind him. I raised my hand and shook my head. You owe me nothing, Greengrass. If you need someone to talk to or to keep you company because you don't want to be alone, that's fine with me, but please, don't feel compelled to do anything out of a sense of obligation. She stared at me for a long time. Then she picked up the glass in front of her and took a sip, still staring at me over the rim. You're not at all like I was told you'd be, she remarked after she'd put the glass back on the coffee table. If your source happened to be Malfoy, you're probably in for a surprise or a disappointment, depending on your expectations. It's no secret that we both saw only the worst in the other while we were at school. Greengrass chuckled mirthlessly at that. Yeah, your fights at school have become Hogwarts legend. I'd not be surprised, though, if he and his cronies gave you a dislike for everything Slytherin. The more I appreciate your help tonight, Potter. My attitude to Malfoy and by default to the other Slytherins had been one of the many issues I'd worked on with Mr. Freed the previous 6 months. I'd come to the conclusion that Malfoy was a backstabbing coward who'd do anything to save his own hide, but not the evil foe my teenage me had made him, especially in my 6th year. It had been rather humiliating to find out that I'd acted as childish and prejudiced towards him as he did to me. When I finally realized that Malfoy was the product of His education by his Death Eater dad, and that most of his actions during the war were motivated by the desire not to get his parents killed by Voldemort. I actually learned to pity the poor bloke. With pity came forgiveness. My changed attitude to Malfoy also led to a changed attitude to the rest of the house. Admittedly, they had always taken Malfoy's side in any of our fights, but that was only to be expected. My housemates had always taken my side, too, without asking. None of the other Slytherins outside of Malfoy's small circle of cronies had ever actively harassed me, so I learned to give them the benefit of the doubt. That all went through my head in quick succession while I contemplated Greengrass' words, and I sighed. Malfoy was a git back at school, and so was I. I hope I grew up since then and know better. Again, we relapsed into silence. Greengrass, hands fidgeted with the ends of the belt of the bathrobe in her lap. Her face was the unmoved mask I knew from our school days. Betraying nothing of her feelings. It was all in her eyes. Dark and troubled, they looked down on her hands, not seeing. While I watched, a tear rolled down her cheeks and splashed on her hands, then another. Greengrass didn't seem to notice. "I'm glad Mum is finally at peace and together with Dad," she whispered. She picked up her glass and emptied it in one swig. My glass was also empty, so I stood up and got the bottle. I'd always found it was easier to talk if you hadn't to look your opposite into the eyes, so I said, with my back turned to her, "I'm sorry about your father, Greengrass." As I'd hoped, that made her talk. It happened before the Battle of Hogwarts, but I didn't find out until after the battle. When you appeared at Hogwarts with Granger and the Weasel in tow, and McGonagall evacuated the castle. I went to Hogsmeade with the rest of my house. But I only pretended to leave Hogsmeade for my parents' house and came back to the castle with Slughorn, some of the old students and the inhabitants of Hogsmeade. I was glad I'd turned my back to her, so she couldn't see the surprise in my face. I'd been told that an amazing number of upper-class men and alumni fro. Slytherin had joined the fight together with Slughorn and the inhabitants of Hogsmeade, among them Varsi, Pusey and Higgs from the Quidditch team and Zabini and not from my year, to name a few. I'd had no idea that Greengrass had also joined the battle. With the bottle in my hand, I walked back to the sofa and sat down. Greengrass didn't pay attention while I refilled her glass and then mine. The floodgates had opened and she was in desperate need to get rid of the memories that haunted her. We were held up by the gates. Slughorn and some bloke with flaming red hair started throwing hexes at the gates. But they wouldn't open at first. Suddenly, there was a loud bang and the gates opened. We poured onto the grounds, where already a battle was going on. Hexes and curses were flying everywhere, and I was out of my depth. I mean, I've failed my defense owls, and here I was, fighting a battle against the most powerful dark wizard that ever was and his minions. What was I thinking? It's a miracle I survived the battle without a scratch. She picked up the glass and downed its content without even flinching. If she went on like that, she'd be pissed within another 30 minutes. I was swept into the castle with the fighting masses. At that point, I simply cast shield charms not to get caught in the crossfire. I ended in the Great Hall, like everyone, it seemed. Eventually, the fighting deceased. Everyone was concentrating on the fights between the monster and Shacklebolt and Slughorn and the fight between Lestrange, Granger, Lovegood and the Weaselet. Greengrass poured herself another whiskey and gulped it down, while I still held my second drink in my hands. "What about the Weaselet, by the way? Weren't the two of you together? Where is she?" She looked around as if she supposed Ginny to come out of one of the closets any second. "She's at Hogwarts, I suppose." "We didn't work out," I replied. Thinking of Ginny and our breakup still hurt, but it got better with each day that passed. "I'm sorry." Greengrass mumbled and poured herself another glass. This time, however, she didn't dump down the whiskey immediately, but twirled the glass between her hands. "You know what happened next. Weaselet's mum stepped in and killed Lestrange, and then you saved her from the monster's killing curse with a simple Protega. You know that shouldn't have been possible, don't you? There is no shield and no counter curse against the killing curse, and yet you made it work. I've never seen a shield that powerful before." Her voice sounded odd. "How did you do it?" I winced uncomfortably. She was quickly delving into topics I neither was free to discuss or wanted to discuss. She was right, I shouldn't have been able to hold off Voldemort's killing curse with a simple Protega. Of course, It had been my willing sacrifice of my life in the forest that protected everyone that night, but that was something I wasn't prepared to discuss outside the circle of my closest friends. Greengrass interpreted my silence right, for she asked, "Classified information, huh? You don't have to tell me, Potter, if you aren't free to discuss this." She looked down at the twirling liquid in her glass and then raised her head and looked into my eyes. For the first time since I knew her, I realized she had the most amazing blue eyes I'd ever seen. It was a deep sapphire, almost violet blue. It was the happiest moment of my life when your disarming charm overcame the monster's killing curse, she said quietly. She downed the next whiskey. Putting the glass on the coffee table, she sighed. You know how hell broke loose immediately after that. I celebrated with my classmates from Slytherin and some of the Ravenclaws until midday, I think. Then we all bunked in one of the classrooms. I was so tired I slept through until the next morning. By then the Aurors had already arrived to take our statements about the battle. I was questioned by them until almost midnight and wasn't allowed to contact my home. The next morning I was finally able to leave Hogwarts and flow back home. When I stepped out of the flow, fresh tears spilled from her eyes and she couldn't go on. I didn't have a home anymore. She finally managed to gasp. The house was destroyed. Only the chimneys were left standing, and by some miracle the flow was still working. I found my mum wandering through the grounds. She didn't recognize me anymore. Our house elves had been killed when the house was destroyed, and no one had cared for her for I don't know how many days. She was hurt and dehydrated and again she wasn't able to go on. Her body was racked with sobs. I scooted beside her and placed a hand on her back, rubbing it in soothing circles. Greengrass gulped and then took a deep breath. She was afraid of me. My own mother cowered in fear when I came near. I asked her where Dad was, and she didn't remember him. I searched the ruins of our house and finally found what was left of him under a heap of rubble. She wailed. She turned around and buried her face at my shoulder. I kept rubbing her back and rocked her gently. Eventually, she calmed down. Her face was blotchy head and she looked up at me with bloodshot eyes. I took Mum to St. Mungo's, where she was kept in the Janus Thickney ward. Then I returned to our home and buried Dad on the family plot. Our family's affairs were in disarray. Voldemort's reign had been disastrous for business. We'd lost almost all of our clients in the magical world, and the business with the Muggles had declined considerably. Oz's dad had been watched by the Death Eaters and had to act carefully not to be found out. On top of it all, he'd had to pay protection money to the Death Eaters to leave our family alone, so our vaults had been emptied. I had difficulties to pay Mum's hospital bills. Over the summer, business in the magical world eventually picked up. However, many of our former clients were reluctant to deal with us again. Because they thought our family has been in league with Voldemort. Her voice sounded bitter. I concentrated on the business connections we had in the Muggle world, and I dare say I've been successful. Though Greengrass shipping is not yet back to its former level. But we made enough money that I was able to take Mum to the USA when the healers at St. Mungo's told me about a new treatment developed at Salem General Hospital for magical diseases. Well, you know the rest. She picked up the bottle and refilled her glass. Then she downed the shot and burped like a patron of the Hog's Head. Imagine Daphne Greengrass, the epitome of pureblood composure and grace, burping. I must have looked at her with a real idiotic and unbelieving expression, because at first she started to giggle, which soon turned into full laughter. I couldn't help myself. Her laughter was contagious and soon we both roared with laughter, literally rolling. It took us a while to calm down. Tears were streaming down my face, and hers as well. But I soon realized that she was again crying. When I realized her pain, I again put an arm around her shoulder. It had worked before to calm her down in her grief, I wasn't sure if she would still tolerate me touching her. Amazingly, she did. She turned toward me and buried her face in my chest. I put my other arm around her and rocked her gently. The whiskey and the emotional turmoil she'd been through finally demanded their price. It didn't take long and she was fast asleep in my arms. I didn't want to, but I'd also had a bad night. That's how I fell asleep. With Greengrass in my arms during the first night of my world cruise. DG. I woke up from something tickling my nose. I was wedged between the back of the sofa and something warm and soft snuggling against me. It felt nice. I hadn't slept that well since, well, I really didn't remember since when. Undisturbed, peaceful sleep had been a stranger to me ever since Voldemort regained his powers. And after his downfall my nights still were haunted by nightmares. Then the memory hit me and I groaned. I had fallen asleep with Greengrass in my arms after I comforted her grieving for her mother. I prayed to every deity that she remembered, too, and refrained from hexing me when she woke up. I opened my eyes and glanced at the girl in my arms. She looked peaceful in her sleep, a small smile played around her lips. As hard as I tried, I couldn't reconcile the girl that was heartbroken over the death of her mother and had cried herself to sleep in my arms with the girl I'd seen AC. Ross the Great Hall each day during my Hogwarts days. She'd seemed poised and aloof back then, which had earned her the nickname, Ice Queen of Slytherin, from my housemates. I knew that after last GHT I'd never again be able to see her that way, since I now knew the warm-hearted girl behind the facade. She opened her eyes and looked at me. At first, she didn't seem to know where she was and how she'd got there. But then I could tell by the expression on her face that her memory set in. Her blue eyes became dark and haunted. She swung her legs over the edge of the sofa and sat up. "Thanks, Potter, for everything," she said quietly, then rose and vanished into the bathroom. A few minutes later I heard the water of the shower running. I passed the time the shower was occupied reading the D.I.'s entertainment program the butler had me provided with yesterday afternoon. It offered a wide range of entertainment, beginning from lectures about the destinations we'd visit during the cruise, lessons in painting, dance lessons, fashion shows and fitness training. The latter caught my interest. At Mr. Freed's advice I'd started with jogging and fitness training when I began my therapy, which I'd both found to be rather beneficial. My appetite returned, and I also liked the effects the training had on my scrawny body. A look at the weather forecast told me that it was going to be a sunny, albeit freezing cold day. So I decided to go for a run on the track the ship provided on the upmost deck later in the day. I was still reading the program, when Greengrass came out of the bathroom. Shish. He was dressed in one of the heavy terrycloth bathrobes the shipping company provided and had a towel draped around her head. She left the door to the bathroom open behind her, and I took that as my cue to get ready for the day. When I came back into the living room, showered, shaved and dressed in black chinos and an emerald green dress shirt, Greengrass was already waiting for me. She was dressed in black, Marlene Dietrich-style trousers and a tight black blouse. Her hair was pulled back in a simple ponytail and she wore no makeup. Around her waist she wore a broad suede belt with a silver clasp in the form of a snake. I'd never noticed at school how narrow her waist was under the bulky school robes. The dark clothes made her look pale and vulnerable, an impression that was enhanced by the sadness in her eyes. "Are you up to join me for breakfast?" I asked, and she nodded. Together, we took the elevator from Deck 10 where my suite was, down to Deck 4 where the restaurants were suited. As a passenger of one of the two biggest suites on the ship I'd been entitled to choose my table at the main restaurant ahead, and I'd requested a small and quiet table at one of the huge windows. We sat down at a table for two and made our orders. I was hungry and ordered a full British breakfast, while Greengrass only wanted porridge. We hardly spoke through the meal. Greengrass' eyes never lost that sad and haunted look, while she stirred her porridge without actually eating any. Her face, however, was once again the emotionless mask I knew from school. You really had to look closely into her eyes to realize she was heartbroken. We were lingering over a last cup of tea when the cruise director approached our table. "Good morning, Ms. Greengrass, Mr. Potter," he greeted. He turned to Greengrass. "I've come to tell you that your mother has been put in a cabin of the hospital. I can take you to her if you want to say your goodbyes to her." I hadn't thought Greengrass could get any paler this morning, but she did. Her shoulders slumped. Gone was the composed pureblood princess and the grieving daughter was back. "Thank you," she whispered. "I'll come with you." She looked up and gave me a pleading look. With an inward sigh I yielded to accompanying her on that hard task. We left the restaurant and followed the cruise director down the length of the ship until we reached a hallway off the atrium. Greengrass walked beside me. When we entered the hallway, she took my hand. Her hand was clammy and cold. She didn't look at me, and I doubted she realized what she'd done. She simply craved for human contact in this difficult situation and I just happened to be there to provide it. The cruise director led us through an inconspicuous-looking door into a waiting area that was fairly packed with passengers waiting for the doctor to see them. The pale faces of most of them suggested that they were suffering from seasickness. Not for the first time I was thankful that Madame Pomfrey had insisted to supply me with enough potion against seasickness to last me for 2 world cruises when she heard about my silly idea, as she'd called it, for the first time. I'd taken one at the beginning of the cruise and so far felt fine. Greengrass also showed no sign of seasickness yet, which suggested that she was either immune or had taken magical means against it. We passed the waiting area and went into another hallway which led to a small number of cabins. A look through an open door told me they were like hospital rooms, furnished with a hospital bed each and a lot of impressive-looking medical equipment. The cruise director opened the last door of the corridor and let us pass. Greengrass went first. "I'll be waiting outside," he told me when I went into the room, and closed the door behind us. I didn't know what to expect. The last time I'd said my last goodbye to someone it had been at Hogwarts the day after the battle. They had put the fallen in a huge tent that had been erected on the front lawn. When I came to say goodbye to Remus, Tonks, Fred and Colin, the coffins were already closed. This was different. Mrs. Greengrass lay on a hospital bed as if she was sleeping. Her arms were above the blanket that covered her body, and she held a pale, pink rose between her folded hands. A vase with pink roses stood on a small table beside the bed and a white candle in a simple crystal candlestick burned beside them. Her white face looked calm and peaceful. However, the resemblance to the young woman beside me gave me the creeps. They could have been twin sisters. Except for the silver streaks that were visible at Mrs. Greengrass' temples. Greengrass slumped down in the chair that stood beside the bed and looked at her mother. I couldn't see her face, but her shoulders shook. So I stepped behind her and put a hand on her shoulder, hoping she'd find comfort in the contact. Her hand came up and she clasped mine. I don't know how long she remained like that, silently saying goodbye. Finally, Greengrass let go off my hand and rose. She leaned over the bed and kissed her mother on the forehead. Then she turned around to me. Her face was wet with tears. "She's so cold," was all she said. I took my handkerchief out of my pocket and handed it to Greengrass. She took it and dabbed her eyes. Her free hand grabbed for mine, and after a last look at the still form of her mother she led me out of the room. As promised, the cruise director waited outside in the corridor. "Is there anything else we can do for you, Miss Greengrass?" he asked. "Thank you. You've already done so much to help me. Please, also convey my heartfelt thanks to the captain," she replied. The cruise director gave a short nod. "I'll do that. If you need anything else, please don't hesitate to let me know." He interrupted himself, but then went on, "I suppose you're not in the mood to attend tonight's gala dinner." And Greengrass nodded in confirmation. I remembered Vagel. Why the announcement of a gala dinner to celebrate the beginning of the cruise in the program for today? With the program I'd also got an invitation to the captain's table. My travel agent had warned me that the passengers of the most expensive suites, as mine and Greengrass, were regular guests at the captain's table for special events. It was a gesture to honor valued guests I could have done without. But apparently there were people who lived for stuff like that. "All right, then I'll take you from the guest list for tonight. Perhaps you'll join us another time." Greengrass simply nodded to that. The cruise director turned to me. "What about you, Mr. Potter? You don't have to stay with me in the suite if you'd rather go out, Potter," Greengrass interjected, but I shook my head. I didn't have it in me to abandon her to a lonesome night of grieving after all she'd been through. "I'll stay with you, if you want." The thankful smile I got in return was reward enough. "All right, take me from the list, then," I told the cruise director. The cruise director led us back to the atrium and then took his leave. Greengrass and I looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. Her face was blotchy from crying, I noticed, and still as white as a sheet. I grabbed her elbow and gently guided her to the elevators. "What about getting our winter cloaks and then take a stroll outside?" I asked. Greengrass merely nodded. She was much too apathetic for my taste, but grief can do that to people. We made a quick detour to the suite, which had already been put back to order by the house service. Grabbed our cloaks and took the elevator down to the promenade deck. A sharp, biting wind greeted us as we stepped outside, while the winter sun smiling down from the clear, blue sky was refill. CTED myriads of times in tiny sparkles by the ocean. In spite of the sunshine, the promenade deck was fairly empty. Most of the passengers were prevented from venturing outside by the sharp wind. Ngrass and I both shoved our hands in the pockets of our cloaks, braced ourselves against the cold and started to circle around the ship. The vast ocean stretched ahead of us and no other vessel could be seen. Wherever we looked, there was only water and waves. It made me feel insignificant and small. Greengrass seemed to feel that way, too, because she withdrew even more into herself, much like a turtle withdrew into its carapace. Her small hand, however, found her way into the pocket of my cloak and grasped my hand. She was as cold as ice. I pressed her hand reassuringly, and she seemed to relax a little. Mum was a witch from Salem, Connecticut. She suddenly started talking. Dad fell in love with her during a business trip to the USA and managed to convince my grandfather not to enter him into a marriage contract with a pureblood witch from Britain, but allow him to marry Mum instead. Grandfather gave in. Personally, I'm convinced it was because Mum was an heiress and the last of her line. The money she brought into the Greengrass family undoubtedly was more than the dowry the Pruitts could afford. Pruitt. The name sounded familiar. Then I remembered. Mrs. Weasley had been a Pruitt before she married. You mean, as in Molly Pruitt? Greengrass smiled, though the smile didn't reach her eyes, and nodded. Yes, your best mate's mother was supposed to become my mother. I gave her an appraising look. What? She asked. I try to imagine you with red hair, but I can't. Red is not really your color. She let out a small laugh and shook her head at that. Then she went on with her story. The Wizarding Society over in the USA is not as backwards as we are in Britain. In the UK, the Ministry for Magic's stance on keeping the statute of secrecy is to hide ourselves from the Muggles and not mingle with them unless it is absolutely necessary. The stance of the Ministry for Magic of the USA is rather to hide the magic. In my opinion, that makes much more sense. Wizards and witches in the USA grow up among Muggles and know how to blend in. They even send their children to Muggle schools. Apparently, they've developed a potion that can prevent outbursts of accidental magic, so that the parents can send their children to Muggle schools without having to be afraid of breaching the statute of secrecy. That's why my mother grew up among Muggles and knew how to move among them without raising suspicion. My father, on the other hand, came from a very traditional British pureblood family. I guess that was kind of a culture clash. I interjected. Oh, Merlin, yes, she confirmed. Dad adhered to the policy of the British Ministry for Magic. Our house is well hidden from the Muggles, and Dad never ventured into the Muggle world if he could help it. Of course, I didn't have any Muggle appliances at home. Mum complied with that way of life, though she thought it rather strange and backwards. On the other hand, Dad raised no objections when she told me about the way she grew up. I had to pretend to be the perfect young pureblood lady whenever we had guests at home and of course at school, but Mum would frequently take me to outings to New York, Paris, Rome and Munich. Show me the sights and go shopping with me. We'd also go to Muggle restaurants and theaters. That's how I know how to blend in with Muggles. I know how to book a trip with a travel agency, how to use the Muggle transportations and how to behave in Muggle restaurants and hotels. I know about the different European Muggle currencies and I even have my own Muggle bank account and credit card. I even know how to operate a computer. Also, I know how to dress like a Muggle. Mum loved fashion. She never liked the robes British wizards and witches still wear. I grew up with a mother who dressed in jeans and shirts when we were at home and had no pureblood guests, and in smart Muggle attire when we were traveling. She also subscribed to a couple of Muggle fashion magazines and made me read them, too, so that I'd always know about the latest Muggle fashions. That was a part of my education I never once complained about, she added dryly. I imagine, I chuckled. We had reached the bow W of the ship and leaned against the rail side by side. The sharp wind made our eyes water. I miss her, Greengrass whispered. I miss her so much. She was my mother and she was also my best friend. You don't have friends when you're a Slytherin. I had 7 horrible and lonesome years back at Hogwarts, never knowing whom I could trust. And now she's gone and I'm all by myself. She palmed her face in her hands and sobbed. I put my arm around her shoulders. Until today I don't know what made me say, "You're not without a friend, Greengrass. You've got me." Maybe it was because she was as alone in the world as I was. Maybe it was because she was the only familiar face on a ship full of strangers. It doesn't matter, I've never once regretted it. She turned in my arms and buried her face in my chest. Rubbing small circles on her back with my hands, I waited until she had calmed down. "Thank you, Potter," she said as she finally looked up at me, her face wet with tears. "You were really a good friend." I smiled down into her red-rimmed eyes. "Friends don't call each other by their last names. Do you think you have it in you to call me Harry?" "Only when you call me Daphne, Harry," she smiled back, though rather watery. I looked up to the sky as if I had to give that some contemplation. Then I grinned. "I think I can manage, Daphne." "Prat," she replied and slapped my arm. "Your most obedient servant, my lady." I replied and offered her the crook of my arm. Shaking her head at my antics, she took my arm and we continued our walk. However, the cold wind soon forced us back inside. I secretly resolved to postpone my daily runs outside until we'd reached a milder climate. We both weren't very hungry, so we decided to grab a sandwich at the buffet restaurant. It was delicious, but to my dismay Daphne only managed to eat a few bites. After lunch, we returned to the suite. A strange, buzzing sound greeted us as we entered the living room. It came from an ornate iron strongbow. I'd put on the desk in the living room. Daphne gave me a questioning look. "That's my Gringotts banishing box, telling me I've got mail," I answered her silent question. "You've got a Gringotts banishing box?" She gasped. "That service is only available for their most valued customers. And for a hefty fee," I added while I opened the box with a tap of my wand and took a bundle of letters out of it. "How does it operate?" Daphne asked. "I've got an owl post box with the post office at Diagon Alley and a Muggle post box with the Muggle post office in Islington. They've both a banishing charm on them. Every bit of mail I get is sent to Gringotts. The goblins then scan my mail for curses, dark items, love potions, compulsion charms and what else. They also separate the fan mail and the business proposals. The fan mail is sent to my personal assistants, who answer it, and the business proposals are sent to my board of financial advisors, who'll look at them and tell me which one are worth my attention. These they sent to me, together with their daily reports and my personal mail from my friends. Everything dark or with charms or curses on it is sent to the Aura department." She nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense. Considering some of my former housemates and their families, I guess you get quite a lot of nasty mail." "Tons," I replied, looking through the letters in my hands. There was one from the goblins and another one from my Muggle advisors. But there also was a letter from Ginny. I grimaced at the latter and shoved it into the back pocket of my trousers for the time being. Then I opened the letters from Gringotts and my Muggle accountants. They'd be most unhappy with me if I didn't answer their letters immediately. It had been a big surprise when I found out my father had been disowned by my grandfather in favor of me. Also, my family history was not at all what I'd been made to believe. My parents had been Gryffindors and fought for the light, so much was true. But during the course of the centuries the Potters had been a neutral family. There had been no house preference for Potters, there were alumni of all four houses among my ancestors, Albie. Its Slytherin and Hufflepuff were slightly ahead. My grandfather Fleamont, a Slytherin alumnus, had loved his only son dearly, but he also mistrusted Albus Dumbledore, and was most unhappy that my dad followed Dumbledore without questions. Afraid that my father would squander the family fortune in the fight against Voldemort, he'd set up a generous trust for my parents but made me his sole heir. In hindsight, I have to say grandfather Fleamont's fears were well grounded. Dumbledore had manipulated everyone in the Order, and I won't even start with the way he'd manipulated me all my life long. Also, my father had given away the bigger part of his enormous yearly income for the war effort. What I found in the vault my parents left me when I came to Diagon Alley on my 11th birthday were remnants of the yearly payment my parents had received for 1981. I found out about that on my 18th birthday. Grandfather Fleamont had stated in his will that I should come into my inheritance when I finished my newts or turned 18, whichever came first. While I had full access to the interest from my 18th birthday on, he'd placed a board of financial advisors in front of me who Were supposed to educate me how to manage the vast Potter holdings. I'd had a crash course in financial management since then, and they only agreed to my sabbatical on the premise that I'd contact them on a daily basis. That's why I'd acquired a Gringotts banishing box. Deciding I'd be a good boy, I sat down and answered the letters of my financial advisors immediately. It had turned out that aimed to be a natural at financial management. While the goblins as well as the Muggle managers frequently regaled me with stories about my dad's irresponsibility when it came to money, they praised me for my instinct and compared me to my grandfather Fleemont, who'd been a legend in the business world in his days. Oh well. Then I started a letter to Kingsley, describing what had happened last HT and asking him to keep it out of the papers, if possible. I was still scribbling my letter to Kingsley when Daphne's hesitant voice interrupted me. "Harry, may I impose on you once more?" I looked up and smiled at her. "You didn't impose yourself on me. I offered you to stay here, remember?" She nodded and bit her lips. "May I use your banishing box to send some letters? I need to Ambassador Temple, the British ambassador to the Ministry of Magic of the USA, to ask him to make arrangements for Mum's funeral on her family's plot in Salem. Of course you're welcome to use it. It's attuned to my magic. Which means that I have to write the address of the recipient on the envelope. Also, your correspondents have to put their letters to you in an extra envelope with my name on it, or the letters won't be sent to the banishing box." "Thank you, Harry. I'll bear that in mind." She stood up and went to the walk-in closet, from where she returned moments later with a quill and parchment in her hands. She settled down at the small table of the dining corner in the living room and began writing her letter. I also resumed my work. When I looked up about half an hour later, Daphne was just finishing her letter. She handed her mail to me, and I scribbled the names of the recipients on the envelope and then sent it away with a tap of my wand on the banishing box. Daphne had settled down on the sofa again. I sat down in the corner opposite of her and leaned back. After a few minutes, she took a deep breath and squared her shoulders. A new resolve seemed to have come over her. "You look at peace," I observed. She put a strand of her hair behind her ear with her fingers. "I've finally made all the necessary decisions about Mum's funeral. That was the hardest part for me. I guess it'll get hard yet another time when the funeral takes place." She choked and interrupted herself. I could see tears well up in her eyes. "But it will get better from now on. I guess I've cried myself out. And I try to find comfort in the thought that Mum is now in a better place where she doesn't have to suffer anymore and will meet Dad again." I reached over and clasped her hand in silent comfort. She linked her fingers with mine. We sat side by side in silence, both lost in our thoughts, and watched dusk falling. We were startled out of our contemplation by a knock on the door. I went to answer the call. It turned out to be the butler, who insisted on serving us a bottle of champagne and pralines as a kick-off for the evening's festivities. I remembered vaguely that champagne and pralines in the evening were one of the many extras that came with the suite. "I'm not really up for celebrating," Daphne said after the butler had left, and eyed the champagne in the cooler. "I've been told that champagne is a drink that fits in all circumstances. And chocolate is great comfort food," I replied and handed her the platter with pralines. "If you put it that way," she conceded and took a praline. She also made no objections when I handed her a glass of champagne. "You are right, it's both great comfort food," she admitted after the first glass. With not a small degree of satisfaction. I noticed how some color returned back into her cheeks that had been pasty white all day long. We'd already decided not to go out for dinner, so we ordered our meal to the suite. Some of her appetite had returned. But she still left most of her meal on the plate, I noticed with dismay. After the butler had cleared away the plates, we again settled down in the living room and talked. "We have a pond at home," Daphne began. "Mum taught me how to swim when I was small. Dad was scandalized. Swimming and wearing skimpy swimsuits is not considered proper for pureblood ladies in Britain. Mum simply laughed at him. And he made no objections anymore. He loved her and me so much, he always let us have our ways when something fun clashed with pureblood traditions." "You seem to have had a rather unusual upbringing for a pureblood," I observed. Daphne nodded at that. "Even though I was taught all the pureblood traditions I needed to know and have been educated to become Dad's successor in our business as well as on the Wizengamot. I had a hard time behaving like it was expected of me. I stood out like a sore thumb in my house because of that. There was always something slightly off with me, if you know what I mean. That was something I could rely to. I'd never really fitted in, too, no matter how hard I tried. I had needed 6 months of therapy sessions until I finally accepted that I wouldn't be the man I was today without everything that had happened to me in the past. I'd made my peace, with the bad memories as well as with my unloved fame and the wealth I'd inherited, and vowed to make the best of what had been handed to me for the remainder of my life. I know what you mean, was all I replied. Again, we relapsed into silence, until Daphne started yawning and we decided to call it a day. I retired to my bedroom, while she called the house service to put up her bed for the night. I put my clothes back into the walk-in wardrobe while I waited for my turn in the bathroom. And never remembered Ginny's letter I'd left in the back pocket of my trousers. HP, DG. The next morning, I received a letter from Kingsley. As always, it was straight to the point. Harry, thank you for informing me about Isabella Greengrass' death. I won't deny that this can become a rather ugly affair as soon as the press gets wind of it, considering the circumstances of her death. I'll do my best to keep it under wraps as long as possible, but you know the state the ministry is in. It will be impossible to keep this silent indefinitely. Please, convey my condolences to Miss Greengrass. Unfortunately, there has to be an official investigation as soon as you reach New York, due to the fact that the killing curse has been cast with her wand. I'll send 2 of my most experienced oars to conduct the interview as soon as you've entered port. Kingsley. I grimaced and handed the letter to Daphne. While she read it, her face once again assumed the stony expression I'd by now learned hid high emotional stress. That was to be expected, she said as she handed the letter back to me. I had to admire her composure. Had I been in her shoes, I'd have kicked the furniture or at least have ranted for a while. However, her eyes betrayed a trace of fear. It's a formal matter, I tried to assure her. No one can blame you that your mother snatched your wand and cast the killing curse. Of course not, was all she replied. But I could see the doubt in her eyes. HP, DG. We settled into kind of a routine during the remaining days until we reached New York. We'd have breakfast at the main restaurant. Then take a walk around the ship. It was still sunny, but freezing cold with a sharp wind blowing, so we were never able to be outside for long. After that, we'd return to the suite to deal with our correspondence. It turned out that especially Daphne had a lot on her plate after her mother's death had been made public to the goblins. Mum's family was by far wealthier than Dad's. She explained on our 4th day at sea when she received yet another thick letter from the goblins of Gringotts, Salem. The fortune is tied in a trust, and Mum was paid the interest into her vault at Gringotts of Salem. She was the only one who could access that vault. And things were really difficult when she wasn't able to handle her affairs anymore and we practically had no income from the Greengrass holdings. That was one of the reasons I had to take her to the USA. The goblins of Salem insisted on seeing her before they'd allow me to handle Mum's affairs for her. She gulped. I've spent so many sleepless nights last summer, not knowing how I'd be able to pay the bills for Mum's treatment. I really prayed that I'd be able to access the income from Mum's trust soon so that our financial troubles would be over. It never occurred to me that my prayers would come true like this. She palmed her face in her hands and cried. That would happen to her seemingly out of the blue at least once or twice during the day. She'd found some degree of comfort in the thought that her mother hadn't to suffer anymore, but then something would happen that reminded her of her loss and she'd break down. I'd become quite adept at comforting her. Thank you, Harry, she smiled at me with red-rimmed eyes as she extricated herself from the hug I'd given her. You are a great friend. You're welcome, I replied and returned to my own letters. After we'd dealt with our duties, we'd have lunch at the buffet restaurant and then go for a workout at the gym. Daphne still wasn't up to join the festive crowd at dinner time. So we had dinner at the suite and spent the evenings in the living room, talking, reading or watching DVDs. We learned quite a lot about each other during these days. I was amazed how easy it was to get along with the girl I'd known as the Ice Queen of Slytherin. Instead of being a pampered pureblood princess, she'd turned out to be the down-to-earth girl from next door. Shish. E was very much like Ginny in that regard, minus the temper. However, she was interested in far more topics than Ginny. Ginny and I had snogged or talked about Quidditch. Daphne was already the hard working head of House of the Greengrass family, had to manage the family's holdings and taken care of her mentally disabled mother, not to mention that she had to take her father's seat on the Wizengamot as soon as she turned 21. That was something we had in common. We bonded over hours of talk about our duties. She was impressed about my instinctive grasp of business matters, while I was impressed by her profound knowledge of the Wizarding Society and how not to observe sacred customs could seriously endanger any success in the business world, not to mention on the Wizengamot. We'd make a good team. She quipped on our last night before we reached New York. Just imagine, your fame and the connections you'd be able to make, and my Slytherin cunning and knowledge about the way the Wizengamot works. We'd be able to get through every proposal we want to make. These stuffed shirts on the Wizengamot wouldn't know what had hit them. No kidding, I agreed, swirling the whiskey in my tumbler. I gave her a sharp look. Are you proposing an alliance between the House of Greengrass and the House of Potter, Daphne? She gasped at that. However, the gleam in her eyes told me that she'd at least considered that possibility. She wouldn't be worth her salt as a Slytherin otherwise, I smiled inwardly. Of course, the close proximity we'd been thrown into the last week in our quickly developing friendship had given her a head start in any negotiations with me over the other families who held seats at the Wizengamot, and vice versa. Because I've been thinking of a proposal that'll be of mutual benefit for both of us. I'm sure, I went on. That got her interest. She sat upright and put down her tumbler onto the coffee table. Go ahead. I had been thinking of asking her to tutor me in the many things I still had to learn about the wizarding world as soon as I returned from my cruise. But during our long talks I'd realized that we were literally in the same boat. She had no family to return to. Even her home had been destroyed, and she had no friends where she could stay. You know how much I still have to learn about the wizarding world, I began, and Daphne hung on every word I said. There are so many unwritten rules to observe that I'll probably find myself in deep shit as soon as I start to attend to the many official functions or if I'm invited to a private dinner, or, Merlin forbid, a ball. Heck, I still don't know how to dance. Daphne chuckled at that, but she didn't contradict me. Of course, she'd seen me in my abysmal performance on the dance floor at the Yule Ball. So, what do you think about staying with me and teaching me about everything I still have to learn while we are abroad? While we are away, we can discuss what kind of alliance we want our houses to have. I leave it up to you if you want to be open about that or if you will keep it a secret to maintain the neutrality of the House of Greengrass. You can also help me to work out the future stance of the House of Potter. As of yet, I'm undecided which fraction to choose. Everyone will expect me to be on the side of the light, but believe me, they are as fanatic as Death Eaters in some regards and I don't like that. I knew I was beginning to ramble, so I stopped myself with some difficulties and looked at her expectantly. Daphne looked at me as if Christmas had come early. For tea. The first time since I'd met her on board, her eyes shone as bright as sapphires and she gave me a broad smile, full of joy. Thank you, Harry, I'd like that. She simply replied. Good. I beamed, and then pumped my fist into the air. You're still such a boy, she shook her head at me. Dignified members of the Wizengamot don't do a jig if they succeed with something. They at most allow themselves a small smile of triumph, like this. She quirked the corners of her mouth and then resumed her best Ice Queen poker face. I snorted and she grinned in return. We celebrated our deal with another whiskey and went to bed rather late. DG. It was again in the middle of the night when I woke up with a pounding heart. There was a muted whimper, coming from the living room. I rose and padded on my bare feet into the adjoining room. Daphne was tossing and turning in her sleep, whimpering softly. Her face was wet with tears. I went to her bed and grabbed her by the shoulder, shaking her gently. Wake up, Daphne, you have a nightmare. She startled in her sleep, then sat up bolt upright with wide open eyes. For a second, her eyes darted around the room until they rested on me. With a small cry she flung herself at me and sobbed. I sat down on the sofa, put my arms around her and rocked her gently. After a rather long time she quieted down and began to talk, her head still buried in the crook of my neck. I was back home. The Death Eaters came for my parents, to punish them for Dad's defiance against Voldemort. Dad fought them, but then he fell to a killing curse cast in his back. Mum tried to escape, but there were too many of them. They cast the torture curse at her again and again, until she had lost her mind, and then she gasped for air. And then they laughed at her, she wailed. Again, I felt her tears trickling on my neck. And I did nothing to help them, I only stood and stared. Daphne, you couldn't have helped them. You were not there, you were at Hogwarts, remember? I soothed her while I rubbed her back. She clung only tighter to me, her shoulders still shaking. I leaned back on the sofa, resigned to losing a lot of sleep that night. I should have expected something like that to happen. We were nearing New York, and today Daphne got a message from the DMLE that 2 Aurors were going to talk to her as soon as the Princess Isabella had entered port. Annette. Her letter from Ambassador Temple had told her that her mother's funeral would take place in the morning of the day after. It really wasn't surprising that she'd have a nightmare tonight. I don't know how long I held her in my arms, rubbing her back and murmuring soothingly in her ear. After what seemed an eternity, her breathing got even. However, I didn't dare to move yet, lest to wake her again. I still contemplated when it would be safe to lower her back to her bed, when I also fell asleep. Again, I woke up wedged between the back of the sofa and Daphne snuggled up to me. I looked at the sea lock that hung at the wall of the living room. It was almost 8 a.m. The Princess Isabella was scheduled to enter port around noon. No matter how sad and troubled Daphne was today, I wasn't going to miss watching the Princess Isabella nearing the skyline of New York. I gently shook Daphne by the shoulders to wake her up. She opened her eyes and looked groggily at me. Then she turned beet red. I'm sorry, Harry. I didn't mean to fall asleep on you yet again. Don't worry about it, I replied. But I'll get first use of the bathroom for that today. Agreed, Daphne smiled, and I went into the bathroom. I showered and dressed in new record time. While Daphne was in the bathroom, I quickly went down to the cruise agency and booked her trip in my suite for the remainder of the world cruise. It felt a little awkward. I couldn't help but wonder what the cruise agent would think about the nature of our arrangement. But she went on very professionally about it and never did so much as raise an eyebrow. I arrived back at the suite just in time with breakfast. I thought we'd better have breakfast at the suite. You'll have a better view from here when the skyline of New York comes closer than from the restaurant, Daphne said. I felt touched by her thoughtfulness. Over the last couple of days she'd often surprised me with little things she'd done for me, like ordering a movie I'd like to see from the rental service, or noticing how I liked my tea and preparing it for me that way every time we sat down for breakfast. Thank you, I said while we sat down. We enjoyed a leisurely breakfast while the skyline of New York made a first appearance on the horizon. After breakfast, we bundled up in our winter cloaks and scarves and went out onto the veranda of the suite. The view from here was breathtaking. The suite was right above the bridge, and we really had first-row seats as the Princess Isabella passed the Statue of Liberty and then Ellis Island. Daphne turned her head and smiled at me. Her eyes were bright, and the cold wind had turned her cheeks pink. Isn't that fantastic? She enthused. I've often been to New York with Mum, but we always traveled by international portkey. I've never arrived here like this. It's beyond words. I had to agree with that. Slowly, the ship made its way up the Hudson River. The Princess Isabella was by no means a small ship, but it was dwarfed by the tall buildings of New York. I'd heard about the skyscrapers of New York and of course I'd seen pictures, but nothing had prepared me for the real thing. It was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. That was sure. It was almost noon when the ship was maneuvered to anchor at New York Cruise Terminal. Daphne had become rather quiet by then. We watched how the gangway was put up, and then, after what seemed like an eternity, the first passengers left the ship and entered the buses that were waiting for them at the pier to begin their sightseeing tours. We had no idea when the Aurors would arrive, so I persuaded Daphne to go back inside and wait there. I'd just put back our cloaks and scarves to the walk-in closet when there was a knock on the door. When I returned into the living room, we had 2 visitors. One of them I recognized as Dawlish, the Auror who'd come with Kingsley to Hogwarts in my 5th year to sack Dumbledore. The other Auror was unfamiliar, but he eventually introduced himself as Auror Proudfoot. Tonks had told me at the beginning of my 6th year that he was also on guard at Hogwarts. Both wore what most wizards consider as proper Muggle attire. In Dawlish, case that were a dark knitted sweater, pink jogging pants and felt slippers, very much like those Arabella Figg loved to wear. Proudfoot had done slightly better, in jeans and a leather jacket. However, you might think the t-shirt he wore under the leather jacket a trifle eccentric. It depicted a sleeping blue Care Bear under a rainbow, snuggling to a little star and with its thumb in its mouth. Daphne and I exchanged a look and hardly suppressed our laughter. By the way the two oars had dressed, it was obvious that they'd apparated on board, thus circumventing the Muggle security. There was no way they'd been let on board by the crew, dressed like that. At least I hoped they'd apparated and not confounded their way to our cabin. I shuddered at the mere thought. Daphne asked them to sit down and offered tea, which both of them declined. Dawlish pulled parchment, a bottle of ink and a quill with a garish green feather out of the pocket of his jogging pants. I immediately objected to the quill. You're not going to take notes of this interview with a quick quotes quill. These things do nothing than record a load of drangandung and screw the truth. Dawlish looked offended. I've worked with these quills for the last 10 years, Mr. Potter, and no one ever objected. Then you've dealt with idiots, I replied bluntly. Proudfoot sniggered, which he quickly turned into a cough as Dawlish glared at him. Unimpressed by my objections, Dawlish proceeded to put up the quick quotes quill to record the interview. I let my wand slip out of the invisible holster on my right arm for about an inch, unobtrusively aimed at the offending quill and silently cast, incendio. The quill promptly burst out in flames. Dawlish squealed like a girl, Dauphin. Startled and Proudfoot didn't bat an eyelid, though he'd let his wand slip in his hand. His shoulders shook with silent laughter and he winked at me. Mr. Potter, you're hindering an official horror investigation. Dawlish finally managed to shout, every inch the indignant ministry official. No, I'm not, I replied as I stood up from the sofa and walked to the desk. I'm only preventing you from recording rubbish. I grabbed a bureau from the desk and threw it to Dawlish. Use this the good old Muggle way to take your notes. I sat back on the sofa and crossed my arms in front of my chest, while Dawlish turned the bureau in his hand. Obviously not knowing how to use it, I reached over with my hand, took the bureau from him and pushed the button. Then I gave the bureau back to him. Perplexed, Dawlish took the bureau from me and scribbled hesitantly on the parchment. Weird, he mumbled as he saw the lines appear. Proudfoot had tears in his eyes, but still didn't say a word, while Daphne was pink in the face and avoided looking at me. Dawlish straightened and turned to Daphne. Ms. Greengrass, why decided you to travel with your ailing mother on a dangerous Muggle contraption? Daphne stiffened. During the 6 days I'd spent with her in close proximity in my suite, I'd never once seen the haughty pureblood. At the implied criticism of Dawlish, question, however, it was suddenly there in full force. Her face became an unmoved mask and she looked down at him along her nose. I don't know how she managed that, since he was at least 5 inches taller than her 5 feet 5, but she definitely looked down at him. Dawlish, I don't doubt that an experienced Auror as you are made the necessary inquiries back in England about my family. Her voice clearly implicated that she doubted just that. So, you'll probably have found out from the healers at St. Mungo's that my mother's condition forbade any means of magical traveling. Traveling by plane was also deemed too dangerous because she was prone to bouts of accidental magic. That left only traveling by ship. That left Dawlish speechless, but he recovered quickly. What happened on the night of January the 2nd to January the 3rd? He asked, glaring at Daphne. Due to her condition, my mother had lost any sense of the time of the day, Daphne started. She was calm and collected and ignored Dawlish's glare. She was confused about her new surroundings and couldn't understand that she was on board of a ship and on her way to Salem for an alternative treatment the healers at St. Mungo's recommended. Also, her voice trembled slightly. But she maintained her composure. She didn't recognize me as her daughter anymore. I had to lock our suite, lest she not run away and harm herself. It took hours until I finally persuade her to get ready for bed. I think it was already past midnight by then, and I was exhausted. It had been hard work to get her through the security and on board without the Muggles getting suspicious. I was tired and for a moment I was inattentive and she managed to snatch my wand. She thought. Tears welled up in Daphne's eyes and she interrupted herself. She thought what? Dawlish snarled. He had a gleam in his eyes I didn't like at all. Daphne pulled out a handkerchief and dried her eyes. She thought I was a Death Eater, she said quietly. Her voice sounded thick. Dawlish exclaimed. But she wasn't that far off the mark, was she, Daphne? Daphne startled. Then she became furious. I never was a sympathizer of that monster and I definitely didn't take the dark mark. She hissed. Dawlish regarded her with a look from her head to her feet that gave me the creeps. It was leery and obnoxious, as if he was undressing her with his eyes. My fists curled on their own accord and Daphne's face turned rather pink. "You're a Slytherin, honey," Dawlish remarked as if that explained it all. Daphne raised her chin. "And your point is, one knows that Slytherins are a bunch of murderous Death Eaters, rotten to the core, all of them," he sneered. "I'd heard enough. Dawlish, it seems to me that your personal prejudices are getting in the way with your duties. Your conduct is not what I deem professional and I will make certain that Kingsley will hear of that. It's his priority objective to rid the ministry from the corruption and unprofessionalism of the past. So I doubt he'll be impressed by your performance," I drawled. "Merlin," I sounded like Lucius Malfoy, but it certainly was worth it, because his face turned first red and then white. His wand slid out of his holster, and I knew he was going to hex me the next second. Too bad for him, I was ready for him. I had my wand already in my hand and silently cast, Stupefy. Dawlish slumped in his seat and Proudfoot jumped up, also brandishing his wand. However, before he could raise it, I had my wand in his face. "You'd better sit down," Proudfoot, and Conti. Knew this hearing in a professional manner, unlike your partner. He stashed his wand away and regarded me with a long look. Then he sat down and pulled the parchment and the bureau towards him. His eyes never left my face. However, it was not before he took the bureau in his hand that I lowered my wand, though I still kept it in my hand. Proudfoot began to chuckle. "Potter, I really hope you'll consider joining the Aurors. We need men like you, fast with a wand and not afraid to stand up for what they think is right." Dawlish was a good man in his days, but he was put under the imperious curse by Th. E. head of the DMLE during the war, and that gave him a massive hate of those affiliated with the Dark Wanker, or even those he supposes were affiliated with him. Having been exposed to the imperious curse, say over a long period of time, also damaged his ability of rational thought. He turned to Daphne. "Ms. Greengrass, I apologize on behalf of my partner and the Auror department." Daphne accepted the apology with a nod of her head. "What happened after your mother snatched your wand from you, Ms. Greengrass?" Proudfoot continued the questioning. "She pointed the wand at me. I knew she was going to curse me the next second. She had bouts of accidental magic, and the healers at St. Mungo's had told me that she had to be prevented from using any magic, because her magic was so disrupted that it could have disastrous results. So, I tried to talk with her. I begged her not to hex me. She didn't listen." Daphne's composed facade crumpled at the memory. She cast the killing curse at me. She cried and broke out in tears. Proudfoot waited patiently until she'd calmed down and dried her eyes. "It turned out to be as disastrous as I'd feared," Daphne finally went on with a hoarse voice. "The killing curse missed me. But it must have done something to her magic. There was kind of an explosion and I was knocked out cold. I don't know what happened then. I woke up some time later. At least I think so. Harry was in the room, though I didn't recognize him at first. Mum lay on the bed. I rushed over to her and talked to her, tried to wake her up. She wouldn't respond. I begged Harry to help me, to do anything. But he said it was too late, that she was dead." She palmed her face in her hands and cried silently. After a few minutes, she looked up. Her face was wet with tears and her eyes were bloodshot. "I don't remember much of what happened then. I think Harry must have informed the crew, because there were the doctor and the captain. Harry offered me the bed in his living room. I was so thankful for that. I couldn't face staying in the rooms where my mother had died for the rest of the trip." She reached over and clutched my hand. Proudfoot didn't look up while he finished his notes. I suspected he wanted to give Daphne time to recollect herself. When he finally was finished with his notes, he turned to me. "Mr. Potter, can you add to Ms. Greengrass' testimony?" I nodded. I was already sound asleep when I suddenly woke up. Then I heard the voice of a woman beg her mother not to do something and to put something down. There was a loud noise, like an explosion. And I felt a wave of magical energy wash over me. He raised an eyebrow and interrupted me at this point. "Did you recognize the voice?" I shook my head, and he immediately added, "How did you know?" "Then that Miss Greengrass was talking to her mother." I didn't know the voice belonged to Daphne. But I knew the woman was talking to her mother because she used the word, Mum. All right, Proudfo. Od said after he scribbled some more on the parchment. What's that with that magical wave? You're not honestly telling me that you can feel magic. Yes, I can. In fact, I've been able to feel magic ever since I came to Hogwarts. Though I never made an effort to improve that skill. Albus Dumbledore showed me how to do it when we were on a mission together the night he died. Later in the year I saw me across a magical artifact that simply radiated dark magic. After the war, I renovated the house my godfather had left me. It was a death trap, full of dark magic, and I got lots of opportunities to practice how to feel magic. I think it's a talent that will come in handy if I ever join the Aurors. Though I didn't know that it's that uncommon among wizards. Yet it is, Auror Proudfoot said while he took some more notes. He looked at me and grinned. You must be of the power level of a mage, Potter. Only mages are known to have talents like that. Of course, something like that was to be expected of the chosen one. I rolled my eyes at the silly moniker and hardly suppressed a groan. Sensing my discomfort, Proudfoot grinned even broader. With a wave of his hand he motioned me to go on. I took my wand and went into the adjoining suite. In the bedroom I found two women, apparently unconscious. Mrs. Greengrass lay on the bed, Daphne was on the floor, near the door. I first checked Mrs. Greengrass' vital signs. I gulped and gave Daphne, who still held my hand, a look of regret. From the way she lay on the bed I already suspected she was dead, and the spell confirmed that. Proudfoot gave me a sharp glance. Which spell did you use? Revelio Vitam, I replied, and he seemed to be impressed. That's a standard Auror spell you are not taught at school, he remarked. My friend Hermie. One Granger taught it to me while we were on the run, I replied. That explains it, he said. Go on, please. Mrs. Greengrass' hand was grasped around a wand. I took the wand from her and performed, priori incantatem, with it. It showed the killing curse, I finished quietly. How did the wand look? Auror Proudfoot wanted to know, and I gave the description. Daphne later told me that it was her wand, I added. Where was Miss Greengrass during your examination of the wand? He then wanted to know. Still unconscious on the floor. I pocketed the wand and went over to her. First, I checked if she had a wand on her. But came up empty. Daphne looked at me with raised brows. And how did you do that, Potter? Oops. I felt the heat rush into my face. I had to feel with my hands, I admitted. Proudfoot sniggered at my obvious discomfort, while Daphne gave me a look that made clear how she'd come by the moniker, Ice Queen. Pervert, she said, but the corner of her mouth twitched. Then I checked if Daphne was all right. I hurried on with my story. About time. Daphne uttered under her breath, and Proudfoot sniggered again. That man must have an excellent hearing, I thought. I woke her up with, enervate. She was very distraught and at once hurried to her mother to make sure she was all right. When I'd to tell her that her mother was dead, she broke down. Proudfoot scribbled down some last notes. Thank you, he then said. Miss Greengrass, is the body of your mother still kept on the ship? Daphne shook her head. It was plain to see that the question pained her, but she answered. Ambassador Temple had arranged that Mum is transferred to the magical mortuary at Salem as we speak. All right, I guess we have to go there, Auror Proudfoot replied with a side glance at his still stunned partner. I'll wake him up as soon as we've left. I imagine he'll not be happy about you, Mr. Potter, he chuckled. Then he sobered. Please, make sure the Auror Department can reach you until this investigation is over. We might have additional questions. I'll be staying on the Princess Isabella until May 1st, and so will Daphne, I replied. During this time you can reach me through my mailbox. After that, I'll be back in my house in London. It's still under the Fidelius charm for security reasons, but Minister Shacklebolt knows where it is. He didn't look happy with my answer. But it was all the information about my whereabouts I was going to give him. There were still enough Death Eaters on the loose and I knew that in certain circles a bounty had been promised for whoever would be able to kill me. Not to mention the many snatchers and sympathizers who never took the mark, officially changed their tunes after the war and now lurked in the shadows, biding their time. The ministry and especially the Wizengamot was still full of them. As Harry said, I'll be staying on board until May, but I don't know where I'll live afterwards. Our house has been destroyed during the last days of the war. I guess I'll rent a flat in Diagon Alley, but I'll let you know where I'll stay as soon as I'm back," Daphne added. Proudfoot seemed to like that even less, but made no comment. He shook our hands in goodbye, took his still stunned partner by the arm and apparated away with barely a noise. "Now, that was weird," Daphne said, still staring on the spot ere the 2 oars had been only a second before. "It surely was," I agreed. "I wonder what has got into Dawlish. He acted as if he wanted to accuse you of the murder of your mother." "Oh, that," Daphne shrugged. "Actually, I expected something like that. It's one of the many benefits of being a Slytherin. Makes you automatically suspicious until you prove yourself," she added sarcastically. I was taken aback. It never occurred to me what impact the last war had on the neutral Slytherin families. Though, I should have expected something like that. Prejudices against Slytherin had already been common before the last war. Hagrid and Ron's attitude to members of the house being prime examples of that. If I really wanted to make a change in the wizarding world, I also had to do something about that, I mused. Equal rights for shunned minorities like the werewolves and getting rid of the corruption were important goals, but it must apply to every member of our society, not only to the winners of the war. "What did you mean then?" I asked, choosing to ignore Daphne's sarcastic comment until I'd given the problem more thought. "I meant you. You sounded like bloody Lucius Malfoy when you talked to Dawlish. That was not the Harry Potter I know from Hogwarts. The kid I knew back then would have crawled under a stone before his 5th year and jumped at Proudfoot's throat after that. You surely have changed." I shrugged. "I grew up. War can do that to you, you know." She gave me a long look. "I sense a story behind that. Will you tell me?" The question hit me by surprise. I never was one to talk. Well, I'd talk to Mr. Freed. But that was different. Was I willing to talk to Daphne? I didn't know, yet. "Maybe one day," was all I answered. Strange enough, she seemed to be satisfied with that. DG. The next morning we rose early. Daphne hardly spoke a word. She looked pale and withdrawn. Today was going to be one of the hardest days of her life. She had to bury her last parent, come to grips with the realization that she was alone in the world after that. I knew the feeling. It had been like that for me until I came to Hogwarts, and then again after I broke up with Ginny. And was shunned by the Weasleys for that. Though I had worked on coming to terms with that with Mr. Freed, it was still hard to going back to be all by myself. Guessing that Daphne was not in the mood for company that morning, I ordered breakfast to the suite. However, she only nibbled at a slice of toast and drank some tea. My appetite also had left me. Funerals tend to have that effect on me. It was a relief when it was finally time to take the Portkey Ambassador Temple had sent us to the cemetery. We landed on a snow-covered meadow that was situated between 2 busy main roads of Salem. Lichen-covered tombstones dotted the snowy ground like pockmarks. In spite of the hustle and bustle of the Muggle traffic, the graveyard was eerily quiet. I sensed privacy wards and Muggle-repelling charms around us. The grave was already dug out. The coffin hovered in the air in front of the grave, suspended there by magic. On one side of it stood who I assumed to be the officiator. He wore black wizarding robes over a black Muggle suit. On the other side was a couple, both dressed in expensive-looking Muggle winter attire. They gave Daphne a respectful nod and stepped aside to let her say a last goodbye to her mother. Daphne grabbed my hand, and together we stepped in front of the coffin. Her face was stony. Her eyes, however, were full of emotions, sadness and loneliness being dominating. But I could also see traces of fear and even anger. She looked down on the coffin of her mother for a long time, gripping my hand so hard that it hurt. Then she nodded at the officiator to begin. I have to confess, I didn't pay much attention to the eulogy. In my opinion, they are all the same and hardly ever do the deceased justice. How can anyone sum up years of life and love spent together in a few lines? But as a ritual, they serve the purpose to prepare those left behind for the inevitable last goodbye. I'd learned to appreciate that during the seemingly never-ending string of funerals after the Battle of Hogwarts. Daphne trembled beside me, whether of the cold winter wind blowing over the meadow or out of grief I couldn't tell. Finally, the officiator came to an end. He pulled out his wand and moved the coffin over the open grave. Daphne's knees buckled under her, and I put my arm around her to hold her upright. Slowly, the coffin sunk into the grave. That was the moment Daphne's pureblood facade cracked. Tears steamed over her face, and she was hardly able to throw a handful of dirt in the grave as a last farewell. For a long time she looked down on the coffin of her mother, until I gently pulled her aside. After us, the couple paid their respects, and then the officiator raised his wand again and levitated the small mound of earth from beside the grave onto the coffin and covered it. Daphne looked as if she'd faint any moment, and I tightened my grip around her shoulders. The couple walked up to Daphne, giving her their condolences. Then they waited quietly by the side. For a last time, Daphne stepped to the grave of her mother. Her body was racked with sobs, and finally she couldn't stand it no longer and buried her face at my chest. I put my arms around her and hugged her, hoping to give her some comfort. When she seemed to calm down, I gently led her away from the grave toward the waiting officiator and the couple. The officiator invited us to T&W. Had he called the magical community center of Salem. Daphne obviously was in no shape to talk, so I accepted the offer for both of us. I had no idea where to go, but the strange couple seemed to know. For the man pulled a length of rope out of the pocket of his coat and created a portkey for the 5 of us to share. We landed in the backyard of a white house with black shutters that was built in W. Had I later learned was the federal style. Though I didn't expect any danger, I'd let my wand slip into my hand the second we departed from the cemetery and now looked around for any possible threat before I stashed it away. The officiator and the strange couple looked at me with raised eyebrows. "Sorry, old habits die hard," I murmured, while I felt the heat creeping into my cheeks. "Why would you feel the need to guard yourself in our community center, mister?" the officiator asked. "Potter. Harry Potter," I introduced myself. We shook hands, and he introduced himself as Thomas Ingersoll. The corner of my eyes I saw the couple having a silent exchange with their eyes. The officiator beckoned them forward and introduced them as Ambassador Howard Temple and his wife, Mrs. Annabelle Temple. We exchanged the expected pleasantries, while Daphne mostly remained silent and went through the introductions very much like a puppet on a string. "Well, Thomas, you shouldn't be surprised about the behavior of this young man," Ambassador Temple said with a chuckle as we walked up the snow-covered path to the back entrance of the house. "He is Britain's greatest living hero, after all." It was well hidden, but I could sense a trace of disdain in his voice. I wasn't fazed at all. Everything about him and his wife screamed pureblood, so something like that was to be expected. Even though most purebloods had changed their tunes after the war, most of them secretly still were supremacists, and quite a lot among that number still were Voldemort supporters, if not yet undiscovered Death Eaters. Unfortunately, they still played key roles in Britain's society, something I intended to change in the long run. But today was neither the time, nor the place for that, so I gave him and his wife one of my most charming smiles. As if I was taking his remark as the compliment I was due. "Are you really?" Ingersoll exclaimed. "Well, it's an honor to meet you, Mr. Potter. Used to that kind of talk?" I gave the appropriate answers while he led us into the house. We entered a small tea salon, and Ingersoll ordered tea and biscuits. Daphne still was withdrawn and didn't talk much, so it was fort to me to make rather strained small talk with complete strangers for about 30 minutes. Ambassador Temple and his wife excused themselves after that, saying they had other appointments to attend. It was clear they had come to the funeral only out of a sense of obligation to his office and to a member of one of the Sacred 28. Mr. Ingersoll took his leave a few minutes after them, and Daphne and I were finally alone. Ambassador Temple had provided us with another portkey back to the suite on the Princess Isabella. I looked at my wristwatch. After I'd broken up with Ginny, I'd laced the golden watch the Weasleys had given me for my 17th birthday with a platinum Patek Philippe watch. Somehow I felt like I hadn't the right to wear the watch of Fabian Pruitt anymore since they practically cast me out. Though, I still kept the watch in a place of honor in my family vault. The mechanical Muggle watch was less conspicuous, anyway, and more practical for me, since I'd spent most of my time in the Muggle world after I'd left the burrow. My watch told me that it was near lunch. The Princess Isabella was scheduled to leave New York for the next leg of her cruise around the world at 5 a.m. So I wasn't inclined to return to the ship immediately. Daphne still was apathetic, and I persuaded her to take a stroll before we returned to the ship. She agreed, and AF. Tear-eyed asked the waitress for directions. We stepped out of the house and found ourselves on Chestnut Street. It was right in the middle of the historical district of Salem, the waitress had told me, and boasted quite a number of well-kept houses built in the federal style. Well, I'd never been interested much in history, and I doubted Daphne could find interest in anything that day, so we probably didn't appreciate the nice town as we should have. Eventually, we found our way to the port, but a sharp wind coming from the sea quickly made us retreat in the shelter of the streets again. I shouldn't have been surprised. After all, the town wasn't that big, and the cemetery with the family plot of Daphne's mother was one of the 3 historical cemeteries of Salem connected to the town's magical population. For after a few minutes we again found ourselves at the gate of the cemetery where we'd buried Daphne's mother in the morning. A few muggles visited the cemetery, obviously enchanted by the history displaced on the old tombstones, but I noticed they gave the fresh grave on the side of the cemetery a wide berth. Apparently, the wards and charms I'd sensed in the morning still were at work. Daphne grabbed my hand, and together we entered the cemetery. As I'd thought, the muggles didn't notice us when made our way to the grave of Daphne's mother. This time, her eyes were dry as Daphne looked at the fresh mound of dirt at her feet. We stood in silence for a long time, until she finally whispered, "Goodbye, Mum." Then she turned to me. "I think I'm ready to return to the ship." I pulled out the portkey Ambassador Temple had given me. Daphne held to it, still looking at her mother's grave, and the next second we were whisked away, back to our suite on board of the Princess Isabella. I had to admit, I was frozen to the bone. The last winter I'd spent on the run in a drafty tent had given me a deep dislike of being uncomfortable ever again, so when we appeared in the suite, I went to the bar right after I'd shrugged out of my coat and poured each of us a whiskey. When I handed the tumbler to Daphne, our hands touched briefly. Her fingers were ice cold. We sat down on the sofa and sipped our whiskey in silence. However, some color returned in Daphne's cheeks, and she quit shivering. Eventually, I rang the cabin service and asked for a light lunch, though I suspected Daphne still wasn't hungry. She'd eaten this week only out of habit and because I made her, and had visibly lost weight. After lunch, we settled down in the living room. Daphne looked out of the window at the skyline of New York. Though I doubt she saw anything. I attempted to read a Muggle mystery novel, but my heart wasn't in it. When dusk fell, the butler brought us the obligatory champagne and chocolates. By now, Daphne and I both considered it as comfort food. We drank champagne and ate chocolate while the Princess Isabella slowly moved out of the port of New York, her sirens blaring goodbye. It was an impressive sight as the skyline, lit by myriads of tiny lights, eventually disappeared on the horizon. The Princess Isabella headed to Fort Lauderdale in the everlasting Florida summer, leaving wintry New York behind. Somehow, I had a feeling that his was an omen, for Daphne as well as for me. The next morning it became clear to me that Daphne took her responsibilities as my personal tutor in anything pureblood etiquette serious. When I went to bed that night, I knew I had created a monster. We met in the living room before we went down to the main restaurant for breakfast, as usual. It was obvious that Daphne had decided to overcome the stage of deep mourning. During the last week, I hadn't seen her in anything else but black clothes. This morning, she appeared in gray chinos and an off-white blouse. I'm by no means a fashion expert, but it seemed to me that the light color of the blouse suited her fair skin much better than black. "Harry," she said as we lingered over a last cup of tea after breakfast. Something in her voice immediately made me suspicious. It was the kind of voice Ginny used to employ when she wanted to persuade me to do something I didn't want to do. "Yes, Daphne," I replied cautiously. I didn't want to appear rude, but I also didn't want to give her an advantage. "When was the last time you visited a hairdresser?" She looked at me, her head cocked to one side. Never," I replied, not sure where this was going. She looked scandalized. "You're kidding." I shook my head. "My aunt used to cut my hair. She doesn't like it, Becca. It's too unruly and has a will of its own. One day, while I was still at primary school, she shaved it off, except for a small fringe to cover up my scar. It looked hideous, and you can imagine and I dreaded the next morning when I had to go to school. However, my hair grew back overnight. After that, my aunt never again tried to cut it and it has stayed like that ever since then." Daphne stared at me. You mean, you never had a proper haircut? When I nodded in confirmation, she broke out in bewildered laughter. You really are a man of many surprises, Harry. I've never heard about Metamorph Magus' abilities to assert themselves by accidental magic. Now it was my turn to look stunned. Metamorphagus abilities. You didn't know? She asked back. I shook my head and she said, that. You managed to regrow your hair overnight and needed no haircut since what, 10 years? Is a dead giveaway that you are at least a part metamorphagus with the ability to control the growth of your hair. However, it's a shame you never got a proper haircut. Properly styled hair is paramount in pureblood circles. For a very horrifying moment I had a vision of myself with my hair sleeked back like Malfoy's, and I shuddered. It didn't help that she chose that moment to look at me like a cat eyeing an especially fat mouse. Finish your tea, we have work to do, she announced. Her resemblance to Professor McGonagall at that moment was scary. It was not so much in looks. I doubt you'd find two women as differently looking as Daphne and Professor McGonagall, but in attitude. Since I was used to do as my transfiguration teacher demanded when she wore that certain expression, I did what I'd been told without further questions. She led the way out of the restaurant to the elevators. Instead of pushing the button for Deck 10 in our suite, she pushed the button for Deck 7. I tried to remember the layout of the Princess Isabella, and I blanched. Besides a couple of suites, Deck 7 contained a huge spa area. And somewhere within the spa area was a hairdresser. My head shot around and I glared at Daphne. Woman, what are you up to? I growled, and she smirked. Now I was really afraid. Don't worry, it won't hurt, she said as the elevator came to a stop on Deck 7. She took me by the hand and hauled me down the hallway to the reception area of the spa, not heeding my protests. Good morning. I made an appointment for a haircut for my friend here. The name is Potter, she greeted the receptionist. Good morning, the receptionist smiled back. She looked into a ledger in front of her. Ah yes, here it is. Mr. Potter, you can go right in. Gabby is ready to give you your haircut. She indicated to a door to her left. I turned to the door, while a still smirking Daphne made her way over to the waiting area. To be honest, I wasn't that averse to get a proper haircut as I'd made Daphne believe. I only put up some fuss out of principle. Even though I'd asked her to tutor me, it wouldn't do to give her the impression she'd have her way with me just as she wanted. On the other hand, there was no denying she had the sense of fashion and proper attire I seriously lacked. Neither the Dursleys nor the Weasleys were exactly fashion role models. That's why I stopped midways and called, "Oi, Greengrass." At her retreating back, she turned around with a raised eyebrow. If you want me to have a proper haircut, you'd better come in with me and see that it's done right. She smirked again and walked up to me. Together we entered the hairdresser's salon. Like all public areas of the Princess Isabella, except the restaurants and bars, the salon was furnished with high-polished cabinets made out of a reddish wood, with lots of glass shelves in between, filled with a huge array of beauty products. There was a row with leather chairs in front of mirrors over a marble-topped counter. 2 basins for hair washing were put up in the middle of the room, and there also were the obligatory comfortable chairs beneath hood dryers. In short, it looked like a modern mix of Snape's potion lab and a torture chamber. I was able to identify some shampoo bottles, but had no idea for what the rest of the bottles was used. However, I found it amusing that most of the bottles showed the logo of the Muggle beauty company my grandfather Fleemont had founded, together with some bloke from France. Until today, the Potter family held a big share of that company, from which I got the main part of my yearly income. In fact, I made about 150 times more from my Muggle investments than I did from the not inconsiderable holdings I had in the magical world. Gabby led me to a leather chair in front of one of the mirrors, and asked me how I'd like my hair cut. Actually, I thought about letting it grow out and hoped that it'd be more manageable then, I said, but was immediately contradicted by Daphne. No way. The shape of the back of your head is much too nice to cover it with hair. Besides that, do you really strive for the Malfoy look? I felt how I blushed. Not really. I thought more of Bill Weasley, Ron's older brother, you know. Her expression became thoughtful. I know who you mean. He came to our house about a year ago to discuss a new security system with Dad. He surely looks hot, but that doesn't fit in with the kind of respectability you want to achieve. She had a point there. And with a sigh, I gave in. So, what do you suggest? In the end, Daphne and Gabby worked out my new haircut between them. When I rose from the chair, my hair was rather short at the sides and shaved in the neck, but left longer at the top. Gabby had used hair wax to ruffle it into what she'd proclaimed was a sexy out-of-bed look, but also said I'd not real. Why need it regularly because of the natural inclination of my hair to stand up in all directions. Most important, I was still able to recognize myself in the mirror. The haircut was booked to my board account, and we left the spa. That wasn't so bad, was it? Daphne smiled as we took the elevator back to our suite. I mock glared at her, and she burst out laughing. It was nice to see her in a merry and playful mood after the depressing time we'd had, even though it was aimed at me. From experience I knew that it was in the human nature to surge back to life after depressing events, though a few setbacks still were to be expected. The human race wouldn't have survived otherwise, I guess. Back in the suite, we took care of our mail, as every morning. Daphne still was in negotiations with the goblins of Salem about her mother's trust, so I used the time she was distracted with answering a complicated letter from the goblins to give Kingsley a detailed report about Dalish's behavior during his visit 2 days ago. Kingsley had promised to send his most experienced oars. If that was all he'd come up with, the ministry was in even worse shape as he'd told me before. When I was finished, I stood up and stretched. The Princess Isabella had made about a third of her voyage from New York to Fort Lauderdale. Heading south, that also meant we'd finally reached a more moderate climate. It was by no means warm yet. But the chilling cold of the North American winter was gone, and I couldn't wait to get back on the running track. Care to join me in a run? I asked Daphne, and she nodded. Just let me finish this, she said and signed her letter. While I sent our mail through the banishing box, Daphne disappeared in the bathroom to change. Unlike most purebloods, she liked to exercise. Her attitude was probably due to her mother's influence, who'd taught her to enjoy Muggle sports. A few minutes later, we were running along the track of the upmost deck. To my amazement, Daphne was able to keep up with me just fine. And we didn't stop until we'd both worked up a good sweat. That was fun, she exclaimed as we walked back to the suite to get a much-needed shower. Ever the gentleman, I let her have the first turn. When I was finally showered and dressed, my stomach grumbled and we went to the buffet restaurant, to feed the hungry lion, as Daphne phrased it. During lunch, she delivered the next low blow. I've accepted the invitation to the captain's table on your behalf for tonight, she said as if it was nothing special. I put my sandwich back on my plate. You did what? It had completely skipped my mind that the start of the next leg of the world cruise would bring another gala dinner on the first day at sea. Again, she regarded me with that McGonagall-esque no-nonsense look. You've asked me to teach you how to behave in pureblood circles. Those gala dinners aren't much different from pureblood dinner invitations. So, what better time to get used to it than now? She asked. Of course, it was a rhetorical question. It was plain to see she had no inclination to let me off the hook. Yes, Professor, I sighed and turned back to my sandwich. She gave me a radiant smile. That's the spirit. Keep it up and I'll reward you all O's at the end of the journey, she quipped. I couldn't help myself and snorted into my sandwich. However, the worst was yet to come. When I headed to the elevator after lunch, Daphne took me by the elbow and guided me past the elevators and down a corridor. I knew that the cinema and the library were located on that corridor and Dee briefly wondered if Daphne wanted to check out a couple of books for the afternoon. But she guided me past the entrance of the library toward the bow of the ship. The only place of interest there was the dance club of the Princess Isabella. I had a strong sense of premonition that nothing good was going to come out of this. Trelawney would have been impressed, I'm sure. Again, Daphne smirked at me when she opened the door to the club. Inside, my worst fears became true. It was the time of the daily dance classes. I shot Daphne a withering look, but of course, she was not impressed. You complained the other day that you still can't dance, she smiled. I was sure that I never complained, but by now I'd learned that it was of no use to discuss with Daphne when she was channeling McGonagall. Not to mention that it was an eminently good idea to learn to dance while I was abroad. But I'd rather be damned than to admit that aloud. Like all Slytherins, Daphne didn't seem to have self-esteem problems. And it wouldn't do to add to her ego. All right, might as well do something about that as long as we are on board, I admitted defeat. I was rewarded with another blinding smile that made me wonder who of the many idiots in my house dubbed her the Ice Queen. About 45 minutes later I was able to dance the slow waltz. Daphne, who of course excelled at ballroom dance, deemed my efforts as passable. Back in the suite, I plopped down in the sofa. Not even 10 hippogriffs are going to take me away from here, I vowed. You're going to haul your sorry ass into the shower in exactly 1 hour and dress up for the gala dinner, mister, Daphne said over her shoulder before she disappeared into the bathroom. Glad for the reprieve, I reached for my Muggle mystery novel and stretched out on the sofa. About an hour later Daphne emerged from the bathroom. She still wore the terrycloth bathrobe the shipping company provided, but her hair was done up in an elegant bun and for the first time since we'd met on the Princess Isabella, she wore makeup. Time to get ready, she reminded me before she disappeared into the direction of the walk-in wardrobe. I sighed and rose from my comfortable position on the sofa. About 30 minutes later I was showered and shaved and had even managed to style my hair again in the way Gabby did it that morning. It's a dinner jacket affair, if you have one. Daphne called through the open door as I made my way to the walk-in wardrobe. I'd bought a tailored dinner jacket after I'd booked the cruise, and Daphne let out a very unlady Ike whistle when I emerged from my bedroom. Wow, Potter, who'd have thought you had it in you, she exclaimed, eyeing me appreciatively from head to toe. Thanks, Greengrass. You also clean up nicely, I returned the compliment. To be honest, she did far better than clean up nicely. She looked drop-dead gorgeous in a tight-fitting, yet simple black evening gown. The cleavage was modest, which was good. Or she'd be the reason for quite a lot of marital arguments on board tonight, considering everything else the gown featured. All of a sudden, the prospect of attending a gala dinner with Daphne on my arm didn't seem that outlandish anymore. I'd arrived just in time for the butler to serve the customary champagne and chocolates. I don't think Daphne considered it as comfort food that night, and neither did I. Fortified with champagne we made our way to the restaurant. It turned out the dinner at the captain's table was much less nerve-wracking as the dinner during the Yule Ball had been. It might have been because this time I really enjoyed my company. Inevitably, Daphne and I raised a lot of curiosity. We were by far the youngest members of the dinner party, and I was sure Daphne's Tori had by now made the rounds on board. But at least, the questions were delivered in a well-mannered way. I'd experienced worse from wizards and witches. The nice American lady beside me, who introduced herself as Alvira Meehan, was thrilled when she learned that Daphne and I had attended the same boarding school. Oh, high school sweethearts, she exclaimed, and I blushed. Before I could correct her error, she went on. You have to tell me everything about your school. So I made up a rather convincing story of a small elitist boarding school with an esoteric curriculum. She lapped it all up, but seemed to be disappointed when I told her that Daphne and I weren't girlfriend and boyfriend, but just travel companions. What a pity, dear. You make such a cute couple. I blushed. It didn't help at all that beside me Daphne assumed her best expressionless society face, though her eyes danced with laughter and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly upwards. Next time, she wouldn't get any champagne before we went down for dinner. I didn't know you can lie as glibly as a Slytherin, Harry, she said after we were back in the suite. That was an impressive load of dragondung you delivered to that nice lady. It wasn't a lie, I merely circumvented the truth, I replied and grinned at her. She snorted. Are you sure you're a Gryffindor? You could have done great in Slytherin. Yep, that's what the Sorting Hat also told me at the welcoming feast. But I'd met Malfoy before and asked it to put me in another house. Malfoy. She spat. It didn't sound like an endearment. Then she grasped what I'd said. You mean, you could as well have been in Slytherin all these years. I grinned and nodded. She stared at me with wide open eyes. I don't get it. Gryffindor's golden boy is a closet Slytherin. She sat down on the sofa. I'd never have suspected that. Oh, the irony. You surely didn't advertise that fact while we were at school. Well, I wasn't exactly on chatting terms with any Slytherin back then. You know how it was, I replied and sat down beside her and loosened my bow tie. She sighed and leaned back. Yeah, Malfoy made pretty clear you were the enemy and that Eve Rybody in our house had to treat you like that. If you were a Slytherin, valued your health and didn't want to cause problems for your family, you did what the little ferret wanted. He had the nasty habit to tell Daddy whenever someone irked him, and Daddy had the money and the political clout to make your parents' life hell. So, you kept your mouth shut and went along with whatever the ferret wanted. No matter how much you'd have liked to get to know Harry Potter. Now it was my turn to stare at her. I didn't know that anyone in Slytherin wanted to be friends with me. Just the contrary, quite a lot of us, in fact. Actually, when the Yule Ball was announced, Millie, Tracy and I would have given anything to be your date. Blaze even had a Harry Potter action doll when he first came to Hogwarts, and I. She broke off and blushed furiously. Zabini had what? Never mind. I grinned and narrowed my eyes at her. Tell me, what merchandise related to me did you have when you were small? Her face got even redder. Harry Potter bedclothes, she admitted. My mouth hung open. You're kidding. I finally got out. She shook her head. I'm not. But if you'll ever mention that to anyone, I'll hex you into the next millennium. That's only fair, I conceded, shaking my head and trying to wrap my thoughts around the fact of Slytherins wanting to be friends with me. Her thoughts obviously followed the same lines. Because she said, apart from that, it would have been hard to get to know you, Harry. You were always so unapproachable with your 2 bodyguards around. To be honest, I'm amazed how easy it is to get along with you. At school, I've always had the impression you didn't want to have anything to do with someone outside of your select group of friends. I almost choked. It never occurred to me someone else than Ron and Hermione wanted to be my friend. Why not? Certainly you must have realized how famous you were. Yeah, I did. You'll probably not believe me. But I was never comfortable with that boy who lived Dragondung when I was younger. I never thought of myself as someone special. Also, I never had friends before I came to Hogwarts. Ron actually was the first friend I ever had, and he just happened to stay around and stick with me through thick and thin. I got to know Hermione a little later under circumstances that simply forced us to become friends. It just happened. I'd never have thought of actively trying to find friends. She gave me a rather odd smile. If I'd listened to Malfoy griping about you, you'd be right. But I have eyes to see in my head. So I knew right from the start you didn't like your fame. I mean, you were terrified when your name came out of the Goblet of Fire, we all could see that. Only someone is blinded by his hate and his own self-importance as Malfoy couldn't. However, I always thought you somewhat haughty while we were at school, with the way you kept to yourself. It wasn't until recently that I realized that you're actually shy. I blushed at these words. Of course, she was right. I'd always felt awkward around people I didn't know, especially if they were female, and I never expected someone to take interest in me or even like me. Blame my infernal maternal relatives for that, who told anybody who'd listen that I was an incorrigible juvenile delinquent. She'd stated that she was surprised how easily she got along with me. That was nothing compared to how easy I found it to get along with her, given my track record with the female sex. Of course, it helped a lot that she'd been distracted by her grief and needed someone to take care of her. She chuckled. Don't be embarrassed. It's rather cute. I promise not to tell anyone your dirty little secret and destroy the mystery that surrounds the chosen one. She gave me an appraising look. Tell me, what has changed, Harry? You said that you didn't like your fame when you were younger. That implies that you've changed your attitude since then. I'm curious to know why. Trust a Slytherin to pick up on that, I thought. It was something I'd worked out during my sessions with Mr. Freed and hadn't talked about with anyone yet, no. Tea with Hermione and certainly not with Ron. Our relationship was strained enough right now and I knew he wouldn't understand. I wasn't sure about Hermione. She had a tendency to turn down any idea that didn't come from herself. I'd never have thought of running my idea by a Slytherin, but my gut told me that wasn't a bad thing to do. After all, it was her playground, she'd be able to tell me if I was on the right track or if I'd better forget about it. It started right after Voldemort's downfall. I began and noticed that she didn't even so much as bat an eyelid when I mentioned his name. My estimation of her rose yet another notch. You were there, you know how people crowded around me after that. She nodded to that, and I went on, I was their hero, the one they looked up to. They'd come to help me, to fight with me. And too many had lost their lives in that fight, so it behoved me to show my respect for their sacrifice. I stayed, let them celebrate me, thanked them and grieved with them. Whatever they needed at the moment. But the whole time it felt unreal, as if I was detached from my body, if you know what I mean. She nodded again. You were probably in shock. It's how I felt after I'd found my father's body in the ruins of our house and, she paused. Last week. I finished for her and she smiled shortly in confirmation. I hit a rough path right after the battle. I'd lost 3 friends, one of them being the last link I had to my parents, and I was devastated. Things with Ginny also weren't going well. She'd lost a brother and didn't know how to deal with that. I was so messed up right after the battle that didn't know how to deal with her. On top of that all she was appalled by something that happened to me during the battle. I sense another story there, Daphne interrupted me. You're right, I replied, but I won't tell you. She accepted that without any fuss and told me with a motion of her hand to go on. I finally broke up with Ginny, thus losing the only family I ever knew. The Weasleys are protective of their daughter and sister, and they didn't take it well that I dumped her for the second time. The memory of that last fight I'd had with George, Charlie and Percy and the cold shoulder treatment Mrs. Weasley gave me afterwards still hurt. Also, I still vividly remembered the howler Ron had sent me all the way from Australia. I hadn't talked to any of them since I left the burrow. Oddly enough, Bill and Mr. Weasley had stayed out of the fight, but I hadn't had the balls to talk to them since then. The memory made me restless, I couldn't sit still any longer. So I jumped up and went to the fridge to get me a Coke. I could feel how Daphne's eyes followed me. Of course your noble Gryffindor side prevented you from telling them of her part in your breakup, didn't it? She said, and I almost knocked my head at the edge of the fridge. I straightened up, 2 bottles of Coke in my hands. I opened them and handed one to Daphne. While I took a sip out of the bottle, she gave me a reproachful glare, stood up and got herself a glass from the pantry. Sorry, I grinned when she sat down and poured the Coke in her glass. How did you know that? Still too restless to sit down, I leaned with my back against the bar. She gave me a level look over the rim of her glass. Because it's something idiotic only a Gryffindor would do. I accepted her statement with a grin. I'd stayed with the Weasleys after the battle, but things got awkward after my breakup with Ginny, so I left their house and moved to my own house. You've got a house. I always thought your home had been destroyed when Voldemort killed your parents. There, she'd mentioned his name without flinching. She really was remarkable, for a Slytherin, that is. My godfather left it to me. I answered her question. And a real dungheap it was. He came from a very dark family and the house was filled with dark stuff up to the rafters. Creature and I had our hands full. Cleaning out the bad stuff and renovating the house. Creature. My house elf, I explained. I inherited him with the house from my godfather. However, I was on a downward spiral the first few weeks after I'd left the burrow. I couldn't sleep, I had nightmares and I hesitated, not relishing to tell her about a time that counted among the worst times I'd ever experienced in my life. And I'd come across some rather mean patches already before that was really telling something. Drank too much. She finished the sentence for me. You don't have to tell me, Harry. Been there, done that. Right after I'd lost my father. Yeah, I admitted with a blush. However, I had still sense enough to realize that I couldn't go on like that. I asked Kingsley for help, and I would never admit to anyone how much that had cost me. He brought me to a squib who is a Muggle psychotherapist. I had sessions with him from July until the end of December. It really helped to get things back into perspective. Considering her upbringing, I was sure I didn't have to explain to her what a psychotherapist was. She didn't disappoint me and said, yeah, I can see that. Well, during my sessions I came to the realization that I've been manipulated by others my whole life long. It was because of Voldemort's actions that I became the chosen one and literally the only human in the world that could stop the monster. It was because of Dumbledore's machinations that I did it willingly, very much like a sheep that went willingly to the slaughter. He made sure that I wasn't raised in a loving environment. It was because of my relatives brainwashing me from when I was a toddler that I actually believed that my life wasn't worth much. She gasped at that, staring at me with an expression I didn't know what to make out of. It was a mix of horror and sympathy, but there was also the tiny sparkle of something else that was gone the next moment. The therapy taught me to care about myself. I learned to accept me just the way I am, boy who lived and chosen one included. The fame is part of me, without it I wouldn't be the man I'm now. I also found out that I don't want to be manipulated any longer. Everything I did in my life, the things I'm famous for and get celebrated for until today, were forced upon me. I didn't do anything of it out of my own will. You could have run away, Daphne objected. I shook my head. And leave people I love at the mercy of that monster. I couldn't do that. She looked as if she wanted to object to that, but then decided to stay quiet. My task could have been much easier if our government hadn't been so corrupted. I think you remember what they did to me just before and during our 5th year. She grimaced and nodded. I raised my hand and stared at its back. The scar had faded, but if you knew what to look for, the words were still visible. I must not tell lies, I muttered to myself. Bile rose up in my throat. I'd thought I was over it. But the memory still had the power to unsettle me. A sharp intake of breath startled me out of my thoughts. I hadn't noticed that Daphne got up from the sofa and now stood beside me. What is that? She asked, taking my hand in hers and looking at the fading scar. It looks as if the words were cut into your skin permanently by a blood quill. She was obviously appalled by the thought. That's because they were, I replied calmly. But that's torture, she gasped. Whoever did that, belongs into Azkaban. Was it the Dork Lord or one of his minions? I doubt she ever took the dark mark. Kingsley had every employee of the ministry checked for that right after the battle. As far as I know she's still working at the ministry, albeit not in the position she held before. But she surely is a nasty piece of work. Umbridge, she gasped, her face struck with horror. She did it to you to punish you because you'd told the truth and just because she could, because you were an orphan and had no one to defend you. She looked sick. I nodded. Exactly. Umbridge and her ilk are the reason why I finally decided to use my fame. We need a ministry that is free from corruption, or the eyes of the next Dark Lord is only a matter of time. People like Umbridge have to go. But Kingsley isn't able to purge them out of the ministry without a strong support in the Wizengamot, or he will be ousted on accusations fabricated by people like her. That's very likely, Daphne agreed. She listened to my story with rapt concentration. Well, I decided to use my fame to get Kingsley the support he needs. My goal is to get a comfortable majority of seats to support him. She looked thoughtful, but did not oppose the concept immediately. That's a rather ambitious goal, worth of a Slytherin. But then, we've already stated that you are a closet Slytherin, so I shouldn't be surprised. However, expect a lot of your friends not to understand what you're doing and why you're doing it, because it's so out of character for a Gryffindor. I grimaced. I know. Did you know that most members of the Wizengamot are Ravenclaws, followed by Slytherins and the odd Hufflepuff thrown in? Out of 60 seats there are only 2 Gryffindors. I didn't know that, she exclaimed, looking rather surprised. Are you sure? I did a lot of research on that, I explained. I wanted to know against what I'm up to. For once in my life I don't want to rush into an adventure completely unprepared. I have a feeling that won't do me any good with the members of the Wizengamot. They'd make mincemeat out of you, she said, absent-mindedly rubbing the scar on my hand with her thumb. Figuratively spoken, of course. She gave me a long, level look. Have you any idea against what you are up to, Harry? I think I'm beginning to get it. I shrugged. As I said, I've started researching the Wizengamot and how it works, but I'm far from finished with that and, I hate to admit it, far from understanding everything. The seats of the Wizengamot are hereditary, Daphne began to lecture. There are 60 of them, representing the 60 wizarding clans that are now known as ancient houses and that ruled be retained before the Ministry for Magic was established. During the centuries, a lot of these clans became extinct or the heir isn't known or still minor. By an ancient decree the Ministry for Magic can take over these seats, as long there is no heir that can prove claim to it or the known heir is not yet 21, and appoint it to a ministry employee. During the centuries, about 50% of the original clans died out. As far as I know, about 20 seats are currently occupied by ministry employees, most of them getting their seat during the Bagnold administration. About 10 of the say ATS were given to wizards or witches who have received an order of Merlin. Of the remaining 30 seats, 15 are occupied by dark families, and the rest are occupied by light or neutral families. Since the seats currently held by ministry employees are appointed for a lifetime, you'd have to find the true heir to the seat or have to prove that the current inhabitant is unworthy to keep the seat any longer. In that case the seat can be revoked by the Wizengamot and given to another house. It has been done in the past as a special reward. I'm impressed. You really know your stuff. She shrugged. Harry, my family has had a seat on the Wizengamot for centuries. I'm the current head of House Greengrass, so I was raised to represent my family on the Wizengamot one day. There isn't much out the workings of the chamber I don't know. I'm going to claim my seat as soon as I'll turn 21 and am finally eligible to take office. I've been informed that in the meantime Minister Shackle Ebold has appointed the seat to Arthur Weasley. I don't mind, my father always said he's a good man. However, to get a majority in support of Minister Shacklebolt's anti-corruption agenda on the Wizengamot, you've got to get rid of quite a number of the ministry-appointed members. Short of presenting the heir to the seat, I don't know how you will do that. But that's the point. I know of at least 6 seats currently inhabited by ministry employees that have to be given back to their houses within the next 3 years, I grinned. 6. She seemed to be surprised by that number. I only know about 2, Longbottom and Bones. You forgot the Potter seat. Ah yes, she nodded. The Potters belong to the ancient houses, but have rarely used their seat. I know of only 2 Potters who did so. Ralston Potter in the 15th century, and Henry Potter back in the 20s. I nodded. I'd found out about them when I finally got access to all my family vaults and assets when I turned 18. You're right. However, very few know that the Potters are also holding the seat of the ancient house of Peverell, I told her, somehow smug, and waited for her reaction. I wasn't disappointed. That's why you're a Parselmouth, she exclaimed. The Peverells are descendants of Salazar Slytherin. But I didn't know of their connection to the Potters. It dates back to the 13th century, I explained. A Potter married the oldest daughter of the last male Peverell then and so became heir to the ancient house of Peverell. My family kept that always under wraps because they didn't like the connection to Slytherin. She laughed. I can see that. But that finally explains why Potters frequently have been sorted into Slytherin over the centuries, much to the dismay of their family. My, Mr. Potter, you are full of surprises. Any more you like to share? I grinned at her. I'm also the head of the ancient houses of Black and Prince. You're kidding, Harry. The Blacks forfeited our seat when the last heir was found guilty of murder by the Wizengamot and was thrown into Azkaban. And the Prince family died out in the 80s without an heir. You're wrong on both accounts. The Black heir was thrown into Azkaban. So much is true, but he never got a trial. Because there was no vote of the Wizengamot, the Black seat couldn't be revoked. I know Minister Bagnold claimed that it had been revoked and gave it to one of her friends, but actually there's no legal ground to that. The last Black died without kids of his own, but he made his godson his heir, who happens to be me. Same goes for the Prince family. The last male heir died around the middle of the 70th. He had one daughter, who died a year before him. They weren't on speaking terms because the daughter married a Muggle. But she'd never been disowned, and her only son became the head of house. He died during the Battle of Hogwarts. Imagine my surprise when the goblins informed me 6 weeks later that he had appointed me as his heir. She gaped at me with an open mouth, reminding me strongly of a fish stranded on dry ground. Close your mouth, Greengrass, or you will catch a fly, I grinned. She glared at me, but shut her mouth with an audible snap. So, you'll be holding 4 seats when you turn 21 and are eligible to claim them. It's legal, of course, but I doubt it has been done ever before, she said when she finally regained the ability of speech. 5, I corrected her, relishing her reaction once more when her head flew up and she stared at me incredulously. 5, she repeated, her eyebrows raised. I'm going to claim the seat of the ancient house of Gaunt by conquest as well as by inheritance, I explained and waited for her reaction with bated breath. She frowned, obvio. USLY trying to figure out my relation with the ancient house of Gaunt. The Gaunts were nutters, she finally stated, not sounding impressed. They were destitute and hired out their seat to the ministry because of that. The last known male heir was Morfin Gaunt. He went into Azkaban because he was accused with murder of a Muggle family. You should think their seat was revoked because of that. I shook my head. No, it wasn't. After all, they were only Muggles. I couldn't keep the bitterness out of my words as I said that. I've looked into the charter of the Wizengamot. A seat can only be revoked if the inhabitant was sentenced to Azkaban for life because of murder of a wizard or witch. I didn't know that, she said. But it makes sense in a twisted sort of way. Of course, you're a pureblood, you'd agree with that. I replied. Damned, she'd been rather decent so far, but what did I expect? She was a pureblood and a Slytherin, she'd agree to any law that supported the pureblood agenda. Her eyes threw sapphire daggers at me. Don't you dare assume anything about me, Potter. You know nothing about me and my family. How dare you accuse my supporting that pureblood nonsense? I almost recoiled from the wrath in her eyes. Sorry. I managed to get out, and it sounded more meekly than I cared to admit. She still glared at me. She didn't talk again until she'd made sure she'd stared me into total submission. Look, I'm really sorry, Daphne. You're right, I shouldn't assume anything about you, I finally said, running my free hand nervously through my hair. My other hand, I now realized, was still held by Daphne, who pressed it rather hard right now. It hurt, but I didn't dare to complain, afraid she'd pull out her wand instead and start throwing hexes at me. Eventually, the wrath in her eyes ebbed away. Good, she said, giving me one last, hard stare. The family doesn't support the pureblood agenda. I won't say we think Muggleborns and Halfbloods are equal, because that would be a lie, we don't. But we welcome them into our society because we know our society needs fresh blood or we'll die out because of inbreeding. Just look what their marriage policy has done. To the old pureblood families like the Blacks or the Gounts. Nutcases, all of them, or almost squibs. Also, our economy needs the Muggleborns. After all, a galleon from a Muggleborn is worth as much as a galleon from a pureblood. That's a rather practical approach, I ventured to reply. Care to tell me why you think yourself above Muggleborns, Daphne? I couldn't hide that I was miffed at her attitude. I don't think myself above them. I said they are not our equal. Sounds the same to me, I grumbled. She shook her head. No, it means that our backgrounds are different. I won't lie, I have reservations against Muggleborns. But that's not because of their blood status, but because of the ignorance they show to our traditions. They come into our world, not knowing anything about us, judge us by the Muggle standards and values they have learned. Most of them never make the effort to get accustomed with our society. Just take Granger and her SPEW. I won't deny her heart was in the right place. But she went about it all wrong. You can't help house elves by setting them free. They'll slowly but surely die if they are not bound to a magical family to draw their strength from. Of course it's a shame that some families treat their house elves worse than dirt. But Lucius Malfoy was the bad exception to the rule. Most of us treat their house elves decently and regard them as family members. Granger never cared to ask about that. She just assumed we were all the same and went on her crusade. She'd talked herself into a passion and was breathing hard when she finished. Her eyes were blazing, and I was glad that this time her ire wasn't directed against me. She had a point, I had to agree. I'd always felt that Hermione was slightly going over the top with spew. Daphne just gave a sound reasoning why. I can see your point, I told her. But if our ignorance irks the purebloods so much, why are there no classes of wizarding culture? After all, there are classes for Muggle studies at Hogwarts. That would be because of the general attitude of the wizard population toward the newcomers. They come into our world and it behoves them to make an effort to learn about us. Just as it behoves us to make an effort to learn about their culture so that we can blend in if we need to. If you really want to learn about wizarding culture, there's a whole section at the Hogwarts library dedicated to that topic. I was baffled. I didn't know that, and it must have shown on my face, because she gave me another icy stare and went on. Of course, most Muggleborns would never dare to venture into that section. Because they are told by non-traditional wizards like the Weasleys, the Longbottoms and the Bones that keeping these traditions is a sign of a Slytherin pureblood and imply that equates to being a dark wizard. On the other hand, it won't keep them from raising their own children at least knowing about the old traditions, if not following them. What's that about being bigoted, My head reeled. She'd given me a lot to think about. But she didn't give me the opportunity to dwell on what I'd just learned. We digressed. Harry, you were about going to tell me why you can claim the Gaunt seat. So, Morfin Gaunt was the last known male heir and he didn't forfeit the seat because of his time in Azkaban. I get the inheritance angle. The Gounts were descendants of the Peverells and by extension of the Slytherins, just like you. You can claim that link, albeit it's a weak one. You'd never know if a heir with a better claim will show up. But I don't get the conquest angle. Morfinn Gaunt had a sister, Merope, who eloped with a muggle and married him. Her father and brother never took the steps to disinherit her. I went on with my story. They were probably too stupid to know about that possibility, inbred as they were, Daphne interjected. Probably. Merope gave birth to a son and died shortly after. Before she died, she named her son after his father and his grandfather. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Daphne gasped again. I'd made Voldemort's real name and his half-blood lineage public knowledge right after the battle. It had caused quite a lot of malice in the wizarding world. Not to mention the ridicule the known Death Eaters and their families had to endure because of that. It made me wonder why Dumbledore hadn't played that card. It would probably have prevented some families from following the monster. That's brilliant, Harry. She breathed, and I puffed my chest and buffed my fingernails at the front of my shirt, which made her giggle. When she looked down, she realized she still held my hand. Turning a deep shade of red, she let it go as if it had caught fire. I had difficulties to suppress a snort, but it would have been mean to embarrass her even more. She stepped away from me and let herself plop down on the sofa in front of me, her legs sticking out over the armrest. The hem of her long skirt rode up, revealing shapely lower legs with smooth skin. She crossed her arms behind her head. That gives you 5 votes on the Wizengamot. You can probably talk Longbottom and Bones into voting along your line, so that's 7 out. Of the 30 currently held by the Ministry, you'll need to strip that fraction of at least 10 more votes to overcome any resistance against your planned anti-corruption campaign, because quite AF. EU of the non-Ministry members of the Wizengamot will oppose you, too, assuming the light and neutral families will follow your vote. I know, I sighed. That's what I'm working on. I try to understand how the Wizengamot works. Especially, how the majorities are formed. If I know that, I can go about campaigning to gain a majority for the changes I want to make. You've got your work cut out, she remarked. I can help you there. I can teach you how the Wizengamot works, everything about the official alliances and the secret alliances behind the stages to get through certain projects. For why? Our anti-corruption legislation you can also count on the Greengrass vote. I've told Dad again and again that the wheeling and dealing in the Ministry is a shame and prevents a sustained economic growth. But he didn't dare to join the opposition because he was afraid of the repercussions from the Death Eater families. Thankfully, you've changed a lot in our world, Harry. As a family, the Greengrasses can only benefit from joining your side. Mind you, I won't guarantee you that I'll see eye to eye with you on every topic, but I'll follow you at least with this one. Our society needs to get kicked into the 20th century. We looked at each other and grinned, both knowing that tonight we'd made huge progress into the direction of a future alliance between the House of Greengrass and the House of Potter. HP, DG. The next day was one of pure holiday bliss, besides the obligatory mail from my board of financial advisors, of course. By now I had resigned to the fact that the extent of the Potter holdings made it necessary that I was always accessible. Mind you, my trustees had done a marvelous job since Grandfather Fleemont died, but they were all too happy to leave the last responsibility to me. It had become considerably warmer, so we had our run before breakfast. I think I'll change to laps in the pool from tomorrow on, Daphne said on our way back to the suite and lifted her ponytail from the nape of her neck. Her skin was damp with perspiration. She had a point there, but I still didn't know how to swim. It didn't take her long to get that bit of information out of me. And before I knew what was happening to me, Daphne announced. All right, Harry. Swimming lessons have just been added to your curriculum. You simply can't miss out such a fun activity when we're going to visit some of the most beautiful beaches on Earth during this cruise. I didn't contradict. First of all, I'd always wanted to learn how to swim, and secondly, a look at her face told me she was channeling McGonagall again. I wondered if she had an idea how cute she looked whenever she raised her chin in determination. The rest of the morning was spent in the usual way. The mail brought a letter from Kingsley to Daphne with a formal apology for Dawlish's conduct. Did you complain to Minister Shacklebolt about that idiot? Daphne asked me, looking up from her letter in surprise. I nod. While I scanned the letter Kingsley had written to me. Yeah, I thought Kingsley should know what's going on in his ministry. She left it at that and I returned to my letter. You're right, Dawlish is an idiot and should be kicked out as soon as possible. But the OR department is dangerously understaffed. The idiot has 2 feet and 2 hands and can relieve the few decent ORs that are left after the war. Kingsley wrote and I sighed. The aftermath of the war and the constant exchange with Kingsley had taught me that things were never as black or white as I'd believed while I was still at Hogwarts. Kingsley was a good man and he really wanted to change things, but his hands were tied. The coffers of the ministry were empty and he had to deal with a for the largest part incapable and inflated administrative organization. Not to mention the strong opposition he still faced on the Wizengamot. The only bright spot was that the Minister for Magic, once elected by the Wizengamot, USU ally stayed in office until he decided to step down. A vote of no confidence, as Fudge had been submitted to, was extremely rare. That gave us time to work on the changes we wanted to make in the background. For the first time of my life I was into something for the long run. This wasn't going to be over by the end of the school year like my former adventures. I needed patience for this, an attribute I wasn't sure I possessed. We went to lunch after that. All hopes that Daphne would be content that I was able to dance the slow waltz and stop the dance class vanished as she led me straight to the dance club after lunch. I gave into the inevitable. An hour later, my feet hurt, but I could now dance the foxtrot. The sunny and balmy weather lured me out onto the veranda. The veranda of our suite really was one of a kind. It encompassed the suite on its whole length and width on 2 sides. The part overlooking the bow of the Princess Isabella was big enough to house 2 deck chairs and a small table as well as a sun island under an awning. The part on the side of the ship was smaller and had only 2 comfortable-looking deck chairs standing there. I was drawn to the big sun island's own caring soul from the house service had already placed a warm blanket there, since the wind still was rather chilly. I entered the sun island and covered myself with the blanket. From here, I saw NLY blue sky dotted with tiny white clouds and the sparkling, deep blue sea. I folded my arms behind my neck, closed my eyes and let my face bathe in the sunshine. You look cozy there, Daphne's voice interrupted my dreams. I hadn't noticed her coming out onto the veranda and laying down on one of the deck chairs. It is cozy, I confirmed. You're welcome to join me. There's room enough for 2 here. I didn't have to tell her twice. The next moment she entered the sun island and slipped under the blanket beside me. This is really comfortable, she said, stretching out on the lush cushions. I opened my eyes just long enough to see she directed her wand at me. With one move, I shot upright, grabbed her hand and forced the wand out of her fingers. Her eyes widened in shock. Harry, what was that for? Her voice sounded hurt. I narrowed my eyes at her. You were pointing your wand at me. I accused her. Why, yes. I was just going to cast a sunscreen charm on you. I thought you probably forgot to cast one. Dad always did and complained about sunburn the next day. My grip around her wrist lessened. I felt really foolish. Sorry, I mumbled and handed her wand back to her. For a moment I thought, oh bugger. Just forget it. She put her hand on my arm. You thought I was going to hex you, didn't you? Her voice was full of understanding, and I nodded sheepishly. Don't worry about it, Harry. I should have known that you'd react like that. After all the time you spent on the run last year, that was only to be expected. I didn't think, so I have to be the one to apologize to you. I'm really sorry that I startled you and brought back bad memories. We looked at each other. The embarrassment I saw on her face mirrored mine, and we both broke into laughter. All right, let's do this right this time, Daphne said. Still chuckling. Do you want me to cast the sunscreen charm on you, Harry? Go ahead, I invited, and she silently performed the charm on me. We settled back into a comfortable silence, both enjoying the sunshine and the warmth. You were wrong yesterday, you know, I finally interrupted the silence. Huh, what are you talking about? Daphne asked. She sounded bewildered. About what you said about Muggleborns and that they should make an effort to fit into the magical world, because wizards and witches make an effort to fit into the Muggle world. The latter isn't true. Wizards and witches don't make that effort. It's half-hearted at the best, I elaborated. But we have Muggle studies and the leaflet the ministry provides about how to behave like Muggles, Daphne objected. I snorted. You must be joking. Have you ever looked into the Muggle Studies textbook? To say it's antiquated is like saying Hagrid is a little on the big side. It's ancient, and I bet it hasn't been edited since the Edwardian era. And if the ministry leaflet is like anything I've seen from our government, it's probably rubbish. I was at the World Cup and I've seen what wizards consider being like a proper Muggle. It was ridiculous. One bloke wore a women's nightgown and insisted it was proper Muggle attire. I've seen Mrs. Weasley going to King's Cross in the middle of the day, wearing an evening dress. I shook my head and looked at her. No, Daphne, wizard and witches don't make an effort to get to know the Muggle world. Tell me, if that's so, why should the blame for not knowing about wizarding culture only be laid at the feet of the Muggleborns? She'd sat up and folded her arms around her knees while she listened to me. Instead of answering my question right away, she asked, "You've given that a lot of thought, didn't you?" An odd smile played around her lips. "Thank you, Harry. As a Slytherin girl, I'm not used to a boy actually listening to me and considering my point of view worthwhile. Hey, I've listened to you when we talked about the Wizengamot and when we discussed what I needed to learn about the wizarding world and pureblood traditions," I protested. "That was different. We spoke about a possible alliance between our houses and we bargained over what you were going to get in return for letting me stay here with you until May," she contradicted. Not giving me the time to answer to that, she went on, "I see your point. In continuation of your reasoning, that means that not only the curriculum for Muggle studies has to be overhauled, but also that a class for wizarding culture needs to be introduced at Hogwarts." I hadn't thought that far. "All right, you're already ahead of me," I chuckled. "You'd need to talk with Headmistress McGonagall about that," she mused. "She has some leeway about the curriculum and can introduce wizarding culture as an extracurricular activity. To make it part of the curriculum, the Wizengamot has to approve. A change of books in Muggle studies should be possible as long as you find a better one that's also ministry approved." "You seem to know an awful lot about that," I remarked. Again, she'd pressed me with her knowledge about the workings of our government. She shrugged. "Dad taught me how to set changes in motion. Since I was still at school back then, he thought it'd be easiest for me to learn how I had to go about a change I wanted to make at Hogwarts. He taught me who was in charge of the different aspects of our education, who held the office in question and how to approach them." Her voice sounded wistful. "You miss him as much as you miss your mother," I stated quietly. She nodded, while a single tear ran down her cheek. She wiped it away in an impatient motion. "Mind you, Dad and I never saw eye to eye about the matters we discussed. I was much too progressive for his taste. He blamed it on Mum's disastrous American upbringing, as he called it, and her bad influence on me. But of course he was only taking the mickey. Though, we had pretty hard arguments, but we loved each other nonetheless." By now, her tears were running freely, and I put my arm around her and let her cry on my shoulder once more. "Sorry, Harry, I resolved after Mum's funeral not to be a leaking hosepipe anymore," she said with a thick voice after she'd cried herself out. I didn't want to tell her. But I knew she was going to cry for both of her parents many times still to come, so I just gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Daphne extricated herself from my arm. "I think it's about time I get ready for dinner," she announced, avoiding my eyes. She slipped off the Sun Island and walked into the living room. "Are we not going to have dinner at the suite?" I called after her. "Nope. We're going to have dinner at the La Gondola. It's time for you to learn how to behave in a posh restaurant. Purebloods go to places like that all the time." I groaned theatrically and was rewarded with a giggle before the bathroom door closed. About an hour later I appeared in the living room, dressed as instructed in a light gray suit with a matching dress shirt, albeit without tie. Daphne looked at me critically. "Savile Row?" she asked, and I nodded. Grandfather Fleemont's portrait had me pointed to his former Muggle tailor. When I first visited the family vault on my 18th birthday, I'd still worn Dudley's cast-offs. 3 months after the battle I wasn't yet in the shape to go shopping. Grandfather Fleemont, whose portrait had been stashed away in the family vault to keep it safe during the First War, had been delighted to see me, but had almost immediately taken offense at my appearance and insisted I had to visit his Muggle tailor and order a complete wardrobe. Happy I'd finally met one of my relatives. Even though only on canvas, I'd complied. But if I had to be honest, it was not really my style, though I still had no idea what my style was. Daphne seemed to share my sentiments. For she wrinkled her nose. It's all right, I guess. A trifle stiff, maybe, but if you're happy with it. I'm not, I interjected, foolishly and much too quick. Daphne cocked her head and regarded me with a gleam in her eyes. I suppose we can do something about that tomorrow, she mused. She looked at me and laughed. Don't give me that deer caught in the wandlight look, Harry. I promise it won't hurt. Says you. I grumbled while I led her out of the suite. The La Gondola was a small Italian restaurant off the main restaurant. The shipping company advertised the fact he had it was under supervision of an Italian chef who'd earned I don't know how many stars in the guide Michelin for his main restaurant. To me that only meant that they probably won't serve pizza. Daphne gave me a reproachful look when I mentioned that after the maitre d' had handed us the menu and retreated discreetly, though the corner of her mouth twitched. Thanks to the many times Aunt Petunia had forced me to cook for the Dursleys, I was able to make head and tail out of the Italian names of the dishes. Aunt Petunia liked to boast with Italian cuisine whenever they had company, so by the time I was 11, I knew the recipes in her Italian cookbook by heart. Daphne and I discussed what to choose, but in the end we went with the recommendations of the maitre d', and were not disappointed. After the meal, we ambled back to the elevators. The 3 bars on deck 4 still were fairly empty. Most passengers were heading to the theater at the bow of the ship where the Daily Show program was going to start soon. I asked Daphne if she wanted to see the show, but she still wasn't in the mood to go out. In the end, we agreed to a short stroll around the promenade deck and headed back to the suite right after. The next morning found us ready to leave the ship at 8 a.m. The Princess Isabella had dropped anchor at Port Everglades while we were still at breakfast in our suite. The port was in an industrial area, but the glimpses we'd caught of the city as the ship maneuvered into Stranahan River were inviting. We'd booked a private airboat tour through the Everglades. As we left the gangway, a car and driver were already waiting for us. The drive wasn't long. Not even an hour later we'd boarded the airboat and put somehow squishy earplugs in our ears. Then we headed out into the Everglades at full speed. Though I had to say the big ventilator behind us made an infernal noise that couldn't be suppressed completely by the earplugs. I wished I could cast a silencing spell. But of course that was impossible with our Muggle tour guide on board. By the suffering look on Daphne's face I could tell she shared my sentiments. Soon after, we reached our destination, and the tour guide curbed the engine. The airboat slowly glided through the swamp, and our tour guide regaled us with facts about this amazing landscape. He pointed out the infamous alligators, swimming handba. Daphne called them jokingly, and the many plants that grew there. What really impressed us were the many magical animals and plants we saw, but of course couldn't talk about them in front of our guide. Daphne swore afterwards she counted at least 4 different species of magical frogs, while I was sure I'd seen an ancient snargaluff in the hammock he showed us. The tour ended with a visit at the guide's house, where we had a breathtaking view from the rooftop deck. We were back in the city around noon. Daphne asked the driver to drop us off near a street called Los Olas Boulevard instead of returning us to the cruise terminal. Again, I had a strange sense of premonition when I realized Los Olas Boulevard was lined by countless little shops and boutiques. Daphne grabbed me by the arm and led me straight to a boutique which sold men's fashion. Daphne, I really don't need any more clothes, I protested. She turned to me and smirked. Of course you do. You've complained just yesterday evening that you don't like your sweets. I didn't complain, I replied, rather hotly. You did not. You did. We were still bickering back and forth when Daphne dragged me into the shop. I'd like to think of myself as slightly better mannered as Ron, so I immediately kept quiet when a sales assistant walked up to us and required after our wishes. My friend here is looking for light summer sweets, with matching shirts. Of course, and maybe a tie or two, Daphne told him with a triumphant side glance at me. Had she been 15 years younger, she'd have her tongue stuck out at me. About an hour later, I had 2 more sweets and half a dozen more shirts in my wardrobe, and about 10,000 quids less on my bank account. Slightly dazed, I followed Daphne out of the shop and into the pizzeria next door. You look pensive, she observed after the waitress brought our drinks and took our orders for pizza. I'm still not used on spending so much money for clothes, and especially not on clothes for me, I admitted. She frowned and looked around. The tables around us were still not occupied, and the other patrons of the pizzeria seemed all to be engaged in conversations. Why's that? Everyone knows that the Potters are loaded. It's common knowledge in pureblood circles that your grandfather hit a goldmine when he became co-founder of that Muggle beauty company, she said in a low voice. Everybody knew. Except I replied, somewhat bitterly, and took a sip of my Coke. I didn't find out before my 18th birthday. If you grew up wearing the cast-offs of your whale of a cousin, it's not easy to get used to designer clothes. She gaped at me, but was prevented from a reply by the waitress who served our pizza. I felt already uncomfortable, having given away a personal detail from my life with the Dursleys, and immersed myself in the delicious pizza in front of me, and pretended to ignore the pensive glances Daphne gave me throughout our meal. At least, she kept silent and wasn't bombarding me with questions, unlike Hermione. After lunch, we still had a couple of hours left until we had to return to the ship. We took a water taxi to the beaches. The beach really was amazing, seemingly stretching for miles in each direction. We kicked off our shoes and walked in the surf, kicking the small waves with our feet like children. I don't remember when I'd felt that carefree for the last time. We were among the last passengers that returned to the Princess Isabella. I had sand in my shoes, and my face burned, a painful reminder that I'd forgotten renew the sunscreen charm Daphne had applied on me before we'd left the suite that morning. But that day was marked in my book as one of the most relaxing times I'd had for ages, in spite of the shopping trip. Daphne had mercy and agreed on having dinner at the suite, so I grabbed a beer from the bar and lounged on the Sun Island. Daphne joined me a few minutes later, also a bottle of beer in her hand. I raised my eyebrows at her. You've got a bad influence on me, Potter, she shrugged and I grinned. We clinked our bottles and watched how the Princess Isabella was slowly maneuvered out of port. It really had been a perfect day. DG. 2 days at sea followed, while the Princess Isabella made her way into the Caribbean. Get up, lazy bones, Daphne called early the next morning. Ubbed my eyes and grabbed for my glasses. Daphne stood in the doorframe, the terrycloth robe draped over her shoulders. Beneath, she wore a modest one-piece swimsuit. The simple cut left no doubts that she had a perfect figure. What a nice way to start the day. Put on your swim trunks and let's get going, she urged. She was exited as a small child at the prospect of swimming. A couple of minutes later we left the suite and headed to the pool. The pool deck was deserted. I yawned. Woman, why did you have to drag me out of bed at this unholy hour of the day? Because you told me the other day you wanted to learn how to swim, Daphne replied. I opened my mouth to contradict, since I was sure these swimming lessons had been her idea, but when I once again saw that McGonagall-esque expression on her face, I shut it quickly. Afraid she'd give me detention. Though it was still early, it was already rather hot. In contrary to that, the water of the pool was cool and refreshing. Daphne showed me the correct movements. And after a surreptitious look around, she pulled her wand out from between her breasts. She grinned as she saw that I blushed like a girl. You've got to tell me where you got that amazing invisible wand holster. She grinned. I want one of those, too. I have to stash away my wand the old-fashioned witch's way. I'm now going to cast the spell on you that my mother used when she taught me how to swim. It will keep you above water while you practice the movements and wear off eventually the better you get. Go ahead, I said, and after another glance around she cast the spell. It really was amazing. I was able to keep up with Daphne while she did her laps in the pool, though I'm certain she looked much more graceful than I. It was obvious that she enjoyed being in the water. You seem to feel at home in the water, I remarked on our way back to the suite. Daphne looked around. When she was sure the hallway was empty, she took my arm and leaned into me. There's this legend in our family grimoire that my mother's family are descendants of a sea nymph. I don't know whether it's true, but fact is my mother loved to swim and loved to visit the seaside, and so do I. We laughed and went to our suite, to shower and dress for our well-earned breakfast. That day, a rather thick package arrived for Daphne through the banishing box. I admit I was curious. But though she looked rather excited when I handed it to her, she didn't say what it was and I didn't want to pry. For the rest of the morning Daphne immersed herself in the stack of papers, oblivious to my curious glances. Any hope I'd harbored that she'd want to return to the papers after lunch was shattered when she dragged me off to the dance club, again. 1 hour later I rested my burning feet on the Sun Island. But at least I could now dance the Viennese waltz. About an hour later Daphne shooed me into the bathroom. "Get ready, Harry, the captain's cocktail is about to start in an hour." I groaned. "Daphne, are you really going to tell me that purebloods are doing cocktail parties?" "Silly, of course they do. About 70% of them are secret alcoholics and they'd talk. Advantage of every opportunity to get a free drink," she said. Her calm face didn't give away if she was just taking the mickey. The cocktail party took place in one of the smaller bars and was for passengers of the World Cruise only. Daphne had persuaded me, or rather demanded of me, that I'd wear one of the new suites. To me, one gray suit looked like the other, but I couldn't deny that there were subtle differences that made this one look much cooler than the one grandfather Fleeman's tailor made for me. Judging by the approving glance Daphne gave me when I took her arm to guide her to the party, she was of the same opinion. We'd barely entered the bar, when the nice American lady we'd met at the gala dinner waved at us. "Daphne, Harry, it's so nice to see you here. I had no idea you'd also booked the World Cruise. Oh, you remember my husband Willie, don't you?" Daphne and I shook hands with the pudgy friendly woman and her unassuming husband and made some small talk while we waited for our turn to shake hands with the captain. Maybe it was because I wasn't a naive schoolboy anymore, maybe it was because of the hilarious stories Alvira told of her and Willie's adventures as lottery millionaires. But I actually enjoyed myself. The next day was spent in the same manner. Again, Daphne pored the whole morning over the papers she'd received yesterday, but she still didn't tell me what she was working on. And I didn't ask. After my daily torture quickstep, I retreated to the Sun Island and worked on my tan, while Daphne turned back to her papers as if drawn by a magnet. She didn't even object when I suggested dinner at the suite to avoid having to wear a suit 2 days in a row. The next morning we arrived at Willemstad, Curaçao. During the cocktail party Alvira had rhapsodized about the shopping facilities the town offered, while Willie smiled indulgently at his wife. Apparently, she and Willie frequently took cruises to the Caribbean and Alvira knew all the best places to shop. Noticing the gleam in Daphne's eyes, I once again had a strong sense of premonition, but when we were asked to book the tours for Willemstad, she'd insisted that I'd chose. Knowing how much she loved to swim, I'd suggested an hour of swimming with dolphins that was offered at the local aquarium. Daphne's eyes had lit up at that, and when the Princess Isabella arrived at Willemstad, she was as excited as a small child about to visit the fair. "Come on, Harry, what are you waiting for?" she asked and took my hand to drag me down the gangway to the waiting taxi. The drive to the aquarium wasn't long. The dolphins were kept in a lagoon next to the aquarium. Daphne again had cast the spell on me that enabled me to stay above water, since I wasn't that confident in my new abilities yet. We got an introduction how to deal with the animals, and then we were allowed to swim next to the gentle creatures. It was an unforgettable experience to be dragged through the water by one of the great mammals. All too soon the fun ended. Daphne and I explored the interesting aquarium, but then took a taxi back to the pier in the old town of Willemstad to grab some lunch. While we drove back, she leaned into me and kissed my cheek. "Thank you, Harry, for choosing this tour. I know you're not that comfortable in the water yet and did it only because you knew I'd enjoy it." I had a wonderful time. Not only because of the dolphins, but also because of my company. Was all I managed to get out while my cheeks went hot. I'm sure my blush could have rivaled any Weasley's. Eloquent as always. Daphne laughed and gave me another peck on the cheek. "Please, never change, Harry." I was saved from an answer by the taxi arriving at our destination. DG. Another day at sea followed. The morning after we arrived at Cartagena, Colombia, we took the bus to the historic center together with the other passengers. The moment I stepped out of the bus, I felt uneasy. There was something off with this place. Daphne stepped beside me and took my arm. From the way she stood as close as possible to me, I could tell that the place also gave her the creeps. Her face was a calm mask of politeness, as always when we were in public, but her eyes darted around, taking in her surroundings and watching out for possible threats, just like mine. We followed the tour guide to the historic center. Daphne still kept close by my side, holding my hand in a death grip. I couldn't blame her. The hairs on my neck raised when we entered the historic district, and I was ready to draw my wand any second. Admittedly, the old town was beautiful. I was not surprised when our tour guide told us that it was a World Heritage Site. It finally hit me when the tour guide told us about the R.O. Le slaves played in the founding of this beautiful place, and the times of the Spanish Inquisition. The old buildings around us simply reeked of dark magic. Finally, the tour was over and we were told we had some time to explore the historic district on our own. Daphne and I shared an uneasy glance. "Do you want to explore?" she asked. I shook my head. "No. This place gives me the creeps. I'll be damned if I venture in one of those narrow alleys. I might be a Gryffindor, but I've had my fill of blood-curdling adventures, thank you very much." She laughed at that and dragged me to one of the small cafes that lined the main square. It was still before lunch, but the temperature was already beyond 25 degrees Celsius, so I wasn't averse to a cool drink under a shady awning. We sipped our cokes and watched the people milling around us. Suddenly, Daphne's eyes grew wide. She touched my arm with her hand. "Harry, look." She motioned to an old woman slowly walking across the square. The woman wore a long robe in a violent pattern of yellow, red and green and a pointed hat made of straw. Everything about her just screamed witch to me, but the tourists and inhabitants of the city didn't spare her another glance. Our attention piqued by the old woman, we soon saw more witches and wizards among the muggles crowding the square. They went on about their business and no muggle gave them as much as a side glance. This must be a place like Godric's Hollow, where wizards and witches live together with muggles, but the latter not knowing about it, Daphne mused as we slowly ambled back to the agreed-upon meeting point to join the rest of our group. We had to walk through one of the narrow alleys. It was lined with low, colorful residential houses. Their shutters were down to keep out the heat. Icy flowers adorned the windows and lined the entrance doors. Bathed in sunshine, the alley was deserted, quiet and peaceful. And yet, the hairs on my back stood up. I let my wand slip in my hand, while my eyes darted around, trying to find out what was so unsettling about my surroundings. Daphne also had her wand in her hand, I noticed. She looked calm, but her eyes darted around, just like mine. Suddenly, 6 wizards apparated in front of us. They wore the violently patterned, colorful robes and pointed straw hats we'd learned to associate with the native magical population. The color of their skin varied from a light yellowish brown to a dark brown, and they all had shaggy black hair. "Give us your galleons or we will kill you," the one I supposed was their leader demanded. The second, I'd heard the cracks of apparition. I'd retreated to a wall and shoved Daphne behind me. "I don't think so," I replied. "If you want my galleons, you have to come and get them." Daphne punched my back, and hissed something that sounded like, "Idiotic Gryffindor," but I didn't turn around. My attention was trained on the 6 thugs in front of me and their wands. I saw the supposed leader raising his wand, but before he could cast a spell, I sent a wide area blasting curse at their feet, causing the street to blow up and throw sand and debris in their eyes. 2 of the thugs were down and didn't move, but 4 were still standing, though their view was obviously capacitated by sand in their eyes. I shot a couple of well-aimed and silent Expelliarmus at them. 3 wands sailed towards me and I caught them with my free hand. At the same time, the 2 wands of the thugs on the ground flew towards us. "Gotcha." Daphne crowed and caught them. Apparently she'd used a silent summoning charm I dealt with the 4 thugs who were still standing. The supposed leader still had his wand in his hand. He glared at me with murder in his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes widened in recognition. "Enrique L. Alfarero," he screamed in a high-pitched voice. It didn't sound like an endearment. He raised his wand again and shouted, "Avada Kedavra." The sickening green light of the killing curse flew toward me as if in slow motion. I froze. I was back again in the forest. The swarthy face of the thug in front of me morphed until it became Voldemort's snake-like face. I knew I was going to die, this time for real. This time, there was no thought of love to comfort me during my last seconds on this earth. I'd lost Ginny. There was nothing left for me that was worth living for. Crack. In the next moment, I found myself in the living room of our suite at the Princess Isabella. A very irate Daphne Greengrass pummeled my chest with her fists. You idiot. You fucking brave Gryffindor. What the hell are you thinking to take on 6 thugs at a time? Next time you get a killing curse thrown at you, move. She was shaking like a leaf and tears poured down her face. I had to admit, I also was shaken and my knees felt like jelly. I put my arms around Daphne to steady myself. She gave me a last hard punch, then threw her arms around me and cried. We both needed a couple of minutes to calm down while we clung to each other for dear life. Then Daphne pulled away and glared at me with bloodshot eyes. Thank you, Daphne. You saved my life out there, I said. My voice was thick. Don't you forget it, Potter. She hissed. Then her face became soft. Harry, what in Merlin's name happened to you? You practically froze. I hugged her a last time and then let her go. I have no idea. When that killing curse hurtled towards me, I broke off. The memory made me break out in cold sweat. After a pause I tried again. I was suddenly back in the forest, you know. Her eyes had never left my face. You mean, when you've gone to Voldemort during the Battle of Hogwarts? I nodded. Suddenly, I felt the urge to tell her everything. But not now. The Muggles waited for us to return to the bus. Maybe tonight. Aloud I said, we have to get back. The Muggles will have kittens if they discover that we managed to return to the ship without passing their security checks. All right, she gulped. Just a minute. It wouldn't do for the Muggles to see that I've bawled my eyes out. But we will talk about this, Harry. With that she disappeared in the bathroom and returned a minute later, her face immaculate. 15 minutes later we sat in the bus that brought us back to the ship. We'd apparated behind a row of rubbish containers and were the last to come back to the bus. That had of course led to a lot of teasing from the older couples who seemed to make up the majority of the passengers, that young people were never able to be on time. Still, like on autopilot, we followed our group to lunch. Though neither Daphne nor I managed to eat much, and took the first opportunity to excuse ourselves. We were both emotionally exhausted when we were back in the suite and slumped down on the sofa. Daphne reached for my hand. Do you want to talk, Harry? Oddly enough, I wanted. Yeah, I took a deep breath. Tom Riddle, also known as Voldemort, was afraid to die. He took certain precautions to make sure to anchor his soul to this world. That's what I said during the interview I gave on the wireless after the battle. Everyone who was in the Great Hall before Voldemort fell, heard me telling he made Horcruxes to prevent himself from dying. She nodded. I remember you used a strange word I've never heard before and that he seemed to become agitated, and then he threw the killing curse at you. She shuddered and pressed my hand. I forgot all about it after I returned home. Her voice faltered. Well, you had enough on your plate then, I replied. I'm not so conceited to think you should have paid my words more attention. In fact, most people who were there didn't understand what I was talking about. Which was lucky, because Kingsley doesn't want to become Horcruxes public knowledge. In fact, there are only 4 people I told about this: Ron and Hermione, Kingsley and Ginny. If she noticed me hesitating before I said Ginny's name, she didn't recommend on it. A Horcrux is a soul container. An item prepared with dark magic to keep a part of the soul safe. You'd have to commit a murder first to split your soul into 2 halves. Daphne paled. That's horrible. And Voldemort made one of this. I shook my head. He made 6, at least 6 that he knew of. He wanted to split his soul into 7 pieces, because he considered 7 to be the most powerful magical number. Her eyes went wide with horror and her face had a slightly green hue. 6 Horcruxes. He must have been mad. I don't know about Voldemort as a young man, but during the last year he was certainly unbalanced and had no control over his emotions, I agreed. When he came to murder me on Halloween 1981, he'd already made 5 Horcruxes, and that had changed his appearance. He looked more like a snake than a human, even back then. Dumbledore theorized that with each time he made a Horcrux, he tore the remaining part of his soul into halves. This means that he had only about 3% of High's original soul left when he came to kill me. Daphne gasped. I think I know where this is going to go, she interrupted me. When he tried to kill you, something went wrong and the curse backfired at him. He couldn't die because of his Horcruxes, but his soul was already so unstable that it split again and the tiny piece of his soul latched onto you. That's how you got your famous scar. Oh Harry. Her face crumpled and she launched into me. It took her some time to regain her composure. I was thankful for the reprieve. The last person I'd told that tidbit of information was Ginny. Shish. Certainly hadn't launched herself into me. Quite the contrary, she'd become rigid with horror and recoiled from me. Daphne pulled away from me. She raised her hand and her fingertips touched the barely visible line on my forehead. He's dead, so you must have got rid of him. Your scar also looks different like it did during our school days. What? An expression of horror and comprehension appeared on her face. She gasped. Her fingertips still lingered on my scar. Oh no, she breathed. I found out about that piece of Voldemort in my scar during the battle. The only way to get rid of it and make sure that Voldemort could be finished off this time, was to let him kill me. Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other one survives, the prophecy said. So I went to him. He and his minions were in the Forbidden Forest. I let him cast the killing curse on me. My last thought before the curse hit me was Ginny, the way her lips felt on mine and the way she used to look at me. My voice sounded oddly detached, as if it didn't belong to me. The same Ginny who vomited when I told her that I'd had a piece of Voldemort inside of me and who couldn't bear to touch me ever after. I took a deep breath. When that thug started to scream at us, his voice reminded me of Voldemort's. Then he cast the killing curse at me, and I froze. I was suddenly back in the Forbidden Forest and it was Voldemort who cast the curse. This time I knew I was going to die, but there was no loving memory to make it easier. Ginny made pretty clear that she abhors me. My sight became blurry. I was vaguely aware that Daphne pulled my head onto her shoulder and rocked me gently. For the first time since I could remember, I cried. HPDG. I woke up to the gray light of dawn. My head lay on a soft cushion that moved up and down ever so slightly, and I was cuddled up to a warm body. Opening my eyes, the first thing I got was a prime row view of Daphne's breasts, which I currently used as a pillow. I felt how the heat rushed into my cheeks and I hastily sat up, thus waking Daphne. Her eyes fluttered open. Good morning, she smiled at me. Good morning, I replied. I was sure I looked like a beacon with my flaming cheeks. I ran a hand through my hair. Look, Daphne, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to fall asleep on you. She laughed and sat up beside me. Don't worry about that, Harry. I'm just returning the favor. After all, I fell asleep on you twice. Still feeling extremely embarrassed, I put my arms around her and hugged her to me. Thank you, Daphne, for being there and listening. That's what friends are for, she replied and stood up and walked into the bathroom. I couldn't put my finger on it, but somehow my relationship with her had changed since yesterday. I'd taken her in out of a sense of obligation and pity to a former classmate. Becoming fast friends with her was not on my agenda, and yet we did. I took care of her, because she had no one else in her life and obviously needed someone to be there for her. Hermione probably would blame it on my saving people thing. I didn't care, it had been the right thing to do. Yesterday's events, however, had turned the tables. She'd saved my life, and then she'd been there to listen and to comfort me when I needed it. Not once through my story she'd judged me. That was a new experience for me. Ron had never been one to turn to. Seeing me bawl like an infant would have made him extremely uncomfortable. Hermione was definitely better and always willing to listen, but she'd never been able to respect my boundaries and made me more than once feel like a child in front of a teacher. Ginny hadn't even come that far. She'd chickened out the first time I'd needed her. I shook my head. What were the odds that Daphne Greengrass, of all people, would become the only one I felt comfortable talking to about the demons that haunted me? She listened, she asked questions, but she never prodded when she sensed that I didn't want to talk. Daphne came out of the bathroom, and I got ready for the day. The Princess Isabella was waiting in the roadstead for permission to enter the Gatton Locks, the beginning of our passage through the Panama Canal. I'd learned about this masterpiece of engineering in primary school and couldn't barely contain my excitement at the prospect to see it with my own eyes. So, I walked out onto the veranda as soon as I was ready for the day. The captain just announced over the loudspeaker system that the pilot who'd guide us through the canal had arrived on board. Minutes later, the Princess Isabella started to move again. Let's have breakfast here, Daphne suggested with an amused smile. I didn't contradict. The veranda of our suite gave us a prime view we'd hardly find anywhere else on board. We reached the Gatton locks when we were having breakfast. Daphne snorted when I picked up my cup of tea and a buttered toast and went out on the veranda. However, she followed only seconds later, with her own cup of tea and toast in her hands. Watching how the Princess Isabella was maneuvered into the lock by locomotives was fascinating. We had to pass 3 chambers to be lifted up to the level of Lake Gatton. The ship traffic on that artificial lake reminded me somehow of the London rush hour. The suite came with a pair of binoculars, another of the many extras. Daphne and I took turns and scanned the jungle that lined the lake down to the shores for signs of wildlife. Daphne saw a family of monkeys, but they'd already disappeared behind the trees before she could give the binoculars back to me. It was I who saw the big alligator on the log of a dead tree in the water. The beast sat there, its jaw open and showing off impressive rows of sharp teeth. "Wow!" I exclaimed and handed the binocular to Daphne. "Where is it? I can't find it," she complained, holding the binoculars to her eyes. I stepped behind her and reached with both hands around her shoulders and took the binoculars to guide her, and she leaned back into me. "You make a very comfortable backrest," she giggled. "Ah, there, go it." "Thanks, Harry." "You're welcome," I replied. She handed the binoculars back to me, but stayed leaned against me. We kept trading the binoculars back and forth until it was time for lunch. After lunch, Daphne made herself comfortable on the Sun Island with her VIP's very important papers, as I dubbed them, while I kept watching the passage. Every now and then she'd look up when I pointed out interesting sights to her, but I could tell by the way her eyes darted back to her papers that she was only doing it to humor me. Finally, the Princess Isabella passed the Bridge of the Americas and sailed into the Pacific Ocean, and I left my post at the railing and joined Daphne on the Sun Island. She looked at her wristwatch and exclaimed in amazement as she noticed the time. "I'm going to take a shower," she announced and gathered her papers. "Tonight there's going to be a ball, which means formal dress in all restaurants and bars." I groaned and buried my face in the cushions of the Sun Island. HPDG. After that we had 2 lazy days at sea. Well, the first day wasn't that lazy for me. I'd neglected my financial advisors 2 days in a row and they were not happy with me. I spent the whole next morning making up to them by working diligently through their letters and answering them. I'd also had a 2 days reprieve from the dance classes. Actually, I thought I'd put the torture behind me, since I now also knew how to dance the tango. Alas, my hopes were smashed when Daphne dragged me off to the dance club after lunch once again. "You still need to learn Latin dances," she told me with a grin that was much too broad for my taste. In moments like this she couldn't deny that she was a Slytherin to the core. They all just loved to torment me. "I promise you, Harry, this is much more fun as learning to waltz." As usual, she was right. Learning the cha-cha and the jive was much more fun than learning the slow waltz. For the first time I got an inkling why people thought dancing was fun. My feet had a chance to recuperate the day after when we reached Huatulco. With our adventure in Cartagena fresh on our minds, neither Daphne nor I felt especially adventurous, so we took a catamaran cruise along the coast to less frequented bays and spent the day swimming and lazing in the sun. HPDG. The next 2 days we again spent at sea. Daphne holed up with her papers on the Sun Island after our morning swim and breakfast. Mindful of the mood of my financial advisors, I took care to answer their mail before I joined her. I'd always been told that goblins were mean little buggers, but my muggle advisors certainly could give them a run for their money. Free of any obligations for the rest of the day, oddly enough I didn't count the upcoming dance lesson as that, I joined Daphne on the Sun Island. "Care to tell me what's got you so occupied during the last days?" I asked. "Huh?" She startled. Obviously she'd been that immersed in her work that she hadn't noticed me settling down beside her, and I had to repeat my question. "Oh, that," she answered, and then smiled. "You gave me the idea to a research project, Harry. I'm almost done and will definitely talk to you about it when I'm there. Now leave me alone, I've got work to do." She made a shooing motion with her hand, while she gave me an impish grin. Whatever it was she was working on, she wasn't going to tell me yet. Hermione had taught me than to disturb a witch who was working on a project, so I took my leave, but not without gripping theatrically at my heart with my right hand and saying, "You hurt me, Daphne." She laughed at that. "Go for a workout at the gym or watch sports in the bar, Harry, or whatever males find interesting. I'll meet you at the buffet restaurant for lunch, all right." I grumbled, but gave in. While I walked down the hallway to the elevators, I felt somehow abandoned. For almost 3 weeks we'd spent every minute of the day together, and I'd not only got used to her company, but suddenly realized had I enjoyed it immensely and felt not right when she wasn't with me. "If you're going to San Francisco, be sure to wear some flowers in your hair," I sang, while I stood on the veranda of our suite A. ND watched how the Princess Isabella made her way into the Bay of San Francisco. "You're a terrible singer," beside me Daphne remarked. "You ought to come with a silencing charm, like a fooper. And you'd look simply hilarious with flowers in your hair." "Hey, I resent that," I pouted, but nevertheless had to join her laughter. It was a cold, yet sunny morning in late January. We've been told that we were lucky, because obviously fog in the morning was quite a common occurrence in San Francisco, which was also called Fog City by the natives. Thanking the weather gods, we enjoyed the view on the skyline. Immediately after the Princess Isabella had dropped anchor, we entered a bus which took us sightseeing. Our first stop was at the Golden Gate Bridge. I believe you can't say you've been to San Francisco if you don't get your picture taken with the famous bridge in the background. Daphne and I took turns taking photos of each other, and then Elvira offered to take a picture of Daphne and I. "Not so stiff, Harry. Put an arm around Daphne," she commanded. Daphne and I grinned at each other, and I obliged. Ever since the first day we'd met her, Elvira had been on a crusade to get us together. With no luck so far. Of course, we both weren't interested in starting a relationship. Daphne was still in an emotionally fragile state after the losses she'd suffered. Though she hid it well. I could tell by the smudges around her eyes if she'd cried herself to sleep at night. From the Golden Gate Bridge we were taken to Pell Street, where we entered one of the famous cable cars. Climbing the steep hill toward California Street in the historic cars was fun. We had a fantastic view over the bay and were adequately impressed when we passed Lombard Street, the world's crookedest street. However, Daphne didn't enjoy the ride as much as I did. "Muggles are just plain crazy," she whispered, clinging to my arm for dear life. "That's like going straight upward with a firebolt." It was by no means like that. And I laughed. "I'll take you on a ride when we're back home," I whispered back. "Then you'll find out that this is actually quite harmless." She looked at me and visibly shuddered. "No, thank you. I've seen your crazy stunts at school." That made me laugh again. The cable car finally dropped us off near Fisherman's Wharf, and our tour guide ushered us onto a boat that headed to Alcatraz, the infamous prison island in the bay. Visiting the prison buildings was an oppressing experience that had the hairs on my back stand up. There was definitely black magic ingrained into the buildings. I could almost hear the screams of the prisoners, the rattling of the keys of the guards and the bangs of the shutting prison doors. Daphne touched my hand. "Harry, look," she whispered. Behind the bars of a prison cell stood a ghost clad in prison gear, grabbing the bars with both hands and silently screaming. Another ghost glided up to him, this one obviously a prison guard, and silently shouted back. The ghost of the prisoner retreated back into the cell, and the ghost of the guard vanished. We shared a look. "That was impressive," I whispered, covered by the voice of our guide who told the rest of group about the attempted breakouts. "Though I like the Hogwarts ghosts better." "Me too," Daphne replied. These two were scary. We were both glad when we were back on the boat and left the island behind. The guided tour ended with the visit of Azkaban, and Daphne and I left the group to explore Pier 39. It was kind of a tourist trap, but we had fun browsing the various shops and tried clam chowder in sourdough bowls at one of the many eateries. Of course, we didn't miss out visiting the famous sea lions. We were already on our way back to the ship when Daphne suddenly dragged me into a store that sold Western clothes. "I always wanted a pair of original cowboy boots," she exclaimed. We were the only customers, and I resigned to a long time of waiting and sat down in a chair, while Daphne was approaching a female clerk for help. The clerk had her back to us and was putting away shirts. As she heard Daphne's steps behind her, she turned around. She had short and curly brown hair and large hazel eyes that widened in shock as she saw Daphne. Daphne, is it really you? She asked. Daphne startled. Tracy, what are you doing here? No one could tell me where you were after you'd left Baltimore. What about your parents and your brother? Where are they? They are all here as well. We live in a small flat on Ellis Street. The two women stepped towards each other and hugged, though it looked rather stiff to me. Daphne turned around and motioned to me to come to her. Tracy, let me introduce my travel companion, Harry Potter, she said as I stepped beside her. Harry, this is Tracy Davis. We shared a bedroom in the Slytherin dorms. Davis's eyes grew wide as she saw me. Potter, I almost wouldn't have recognized you. Where are your baggy rags? Had Daphne sense enough to buy you decent clothes? And had you finally sense enough to tell the ministry and the prophet to shove it and ran away from your alleged destiny? Ah yes, the Slytherin charm in full force. However, this wasn't school and I wasn't the awkward 16-year-old she remembered anymore. I was about to answer her barrage of questions when Daphne stepped in. Tracy, how could you? That was incredible rude. Her cheeks were pink and her eyes shot blue daggers. I put a hand on her arm. It's all right, Daphne. She harumphed, but relented, and I turned to Davis. To answer your questions, in the dustbin. I can buy clothes on my own, thank you very much, and I'm right now on vacation after I've told Voldemort to piss off. As I'd expected, she squealed like a piglet as I mentioned the name. Really? Tracy, get a grip. Daphne smirked. We waited while Davis did a poor imitation of a fish on dry land. Does that mean the Dark Lord is gone? She stuttered. I frowned. In my experience only his sympathizers ever called him the Dark Lord. Everyone else went with Voldemort or you know who, depending on the size of their balls. As dead as a doornail, I confirmed. She gasped. How? Who? Not bad for a Slytherin, given how they always prided themselves for their eloquence. For the how, a simple disarming charm did the trick, though it was technically his own killing curse. And for the who, that happened to be me. That seemed to rob her completely of the ability of speech. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Daphne linked arms with me. I think you broke her. Harry. The doorbell rang and new customers entered the store. That shook Davis out of her frozen state. She sent a charming smile to the new customers. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Then she whispered to Daphne and I, how long do you stay in San Francisco? We'll be leaving tomorrow afternoon, Daphne replied. Will you come to our place tonight at 8 p.m.? My parents would love to see you. You of course, too, Potter. I'm sure they'd like to hear firsthand about your exploits. The sneer she gave me was thoroughly spoilt by her apparent uneasiness. Daphne and I communicated silently. I could see in Daphne's eyes that she wanted to visit with her former roommate, so I nodded imperceptibly. All right, we'll be there, she said to Davis. A sincere smile appeared on Davis' face that made her look really nice. Good. She turned to the counter and wrote something on a small sheet of paper. You'd best take a cab from your hotel, she said and handed the paper to Daphne, who looked at it and then put it into her pocket. See you then, Tracy. Davis nodded her agreement and then turned away from us to meet the new customers, while Daphne guided me out of the shop. We slowly ambled towards the entrance of Pier 39. Didn't you want to buy cowboy boots? I asked her. Daphne shook her head. No, I'm not in the mood for shopping anymore. Meeting Tracy today was like seeing a ghost. It brought back some unpleasant memories of my Hogwarts years. She stayed quiet after that, obviously lost in memories, but didn't let my arm go until we were back in our suite. There she sat down in her usual place on the sofa. I sat down beside her and waited for her to come out of her pensive mood. However, that didn't seem to happen anytime soon, so I finally said, Daphne. She startled and then looked at me. I ran a nervous hand through my hair, not knowing how I should phrase my next question in order not to offend her friend. By the way, Davis talked about Voldemort. Do you think tonight's invitation will be a trap? To my relief, Daphne didn't take immediate offense, but considered my question. I don't think so, she finally answered. Her father is the son of a half-blood and a muggle-born wizard, while her mother is the last member of a side line of my family. She's my third cousin, once removed, while Tracy and I are fourth cousins. The Davis don't belong to the ancient families. They are what the ministry considers as new purebloods, because they all descend from a magical mother and a magical father. In pureblood circles, however, they are still considered as halfbloods. According to the more liberal intended purebloods, you have to descend from 4 consecutive generations of magical people to be considered a pureblood. The hardliners like the Malfoys or the Knots even demand 7 consecutive generations of solely magical ancestors. She paused and put a strand of her hair behind her ear with her fingers. The DAV are a middle-class family and not very wealthy. Tracy's parents don't care about pureblood supremacy, I'm sure. Tracy, however, always wanted to belong to the wealthy pureblood circles from the day on we entered Hogwarts. She kept her half-blood descent a secret. I can't blame her on that. Half-bloods were treated like dirt in Slytherin. She always talked as if she was supporting Voldemort's views on Muggleborns and half-bloods. Because she wanted to suck up to the purebloods in our house, especially to the male ones, if you get my drift. But I can't see her to act on these beliefs. All right, she's your friend. So I trust you to know her, I said. Daphne winced. I won't call her my friend. We are cousins and got along well enough as roommates, but we were never close. She used the relations to me as a ticket to the pureblood circles. I used her to watch my back. You can say we had a silent agreement that was of mutual benefit. To watch your back. Did you really have to be on guard against your housemates? Oh yeah, she nodded with a grim smile. You have to bear in mind that most pureblood males consider their wives and daughters as an article of merchandise. They are sold off to the highest bidder for political or financial gain, and that's not always in marriage. Because of that, almost every Slytherin male thought he was entitled to take advantage of any girl that got his fancy. There were also those who thought I ought to be taught a lesson because I did not always behave as is expected of a pureblood girl. I've fought off sexual harassment since I was 12. I'm sorry, Daphne. I had no idea it was like that in Slytherin. I balled my fists. Neither Dumbledore nor Snape had ever reigned in the Slytherins, thus tolerating their open bullying of other houses, especially Gryffindor. I'd had no idea that the bullying continued within their own house. They always had presented an united front. You look like murder, Harry, Daphne observed. There's no need for that, really. I survived. There's a reason why I'm called the Ice Queen, you know. She gave me a mischievous grin. I might have failed my defense owls, but I'm not completely defenseless. I felt how the tension left my body and I returned her smile. Good for you, though I'm afraid to ask what you did to them. Her grin became feral. I won't tell you, anyway, Harry. A girl has to keep her secrets. DG. We had an early dinner at a restaurant on the Embarcadero. From there we took a cab to Ellis Street. Daphne gave me a worried glance and took my hand as we got out of the cab. In front of the building where the Davis lived. Though we were not that far from Union Square and the main part of the city, this neighborhood had a distinct unsavory feeling to it. The streets meant to be cluttered with more litter than in the tourist areas. Also, the people that walked on the streets weren't that well dressed. Quite a lot looked downright shady and reminded me of Mundungus Fletcher, Merlin kick his sorry ass. The house where the Davis lived in had a liquor store on the first floor. The stores to the left and right were empty and boarded up. We rang the doorbell and waited until the door opened. Inside, it didn't get better. The stairway could have used a good cleaning. A faint whiff of urine hung in the air, and Daphne gagged. The Davis lived on the 4th floor. A woman with short, ash-blonde hair opened the door. She had a pleasant face that looked as if she laughed often, and friendly gray eyes, which lit up as she saw Daphne. Daphne, she cried and pulled her in her arms. Cousin Melissa, I'm so happy to see you. Daphne said. Melissa Davis hugged her again. Then she threw a questioning glance at me. Oh, excuse me, Cousin Melissa. This is Harry Potter, my travel companion. Melissa Davis's eyes went wide, and like most people, her eyes searched for my scar when we shook hands. Mr. Potter, it's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, Mrs. Davis. But please, call me Harry. Then you must call me Melissa, she replied. She took our coats and ushered us in a small living room. Davis sat on the sofa, reading a magazine. A middle-aged man with graying WN curls and a boy who looked like a much younger and male version of Melissa, played wizard chess at the small dining table that occupied one side of the room. At the sight of Daphne, the young boy of maybe 11 years sprang up, overthrowing the chessboard. The tiny pieces screamed bloody murder, but he paid no heed. He ran to Daphne and threw himself in her arms. She caught him and whirled him around, and then gave him a rib-cracking hug. "Matt, I swear, you've grown 10 inches since I last saw you. Let me go, Daphne. I can't breathe," he protested. Daphne laughed and let him out of her arms, but ruffled his hair a last time before she stepped back. "Hey," he protested, but still laughed. The middle-aged man, who had to be Davis' father, had in the meantime left the table and come to us. Now it was his turn to greet Daphne. And he did it just as warmly as his wife and his son. He pulled her in his arms. "Daphne, it's so good to see you again." Daphne returned his hug. "Cousin Matthew." Melissa stepped beside us. "Matthew, this is Harry Potter, Daphne's travel companion. Harry, this is my husband Matthew Davis." "Mr. Potter." "Harry," I corrected. "Call me Matthew, please," he replied, and we shook hands. Melissa then introduced her son Matthew Jr., or Matt, as he was called by everyone. The eyes of the boy grew wide and a look of admiration appeared in his face. "The Harry Potter," I snorted. It was impossible to become exasperated in the face of his juvenile hero worship. "The one and only," I quipped. "Wow." He sounded odd. Then he turned to Daphne. "How did you land him, cousin?" "Matt." "Daphne." Melissa and Davis shouted unison. He grinned at me, unimpressed, and I winked. "I'm sure you know my daughter Tracy, Harry." Melissa tried to distract from Daphne. "Duh." Penny's cheeks had become pink with mortification, while she glared daggers at her little cousin, who smirked in return. I played along. "Yes, of course. We've been together in potions since first year. And in magical creations since third year." Since she made no move to shake my hand, I gave her a polite nod. "Davis. Potter," she replied in kind. "Huh, why so formal?" Melissa asked, while she motioned us to sit down. "Old habits die hard," I replied, while I sat down next to Daphne on the sofa. Davis took a seat at her other side. "Blame it on the house rivalry. Gryffindors and Slytherins never get along. Though, there seems to be the exception to the rule." She gave Daphne and I a curious side glance. Melissa frowned at her daughter and offered refreshments. Then she sat down in an armchair opposite of her husband. Matt simply sat down on the carpet and beamed at us. "How are your parents, Daphne?" Melissa began in an ill-fated attempt of small talk. Daphne froze. Her face became an expressionless mask. She grasped at my hand and looked at me, her eyes betraying her pain. Her strange reaction made the Davises realize that something was amiss. "Daphne?" Melissa asked. Her voice sounded alarmed. I pressed Daphne's hand. "You need to tell them," I said quietly, and she nodded. She took a deep breath and looked at her cousin. "Dad was killed last May when Death Eaters came to Grenion House. They destroyed the house and tortured Mum into oblivion with the torture curse. I found out after the Battle of Hogwarts. Upon the advice of the healers of St. Mungo's, I went to the USA with Mum for a new treatment. Her condition forbade magical means of travel or travel by a Muggle plane, so I decided to travel on a Muggle cruise ship to New York. On her first night on board, Mum had an enormous bout of accidental magic that killed her immediately." The Davis gasped. "Oh Daphne, I'm so sorry." Melissa cried, while Davis put an arm around Daphne's shoulder. She had tears in her eyes. So she wasn't as callous as she appeared to be on first sight. "Is there anything we can do to help you?" Matthew asked. He also looked saddened. Daphne gave him a smile. Her eyes were sad, but dry, I noticed. "Thank you, cousin Matthew. Dad was killed 9 months ago. I still miss him terribly, but I've come to grips with his death. Mum died not quite 4 weeks ago. It's still very fresh, but I'm learning to deal with it. Harry was an immense help. I don't know what I'd have done without him." She smiled at me and gave my hand an affectionate squeeze. "I see," Matthew replied. He assessed me with a rather cold look. I didn't know there were relations of any kind between the House of Greengrass and the House of Potter. Something in his voice made my hackles stand up, and I stiffened. Daphne pressed my hand lightly. Meanwhile, I knew her well enough to understand the warning, so I left the talking to her. "There weren't any," she replied. "Harry just happened to have booked the adjoining suite. I even didn't know that he was also on board. Mum's bout of accidental magic knocked me unconscious. When Harry realized what had happened, he rushed to our suite to help. I was in a state of shock and not of much use for a couple of days. Harry dealt with the Muggle authorities and the Ministry of Magic, and he also offered me to stay in the living room of his suite, so I didn't have to stay alone in the place where Mum died. We became friends during the days until we reached New York. Harry was by my side when I buried Mum next to her parents in Salem. Her voice faltered and she had to wipe away a tear. I rubbed her back and she smiled at me in return. I had no place to go to. Last thing I heard of you was that you'd left Baltimore and no one at the ministry could tell me where you'd gone to after that. When Harry offered me to stay with him for the rest of his planned world cruise and tutor him in wizard culture, I accepted. Davis let out a snort. Finally go it, Potter. It's a shame how little you always seem to know about your heritage. The friends you chose certainly weren't the role models you needed in that department. Tracy. Melissa hissed. I raised a hand to placate her. You're right, Davis. After the war one found out that quite a lot of things were not as I was made to believe. I had to take on a lot of responsibilities I'd never thought of befalling me. I've still got to learn a lot. And I have to learn it quick. I'm lucky that Daphne agreed to help me with that. Davis looked as if she was about to deliver another scathing remark, but was interrupted by her mother. Actually, you went about that in a very traditional manner, Harry. Until today it's common for male offspring of pureblood families to take the grand tour which leads them through the European capitals and the most important magical places. Usually, they have a male tutor with them who teaches them about social customs and advanced magic before they return home and start a mastery or, in case of the heir presumptive, are taught how to manage the family estate. However, it's certainly unusual that you travel on a Muggle cruise ship and have a female tutor traveling with you. Her husband looked as if he wholeheartedly agreed to the latter statement, and Davis looked as if she'd smelled something unpleasant. We were saved by Matt. I think it's cool, he exclaimed. Matthew laughed and ruffled his hair. And what would you know about that, mister? Then he turned to Daphne. Anything he obviously wanted to add to that topic died on his lips as he noticed the glare she gave him. For the second time since I'd met her on the Princess Isabella, Daphne adopted her pureblood head of house persona. Her face was polite, yet impassive, and the message her eyes sent was unmistakable. You have no right to tell me what to do. I swear her magic flared, emphasizing her point. It was impressive. She had to teach me that. It certainly would come in handy the next time I had to deal with Mrs. Weasley and her meddling. Matthew faltered under her glare. In an obvious attempt to change the topic, he asked, Harry, when Tracy came home tonight she said you claimed to have killed you-know-who. Is that true? You see, I brought my family to Baltimore right after he was spotted in the Ministry for Magic, because I knew we'd be killed for besmirching the bloodline one of the sacred 28 pureblood houses with my Muggle blood. I was an unspeakable and managed to secure a job with a magical research company in Baltimore. However, we had to flee soon after. Because Death Eaters turned up to recruit Americans, and we didn't feel safe anymore. We left the magical world and went to San Francisco. Money has been tight since then, that's why we have to live in this part of town. We had no contact to the magical world, so I have to ask you, is it true? Is it really over? And most important, is it safe to return to England? I'd known we'd come to this point ever since Davis asked us that afternoon to visit with her family. So, I was prepared to answer Matthew's questions. Yes, Voldemort is dead, I began, but was interrupted by their cries of fear. Oddly enough, only Matt stayed calm. Get a grip, he admonished his family. It's only a name. I smiled at him, and he grinned back. The more I saw of the little rascal, the more I liked him. Matt's right, I affirmed. His real name was Tom Riddle, so call him that if you can't stomach Voldemort. They flinched again, but I ignored that and went on with my story. He'd anchored his soul to his world by using dark magic and a couple of artifacts. Because of that, he couldn't really die. As soon as we'd destroyed all of the artifacts, he was mortal like any of us. Who finished him off? Matthew asked. Technically, he himself. I replied. His own killing curse backfired onto him. Daphne didn't want to have any of that. It was Harry, of course, she interrupted before any of the Davises could ask another question. You should have seen them. He and Voldemort circled around each other, and Harry told him that all of his artifacts were gone and that he was mortal. Of course, Voldemort didn't believe him. He got angry and cast the killing curse at him. Harry was ever so calm and cast the disarming spell at the same moment. Voldemort's own wand turned against him, and his own killing curse backfired on him. The next moment he keeled over and was dead, just like that. She snapped her fingers. Matthew gave me a long look. I think there's much more to this story than you care to tell us, Harry. But I guess it's strictly confidential information, isn't it? I nodded to that. As a former unspeakable, Matthew probably would have an idea how horrible the things were Voldemort had done to secure his immortality. So, you're the hero of the magical world once again, Potter, because you single-handedly killed the Dark Lord. Do you expect us to get on our knees and hail our savior? Davis sneered. Tracy, her family and Daphne shouted. However, she was not impressed by that. Her eyes dared me to turn into the moron I'd been during my Hogwarts days whenever Malfoy baited me. I wasn't intended to oblige her. Of course not, Davis. If you'd used your brain, you'd have realized that no one in their right mind could take on a wizard as knowledgeable and powerful as Voldemort on their own, I replied in kind. And was rewarded with a gleeful snigger from Matt. I winked at him and went on. I had a lot of help from many different people. Dumbledore found out what he'd want to anchor himself to this world and which artifacts he'd used. He also destroyed one of the artifacts. Hermione and Ron went on the run with me after our 6th year and helped me find the artifacts that were not yet destroyed. Hermione, Ron and Neville Longbottom each destroyed one of the artifacts. Not to mention the part my mother and Voldemort himself played in making me the only one who could kill him in the end. I also won't forget Severus Snape, who saved my life more than once and who spied on Voldemort and gave me the crucial information I needed to finish him off. That silenced her. Shows again that everyone has an Achilles heel, even Voldemort, Matthew remarked. He looked sick. I think I have an idea what he did to endure his immortality, Harry. What worries me is that you mentioned artifacts, as in more than one. The way he chose his words told me that Matthew knew exactly what I'd talked about. Can you tell me how many there were? He asked. The number had never been a secret. Just the contrary. Kingsley had used it as a method to drive home how dangerous the means were Tom had used to secure his immortality, considering that he was more snake than human in the end. There were 6 of them. 7, if you also count the one he made involuntarily as he came to kill me when I was an infant, I replied. 6. Matthew yelled. That's madness. But wait, you said there was also an unintentional one, and he's dead. He stared at me. Merlin, I think I'm going to be sick. He bolted out of the room. His family looked after him, not understanding what had him that agitated. Daphne had tears in her eyes. He knows, doesn't he? She whispered at me. It seems so, I whispered back. He's an unspeakable, after all, so I wouldn't be surprised if he knows. I nudged her gently with my shoulder. Hey, it's over. There's no need anymore to cry about it. She snorted at that, though it sounded rather watery. We were interrupted by Melissa, who'd recovered enough from her husband's strange behavior to ask Daphne a question. Daphne, when you described how Harry killed Volume, you know who, it sounded as if you've been there. Yes, I was, Daphne affirmed. It happened on May the 2nd in the Great Hall of Hogwarts at sunrise. Harry and his friends had come the night before. Harry said that Voldemort was going to come. The castle was getting ready for a fight. McGonagall evacuated the younger students and everyone who didn't wish to fight. All Slytherins opted to leave the castle. Actually, I didn't want to. I wanted to see the monster gone, but as a good Slytherin you weighed your options and decided to play along with your house and return in secret, so that you'd still be able to join the winning side when everything was over, I interrupted her. Why, yes, she admitted, and actually sounded embarrassed. I laughed. No need to be embarrassed, Daphne. Eventually I learned to appreciate the Slytherin way of thinking. She joined my laughter, while Davis gave me a look as if I'd grown another head. Daphne snorted as she continued, obviously I was not the only one who thought that way, because Nott and Zabini also returned and joined the fight. What? Theo fought Voldemort? Davis exclaimed. Yeah, I also was surprised, Daphne agreed. Davis leaned back in her seat. She looked as if Daphne had just given her a lot to think about. Daphne regarded her with a knowing smile. What? Matt began, but he was interrupted by his father, who returned to the living room. carrying a tablet with a bottle of whiskey and 5 glasses in his hands. "I think we need something stronger as Coke after what Harry told us," he announced while he poured the whiskey. Daphne and I nodded to that, while the expressions of his wife, daughter and son betrayed that they didn't know what he was talking about. "I'll explain later," he said to his wife and raised his glass. "To freedom, freedom," we echoed and also raised our glasses. Even Davis looked as if she meant it. We downed the whiskey. "So, Harry, is it safe to return to England?" Matthew asked as he put his glass on the table. "That depends on if the Death Eaters still have an old score to settle with you," I replied. "Quite a lot of them escaped after the battle and are still on the run. There are also numerous snatchers still not counted for, not to mention the many ordinary wizards and witches who were supporters, but haven't taken the dark mark or haven't been found out. Each and every one of them poses a threat. That's the reason why I've been living under a Fidelius charm ever since the end of the war, and so have my friends. I hardly ever venture into the wizarding world, but spend most of my time in the Muggle world, and even there I'm constantly on my guard." Matthew looked taken aback. Apparently he hadn't thought of the repercussions of the war. "What about the ministry?" he asked. "Aren't they doing anything? I suppose we have a new minister for magic, don't we?" I nodded. "Kingsley Shacklebolt. He's a good man, but he can do only so much without money and an administration in a Wizengamot that still rely heavily on their old inside relationships." "The Auror?" Matthew asked with a thoughtful nod. "I've heard about him. He's got the reputation not to be afraid to do what needs to be done. After what you said about Fudge and Scrimgeour, he seems to be just the man we need to get out of the chaos Voldemort left in his wake." "That's true," Daphne added her 2 nuts. "And I hope that Harry and I will be able to help him there." That earned her a round of raised brows from Melissa, Matthew and especially Davis. However, she wasn't fazed at all and just smiled at them sweetly. "Well, the Death Eaters never focused on us," Matthew mused. "We left England as a precaution, because sooner or later they'd have come after us. That means returning home should be safe enough. What do you think, dear?" he asked his wife. Melissa nodded. "I agree." She turned to Daphne and I. "When will you be back in England?" "The Princess Isabella arrives at Southampton on May 1st, Daphne replied. "Then we ought to be back no later than by the beginning of April," Melissa told her husband decidedly. Davis smirked at Daphne, and Daphne's cheeks turned slightly pink. Her eyes gleamed dangerously and she raised her chin, but didn't say anything. Again, Matt saved the awkward moment. "Brilliant. I'll be attending Hogwarts in September." He pumped his fist into the air and added a jig for good measure. Melissa looked at her son, a mix of motherly pride and comical despair on her face. "Poor old Hogwarts will not know what had hit her," she smiled. "Somehow I doubt Matt will be a Ravenclaw like his father or a Slytherin, like I." "No. That boy surely has Gryffindor written all over him," I agreed, watching the boy who was still dancing through the living room. "May Merlin help us all," Davis groaned, and Daphne and I couldn't help sharing a gleeful grin. "HPDG. Arg, I can't believe the nerve of her." Daphne ranted as soon as we were back in our suite. We had left the Davises soon after our talk about their return to England. They and Daphne promised to keep in touch until then by the use of my Gringotts banishing box. I'd apparated us to the backyard of the restaurant where we had dinner before we met the Davis. Not wanting to walk through that unsavory part of town in search of a cab, since the Davis didn't have a telephone, I leaned against the doorjamb and watched Daphne's tantrum. That was a new side of her. Normally, she kept her countenance, even when she was angry. She might hiss and growl and glare, but she never ranted. "Care to tell me what this is about?" I asked. She gave me a sharp look. "Harry James Potter. Don't act all clueless Gryffindor on me. I know that you understood exactly what my relatives implied as they told you how unusual your travel arrangements are and why they think it necessary to be back in England before I come home." I gave her a rueful grin while I went to the bar and took out the bottle of whiskey. "Unfortunately, I do," I admitted and showed her the bottle. She nodded. "Make it a big one," she said, obviously still miffed. I poured the liquor into 2 glasses and then stepped beside Daphne. She stood in front of the window and looked at the nightly silhouette of San Francisco. It was a beautiful sight, with all the lights, but the deep frown that marred her face showed that she was still angry about the behavior of her relatives. Handing the glass to her, I said, "They are only looking out for you, Daphne. You can't blame them for that. Our travel arrangements surely must seem scandalous to traditional wizards. I should have thought of that before and never have asked you to stay with me." She whirled around. "Are you telling me that I should leave?" I shook my head. "No, I leave that decision up to you. You're a grown-up woman and head of your house. You deserve to make your own decisions." In fact, I'd been terrified she'd tell me that she couldn't continue traveling with me ever since we'd left the Davises, but of course I couldn't. Hold her back if staying with me meant endangering her reputation within her own social circle. Her face lit up while I talked and the deep frown vanished. She leaned into me and kissed my cheek. "Thank you, Harry. I'd hoped that you'd say that." Then she downed the whiskey with one gulp. "I'll stay," she announced, handing me the glass for a refill. To hell with all the stuck-up purebloods who think a girl ought to be chaperoned until she marries so that she's pure on her wedding day and ought never to be allowed to make her own decisions. I'm definitely not looking for a husband among them. So I don't care what they say about me. I didn't even try to hide the broad smile that spread over my face at that. DG. We left San Francisco the next afternoon without seeing any of the Davis again. I can't say I was unhappy about that. They seemed to be nice enough people, well, except Davis, but I worried about how they might try to influence Daphne against staying with me. At sea, we immediately resumed our daily routine with sports and fulfilling our obligations to our family holdings in the morning and fun in the afternoon. I'd thought Daphne would let me off the hook once I'd finished the complete course of dance lessons the Princess Isabella offered. However, I had no such luck. I'd forgot the afternoon tea. "That's a good opportunity for you to practice your dancing some more before we go to a ball, Harry," she reasoned. I won't admit it, but of course she was right, once again. So, with much outward grumbling I allowed her to drag me off to the afternoon tea, but he finally made me admit that it was actually fun. Each day Daphne would receive a letter from either Melissa or Davis. She didn't tell me what they wrote, and I wouldn't pry, but by her sour mood after reading the letters I could tell that they still weren't over the matter of Daphne and I traveling together. Who do they think they are? It finally broke out of her on our 4th day at sea. She slammed the letter on the table. I looked up from my own mail. "Are they still giving you a hard time because you're staying with me?" "No, that can be covered up easily, they think, so I'll still be able to catch a pureblood moron after I've returned," she growled and glared at the letter in front of her. "This one is about moving in with them as soon as I'm back, because it's improper for a young witch to live of her own. Almost definitely will not agree to that. I am the head of House Greengrass. Melissa and Tracy have to be deferential to me, not the other way round." "So, it's basically all about Slytherin power play?" I asked. "It's always all about power play among Slytherins," Daphne sighed and began to compose a polite yet scathing answer to her cousin. I returned to my own letter that I also found quite disturbing. I'd forgot about the letter I'd got from Ginny the day after Daphne's mother died and couldn't even remember where I'd put it. Apparently, Ginny thought it necessary to bring herself to my mind and wrote me another one. That was something I could have done without, I thought while I read her letter for a second time. "Dearest Harry," it began, and I winced at that. I had obtained an excellent memory since I got rid of the part of Tom inside of me, and I as sure as hell already hadn't been her dearest anymore 2 weeks before I officially broke up with her and left the borough. "How are you? You're a bad boy for never writing." Was I looking like Padfoot or what? "Mum is ever so worried about you." I snorted. That I'd believe easily. The first positive I discovered about my breakup with Ginny was my escape from Molly Weasley's overprotective clutches. She'd been unbearable before we went on the run, but she got even worse after Fred's death. "It's weird here at Hogwarts without you. I'm missing you. I keep going back to all of our secret places and thinking of the wonderful time we had." I put the letter down. She was right there, we'd had a wonderful time during those 3 weeks after the Quidditch Cup and before Dumbledore's death. While we were on the run, I'd always thought back to that time. It had seemed to be like something out of another life. And the memories of those happy days were the only thing that kept me going. But Ginny had also done a thoroughly job in destroying all the trust I had in her when she turned away from me. After I'd told her about my special connection to Tom. Don't you think it's time to quit moping and come back to me, sweetie? I promise I won't give you a hard time about the things you said to me. T was too soon after the battle and you apparently weren't in your right mind then, so I'll forgive you. She'll forgive me for the things I said. I'd said exactly 2 sentences to her. Look, Ginny, why? Oh, you can't seem to get over the fact that Voldemort made me his unintentional Horcrux. So, let's end it now and try to stay friends, all right? Well, these were probably not the most original lines for a breakup. But surely they weren't mean or hurtful. That is, as long as you didn't consider telling the truth as hurtful. But it got even better. Hermione thinks she can persuade Ron to be your best friend again. But of course you'd first have to apologize to him for the things you did. They must be delusional, all 3 of them. Either that or I'd lived in a parallel universe ever since the battle. The letter continued with a detailed description of the last Quidditch match, many complaints about the workload she had approaching her newts and a lot of gossip about who dated and who broke up. And she concluded her letter with assertions of everlasting love. I folded the letter and put it in my briefcase. Harry, everything all right with you? You look pale, Daphne said. She was right. I felt nauseated after reading Ginny's letter, but I managed to give Daphne a small smile. Thanks, I'm good, Daphne. That letter was a trifle vexing. Daphne left it at that, though she looked doubtful. All right, you know where to find me when you want to talk about it. I had to grin about her choice of words. By now, we were comfortable enough with each other to talk about everything that was bothering us. Maybe not straight away, but we'd come to it eventually. So, Daphne knew it was only a matter of time until I'd tell her about Ginny's letter. It was a new and surprising development, but also a very pleasant one. During the last couple of days I'd told her more about my time with the Dursleys and the many times I felt like a cast out at Hogwarts as I'd ever shared with Ron and Hermione in 7 years, let alone Ginny. In return, she'd told me quite a lot about her lonely time with no friends in Slytherin. We'd made similar experiences, though at different times of our life. What made us understand how the other one clicked. During the following 2 days, however, we put all thoughts of obnoxious family members and ex-girlfriends out of our heads. After 4 days at sea we'd reached the Hawaiian Islands and were both keen to get off the ship and do some exploring. When we got the suggestions for tours on Oahu, Daphne and I didn't have to think twice. We both picked a private surf lesson. You can't go to Waikiki without at least trying to stand on a board, Daphne had said, and I wholeheartedly agreed. We were picked up at the gangway and then drove to Waikiki Beach. Standing on a surfboard looked easier than it was. At the beginning, Daphne and I were more in the water than on the board. Now I know how a shirt in the washing machine feels, I sighed as I emerged out of the surf for the umpteenth time. Daphne laughed at me, and our instructor also showed no mercy. Try again, she advised. You'll get the hang of it, eventually. To be honest, neither Daphne nor I got the hang of it till the end of our lesson, but we'd both got hooked. It's a shame we're already leaving this afternoon, Daphne said as we sat down in the Shorebird Beach Bar for lunch. I wouldn't mind to try this again. Yeah, me too, I agreed, while I perused the menu. After a morning spent mostly underwater, I was famished, so I ordered an Hawaiian Loco Moco. Daphne, mindful of her slim waistline, shook her head at my unhealthy choice and opted for a pineapple and papaya salad with cotton cheese. While we waited for our orders, we watched the many surfers, who all seemed to be much more skilled than Daphne and I, and bet who'd be the next one in the water. We were interrupted by the waitress who served our lunch. We'll have to come back one time and have another lesson, I said, eyeing the strange combination of rice, hamburger patty, fried egg and gravy in front of me. Daphne startled and gave me a rather strange look. I'd like that, she finally smiled at me. HPDG. After another day at Lahaina, Maui, which we spent lazing on the beach, 4 days at sea followed. By now, I'd learned to appreciate the long, relaxing days at sea. It was just what I needed, considering the roller coaster of angst and danger I'd had this time in the previous year, not to mention the lack of food and the constant cold. A canute for your thoughts, Daphne said as she entered tea. He sun island beside me and handed me a cold Coke. Do you think they're worth that much? I replied and took the bottle from her. That depends, she grinned and daintily sipped out of her bottle. I really had corrupted her. On what? I probed. Whether I'll keep them to myself or will sell them to Rita Skeeter. I'd make a fortune, you know. I regarded her with a smile and stated, you'd never do that. The grin vanished from her face and was replaced with a curious expression. What makes you think that? You barely know me. That made me snort. Daphne, we've lived together for 5 weeks now and spent almost every minute of the day together. I'd say we know each other pretty well by now. I know you're fiercely loyal to those you care for. You've shown it in the way you took care of your mother. And you've also shown it that day in Cartagena. Do you think I don't know that your first instinctive reaction when those thugs apparated in front of us was to apparate yourself back to safety? And yet you stayed, though you were frightened to death, and saved my life. She stared at me with suspiciously shining eyes. Thank you for your trust, Harry, she finally said. That means a lot to me. You're welcome, I replied. We settled into silence. Daphne made herself comfortable beside me and leaned her head against my shoulder, so I put my arm around her back to give her more room. Better. Much better, she replied and skidded closer. We squinted into the sun and sipped our Cokes. Care to tell me what you were thinking about? She finally asked. Oh, nothing spectacular. Honestly about how my life was this time last year, you know. I imagine your life is extremely different now, she remarked. I chuckled at that. You can say that again. This time last year I was still recovering from my fight with Voldemort's snake. Daphne shuddered. I'd told her about that horrible Christmas and how Hermione managed to save me last week, as she shook me out of a terrible nightmare of those events. We'd reached rock bottom. I think we hardly ever spoke with each other. I was trying to find out which lead to follow, Horcruxes or Hollows. Either way, I had no idea how to go on. And then there was the cold. And the lack of food. At least I had food, she said quietly. Though, most of the time I was so frightened and nauseated by what I had to witness that I hardly could eat. She shuddered at the memory. I'd never have thought there are people as cruel as the Carrows. For the first time I was happy that I'd failed my defense owls, because that meant they couldn't force me to practice the torture curse on my classmates from other houses. But that didn't mean I'd escape them. They had the authority to visit each dorm any time of the day, and they abused it, I can tell you. Both of them had the uncanny ability to enter my bedroom whenever I was changing. Their eyes. I can still see their greedy eyes in my nightmares. I was used to sexual harassment from my housemates. They were my peers and I could handle them. Against the Carrows, I was helpless. They were professors and had authority over me. I've never felt so dirty and useless in my life. I didn't know what to reply to that. So I put my other arm around her and held her close. DG. We were still in a pensive mood when we went down to the main restaurant for dinner that night, so I suggested to watch a film at the cinema. Today's program had advertised a romantic comedy, When Harry Met Sally. Just what we needed to get rid of our dark mood, I thought. Comedy sounded good to me, and romantic always went over well with a girl. At least that was what I had been told by Dean Thomas, back in another life when we still were at Hogwarts and had no other worries than homework and the upcoming Quidditch match. I leave Voldemort and Malfoy out of that. They'd been a constant pain in the ass I'd got used to. I didn't know better. My only excuse is that I never had the opportunity to watch TV or go to the cinema while I lived with the Dursleys, so I knew next to nothing about films you just had to know. The film was hilarious, but to Daphne and I the theme was rather embarrassing. We diligently avoided to look each other in the eyes on our way back to the suite. In our suite, Daphne went straight out onto the veranda and leaned against the railing, looking at the moonlit sea. I got 2 bottles of beer from the fridge and joined her. I had the vague feeling that we needed to clean the air right now, or we'd be in for a couple of uncomfortable and embarrassing weeks until we were back in Southampton. I'm sorry, Daphne, I said as I handed her the bottle. I had no idea what the film was about, or I'd never have suggested it. She took the bottle from me and asked, "Do you think it's true that men and women can't be friends because the sex part always gets in the way?" She blushed at these words, but looked me straight in the eyes. "I think it's not true," I replied. It certainly never got in the way between Hermione and I. Her eyes grew wide at that. Not even during all these lonesome months after the weasel deserted you. Did you not once think of comforting each other? Not once. I confirmed and took a swig out of my bottle, wishing I'd something stronger right now. Can you explain that? She asked. I winced. You know that I'm not good at explaining stuff like this, Daphne. The Slytherin in her showed no sympathy with my plight. The more reason to practice, I think, she remarked. I sighed, which had her chuckle. I glared at her, but she was not impressed. After another fortifying swig from my bottle, I gave her the best explanation I could think of. Hermione and I never had that kind of relationship. There was not once a sparkle or romantic tension. I never thought of her as a girl, you know. She was my mate, like Ron, or maybe like an older sister or cousin, the way she always nagged me about my homework or tried to make sure I ate proper meals. Sleeping with Hermione would have been like sleeping with my sister, so the idea never even entered my mind. I needed another swig from my bottle, and Daphne waited patiently until I was ready to continue. Though her eyes never left my face. Besides that, she's always been Ron's girl, you know. She was heartbroken over him. It would have been mean to take advantage of her emotional state. There are probably men who'd do just that, but I can't. I like to be able to look at myself in the mirror, thank you very much. I paused. Then I added with a bitter laugh, and of course I still fancied myself to be in love with Ginny back then. Fancied? She asked quietly. Yeah, whatever I felt for her, it wasn't love. Infatuation, maybe, but certainly not love. I think there's more to love than a couple of heated snogs and a mutual love of Quidditch. I felt how I blushed at that, but I'd started to bare my soul and somehow couldn't stop. When I think back to those times, I see Ginny and I had nothing in common except Quidditch. We never talked to each other before we got together, and even then we didn't talk much, if you know what I mean. I blushed even harder. You need to be friends before you can love someone, and Ginny and I never were friends. She'd turned away from me and looked out onto the sea again. Thanks for telling me, Harry. A slight smile curved her lips and I couldn't help but think that she looked decidedly smug. What on earth had I told her to cause that reaction? We stood side by side in companionable silence and sipped our beer. All of a sudden, Daphne began to chuckle. What's so funny? I asked. Oh, just a line from the film that popped into my mind, she grinned. Which one? I asked. I should come to regret my curiosity the next second. I'll have what she's having. Daphne replied and laughed even harder. I palmed my face with my hands and groaned. DG. Our recreation at sea was interrupted once again when we reached Samoa. Daphne and I took a tour around the island, but by now we'd both reached a state of laziness that we just as well could have stayed on board without feeling we'd missed out something. How to act in pureblood circles, training also advanced nicely. Just as Daphne had prophesied, I'd got used to wear a suit each evening and dress up like a monkey for the formal evenings and did it by now without even thinking about it. I also got used to sitting through 6-course meals and making polite small talk with complete strangers, especially with the elderly ladies. However, Daphne NTED that special skill of mine less flattering. If you ever find yourself broke, Harry, you can still make a career as a gigolo. The lady beside you was practically eating out of the palm of your hand. She grinned when we'd returned to our suite after another gala dinner at the captain's table. I narrowed my eyes, picked up a pillow from the sofa and threw it at her. She caught it and threw it back at me with a wicked grin. Before I knew what was going on, we were in the middle of a pillow fight which I won by resorting to dirty tactics. I dodged the pillow she threw at me, and made a bolt for her. Then I tickled her mercilessly until she shrieked with laughter. All right, Harry. I surrender. You've won. She panted, tears of laughter in her eyes. And don't you forget it. I grinned and pulled back. She stuck her tongue out at me. I should have known that she wouldn't leave it at that and get her revenge on me. The next day I finally found out about the project Daphne had been working on since the Caribbean. After I'd finished my daily correspondence with my board of financial advisors, she put an impressive stack of papers in front of me. These are dossiers about the current members of the Wizengamot, their names, their career, their voting behavior, their likes and dislikes and so on. You'll have to read them all and best also memorize them, Harry. I was rendered spee. Clesen stared from the papers to Daphne and back. You did all that? She nodded with evident pride on her face. Of course, she had every right to be proud of her work. It was an impressive research project. Hermione couldn't have done it better, I'm sure. I jumped up and took her face between my hands. Then I gave her a resounding peck on the lips. Thank you, Daphne. You, wonderful. I exclaimed and turned back to the papers. You're welcome, she said. I shuffled through the papers. They were all there, sorted by fractions, the ministry-appointed proxies, the Dark families, the neuter ALS and the alarmingly few light families, the Macmillans, the Diggorys and the Robins. I looked up at Daphne. You've already done some research into who the original owner of each seat is. She'd guarded me with a strange little smile on her face and startled when I addressed her. What? I repeated my question. Yes, the original inhabitants of the seats. That wasn't as difficult as I'd thought. Though I don't have access to all the sources I need for a complete research right now. I know for example that all of the Sacred 28 hold a seat from the time the Wizengamot was founded. Because the families are that old. Except the Shacklebolts and the Shafiqs, of course. These families came to England after the founding of the Wizengamot. From what you told me, I was also able to add the Potters. The Peverells and the Princes, oh yes, and the Gounts and the Bones, too. About the remaining 29 seats I'm not so sure. I'll have to research that when we're back home. I need access to my father's papers. He kept all the records of the Wizengamot in his office. Do you think that Mr. Weasley will let me work there? I rubbed my neck. The Weasleys and I hadn't parted on the best terms. But Mr. Weasley had kept out of it. He'd also always seemed to be a fair-minded man to me, so I doubted he'd give Daphne a hard time just because she was doing some research to help me. Or would he? It probably depended on how much he was influenced by his wife, I mused. Sure, I replied. But you'd better not mention your connection to me. She snorted at that. Are you afraid that the Weaslets' dad will come after you with his wand? I raised my eyebrows at that. No, why should he do that? Well, maybe because you've corrupted his lovely maiden daughter. Oh what? She rolled her eyes. Gryffindors always need everything spelled out in bold letters. Because you've slept with the Weaslet, Harry. I felt how I turned beet red. I never slept with Ginny. I defended myself. That seemed to surprise her. You didn't. And there I thought for sure there was more behind your breakup than you've told me, given the harsh reaction of her brothers to you and the way you're avoiding the family since then. Single quote. I still didn't understand what she was getting at, and it must have shown on my face, because she took a deep breath and said, all right, Harry, I think it's time for another lection in pureblood tradition. I'd thought the Weasel had delivered that lesson to you, given that he's supposed to be your best mate, but either he's an even bigger moron than I've thought or it's all part of the plan. Plan? What plan? I still had no idea what she was talking about. She sighed and pulled up a chair from the dining table to sit beside me at the desk. Harry, why? Oh, you remember that I told you that even in the non-traditional pureblood families the children are raised knowing about the old traditions. I nodded at that. Good. I've also told you that most pureblood OD families think of their daughters as an article of merchandise, right? Though I had no idea where she was going with that, I nodded again. Because of that, young pureblood girls have to obey to a certain standard of conduct. We are allowed to date, though the purebloods prefer the term courting, but Merlin forbid that we ever do more with a boy than kiss, if you know what I mean. The heat crept into my cheeks, but I nodded again. Dishonoring a pureblood girl, or in blunt words, sleeping with a pureblood girl before you're firmly entered into a betrothal contract is a serious offense in pureblood circles. You damage the goods without paying the price. That was disgusting, and I opened my mouth to say just that, but she raised her hand and prevented me from that. I didn't say that it's right, Harry. In fact, I find that attitude as appalling as you do and am glad that my own father never thought that way. But there's no denying that if a wizard robs a pureblood witch of her virginity, he's got hell to pay. Firstly, he'll be forced to marry the girl, because she can't be sold off to anyone else anymore. If he refuses, the head of the girl's house can challenge him to an honor duel to the death. The head of house does not necessarily have to fight, he can order any male member of his house to fight in his stead. In case the wizard agrees to marry the girl, and that happens in most cases, He's forced to pay the bride price to the girl's family, and in addition to that also a compensation for the scandal he's caused. She regarded me with a grim look. I know there have been cases where wealthy muggle-born wizards have been lured into exactly that trap by younger daughters of pureblood families. It's a very convenient way for the families to fill their coffers, get fresh blood into their family tree and simultaneously be able to moan the fact that they've been disgraced by an uncouth muggleborn who doesn't know our ways. Her face became soft. I'm glad you never slept with the Weaslette, Harry. As you started dating her back in 6th year, many of us were afraid she'd lure you exactly into that trap. You were firmly under the influence of Dumbledore and the Weasleys who'd not teach you about pureblood traditions, for what reason ever. Your ignorance was a disaster just waiting to happen. I remember that the pureblood boys of our year discussed who should be the one to warn you. But then Dumbledore was killed and you broke up with the Weaslette, so it didn't come to that anymore. I don't think I'd have listened to them back then, I replied. At least you never slept with her. She consoled me. Yeah, but not because of lack of trying from her side, I replied. From our first day on she did anything to seduce me. And you withstood. Remarkable. I always thought any hormone-ridden 16-year-old would jump at that chance, she mused. I looked up and shot her a withering glance. I happen to think I'm not any hormone-ridden teenager, thank you very much. After all, I resisted Voldemort's imperious course. I imagine, that's not quite the same, she replied and the corners of her mouth twitched. For a moment, we looked at each other and then broke out laughing. No, definitely not quite the same, I finally wheezed, which set her off again. Just to satisfy my curiosity, what is the bride price of the average witch? I asked after I was able to breathe normally again. 50,000 galleons, plus an additional compensation of another 50,000, twice as much if you dishonor an heiress, she answered. I let out a low whistle. 50,000 galleons amounted to £5 million, so in the worst case sleeping with Ginny would have cost me £10 million, not to mention that I would have had to marry her. That was about the amount of money my parents had left me in their vault. Today, my yearly income was 16 times as much, but last year that sum would surely have caused me sleepless nights. As insignificant as the sum seemed to me now, it still was a huge fortune for the Weasleys. Merlin, what a mess, I sighed and rubbed my face with the palms of my hands. So, you're practically accusing Ginny she tried to seduce me to marry me and get money out of me for her family. And you think the Weasleys have known it and encouraged her? I'm not accusing her of anything, Daphne said firmly. I know too little about your relationship to be a judge about her intentions. You have to determine that, Harry. Also, I can't say what her family knew and maybe condoned. But by what you told me about reactions of her mother and her brothers, they seem to be of the impression that you dishonored her. However, it's strange that Mr. Weasley never called you out. They might not adhere to the old traditions anymore. But this is such a serious matter in the eyes of the wizarding world that he ought to do something about it, if he thought you wronged his daughter. Thank you for telling me, Daphne, I said. You surely gave me a lot to think about. I stood up and went out on the veranda, where I sat down in one of the deck chairs and looked out on the sea. My view on my relationship with Why and the Weasleys had just been thrown upside down. Why had Ron never told me about that when I started dating his sister? He was supposed to be my best mate, a slight heads up would not have been too much to expect. The more I thought about it, I only came to one logical conclusion. Ginny had tried to set me up, and Ron had helped her by leaving me ignorant. I'd thought I was over my breakup Ginny and the obvious end of my friendship with Ron. But these new revelations broke up the old wounds again. DG. I was still feeling hurt and confused when we reached Nuku'alofa the next morning. During breakfast, Daphne suddenly said, "Stop brooding, Harry." I looked up from my plate with fruits. In the warm climate my usual British breakfast didn't taste as good as at home, so I'd started to copy Daphne's eating habits. You won't know for sure what her intentions were as long as you've not talked to her. And even then she might lie to you. You've already broken up with her. What told you yesterday and the conclusions you draw might add to the reasons for your breakup, but it's of no use to go through all the pain once again, she elaborated. If it would only be as easy as that, I sighed. She gave me a small smile. Yeah, You've never been one to shake off problems easily, she agreed. At school, it was always plain to see when something was bothering you. Comes probably with being a Gryffindor, I mumbled. And she laughed. She stood up from the table and gathered her things. Come on, Harry, let's enjoy a day on land. You'll get over it. I sighed again, grabbed my backpack and followed her out of the restaurant. While the other passengers entered the ancient-looking buses that were going to drive them to the sights of the island, Daphne and I had scorned the offered tours. They all sounded rather boring and made for people already beyond their prime. In situations like this it really paid off that Daphne was an experienced traveler. She had the good say. NSE to ask the travel agency on board of the Princess Isabella for ideas for a private tour, and they'd suggested a kayak tour to one of the many islands near the town of Nuku'alofa. We were handed a picnic hamper at the reception, another of Daphne's ideas, and then went down the gangway. The town of Nuku'alofa at first sight really didn't look inviting, so we were glad that our kayak was already awaiting us. We entered the kayak and put out to sea. After some difficulties in the beginning we soon got the hang of how to paddle. The color of the day was blue, the blue sky above us and the darker, velvety blue sea around us that sparkled in the sunlight. The water below us was crystal clear. We could see coral reefs and millions of fishes who swam among the corals. At one time we even saw a sea turtle majestically heading out to the open sea. The route to the small abandoned island that had been pointed out to us was littered with dozens of shipwrecks. From the kayak, we could easily see that quite a lot of them had already been captured by corals and fishes looking out for a hiding place. Even with little imagination it was plain to see that soon a new reef would be born out of the wreckage. After not even an hour of paddling we reached the small island. We'd been told it was an abandoned copra plantation. The rotting remains of a concrete landing pier and a wooden house were still to be seen. But Daphne and I headed toward a hidden bay to the left of the pier. The half-moon-shaped stretch of almost white sand could only be reached from the water. Soon, the water became too shallow to paddle, and we had to get out on the kayak and haul it onto the beach. I looked around. No soul was to be seen, so I let my wand slip an inch out of the invisible holster and cast silently, locomotor kayak. Unfortunately, I hadn't warned Daphne about what I was going to do. She let out a surprised yelp, stumbled over her own feet and fell headlong into the water with an ungraceful splash. That was definitely not the finest moment of the always poised and graceful former Ice Queen of Slytherin. Coughing and spluttering, a soaked Daphne scrambled to her feet. Her hair as well as her t-shirt and shorts stuck to her body. She looked like a drowned rat. Well, a drowned rat that wore a wet, white t-shirt with no bra or bikini top below. I felt how I became uncomfortably hot, and that was not due to the rising temperature on this fine day in the South Sea. Daphne wiped the water out of her eyes and glared at me. In typical Gryffindor fashion, I was dumb enough not to hide my amusement. Harry James Potter, she hissed. Yes, Daphne, I replied as innocently as I could. The next moment she tackled me with a move worth of a professional rugby player. Daphne might look slim and delicate, but she was used to a good daily workout, and her sylph-like figure hid solid muscles, as I was about to find out. Her onslaught made me stumble backwards. Daphne helped me on my way down. She hooked her foot behind my ankle and pushed against my chest with both hands. With an even bigger splash than Daphne I fell backward into the tepid water, while my hands in vain groped for something to hold on to. Now it was my turn to get back to my feet coughing and spluttering. A smirking Daphne watched my progress, her arms folded under her breast, thus pushing them up nicely. Merlin. I narrowed my eyes at her, which unfortunately gave away my intention. She whirled around and ran away from me, shrieking with laughter. Of course I followed her. She was fast, even though she was hindered by the water. That I had to give her. But I was bigger than she and had longer legs, so in spite of her advantage I eventually caught up with her and tackled her. This time, we both fell into the water. Daphne was back on her feet in an instant and began shoveling water at me with both hands. I retaliated in kind, and soon we had a water fight like some hyperactive preschool kids. Daphne was the first to admit defeat. She made a dive to the deeper part of the small bay and began to swim. I followed her. For the next 15 minutes we swam side by side and occasionally dived down in the crystal water to have a better look at the colorful corals below us. In mutual agreement we finally made our way back to the beach and slumped down in the sand beside the kayak. That was fun. Daphne grinned. Yeah, I admitted, somehow breathless. Her wet t-shirt still clung to her torso. She took out her wand and performed a drying spell on herself and then on me, and I let out an inward sigh of relief as her shirt became opaque again. An unbidden thought came into my mind. Men and women can't be friends because the sex part always gets in the way. Damn, I'd lived with Hermione for months in a tent without once thinking of her that way, so I'd thought myself above the hormone craziness. Daphne was just another friend, wasn't she? Merlin, what a fool I'd been. Thinking back, I discover that I not once thought of her as just another friend. From our first day together I'd been aware that she was a beautiful young woman and felt myself attracted to her because of that. I let out an involuntary groan and covered my eyes with my arms. Daphne rolled to her side and propped her head up on her hand. Harry, everything all right? Her voice sounded concerned. I moved my arm back to my side and looked at her. I'm fine, I assured her with a smile I hoped to be convincing. I just thought of something I almost forgot. The look she gave me clearly indicated that she didn't believe me, but as always she left it at that. Respecting my privacy. Of course, by now she'd developed her own tactics to make me talk. I don't know how she did it, she never badgered like Hermione. She just gave me that knowing look and then kept close, seemingly occupied with something else, but subtly indicating that she was still ready to listen. And at some point I'd start talking, and always felt better afterwards. But not this time, I swore to myself. She was still grieving for her parents and I was the only one she'd been in closer contact with since then. I couldn't take advantage of that. We dozed for a while in the shadow of the palm trees, then Daphne unpacked the picnic hamper. After our meal it was time to get back to the Princess Isabella. Back in our suite, we took turns in the shower to get the salt and sand off our skin. When I returned to the living room, Daphne awaited me, already dressed for dinner in a simple light gray shift dress and light makeup applied on her face. The color suited her. It made her pearly skin glow. It was quite the contrast to the drowned rat in sportswear, and I had to smile. You look gorgeous, I told her as I sat down beside her. Her cheeks pinked. Thanks, she said and then handed me the program the butler had brought a few minutes ago, together with the customary champagne and pralines. I skimmed the program. The most prominent eater was a reminder to the gentlemen on board to make their pre-orders for flowers for Valentine's Day not later than tomorrow, and with a groan I put the program back onto the table. Daphne gave me a curious glance over the rim of her champagne flute. The Day of Horrors is upcoming, I explained and pointed to the header. Valentine's Day. Why is it so horrible to you? Well, let's say I'm still suffering from the Lockhart trauma in our second year, I replied and rolled my eyes. Oh yeah, don't remind me. I've never seen something as hilarious as his lavender-colored robes. And those dwarfs dressed up as cupids. Merlin. They were so ugly. Her laughter was contagious and I couldn't help to join in. You wouldn't have thought them as half as hilarious had you been serenaded by them, I grumbled. She gasped. Oh, how could I forget about that? His eyes are as green as fresh pickled toads. The whole school laughed about that. I groaned loud. Greengrass. Did you really have to remind me? Yes, if I get to see that look on your face again. She giggled. Honestly, I begin to understand your Valentine's Day trauma. Though, I'm glad that I never had to suffer through something like that. Her face suddenly grew sad. What's the matter, Daphne? Oh, I just had to think of Dad. Each year on Valentine's Day he'd send flowers to Mum and I. She wiped a tear out of her eyes and then squared her shoulders. I've got to get used to it that he isn't here anymore to spoil me. The firsts are the hardest thing to get over. You know, first Christmas without someone, first birthday. I remarked. Even though I hadn't spent that much time with Sirius, it had been like that for me after his death. She nodded. I know. It was like that at my birthday last year and then Christmas. Though, I had my hands full with Mum and not much time to dwell on what I'd lost. Maybe that's why I'm suddenly so sad about stupid Valentine's Day. I put my arm around her and hugged her lightly. She leaned her head against my shoulder. There were no words needed. Moments like this had happened frequently over the last 6 weeks. Something insignificant would trigger a memory of her parents, and the grief came back with full force. After a few minutes, she raised her head and kissed me on the cheek. "Thank you, Harry. I'm feeling better now. Come on, let's go down for dinner." It was not until I got ready for bed that night that I again thought of Ginny and Ron and their betrayal. Somehow, it wasn't important anymore. HPDG. We were back at sea and heading to what most of the passing ers thought the highlight of the cruise, New Zealand and Australia. Daphne and I got hundreds of suggestions from well-meaning fellow travelers what we just had to do down there and what we shouldn't miss. Admittedly, I hadn't spent much thought on what I'd do on board when I booked the cruise. It had been a spur-of-the-moment decision to escape my loneliness and boredom, and of course the grey British winter. Daphne, who hadn't thought of taking a cruise around the world at all, had even less ideas than I. So, we spent the next day amicably squabbling over the tour prospects for Auckland and the Bay of Islands. Until we finally agreed on a coast and rainforest tour in a small group. We reached Auckland on Valentine's Day, when we met in the living room that morning to go down to the restaurant for breakfast. Daphne seemed composed. Nothing in her demeanor betrayed if she felt any sadness. The bus already waited for us when we left the ship after breakfast, and we drove to the Waitakere Ranges National Park. On our way we made a stop at the Arataki Visitor Center, where we admired Maori carvings and had a fantastic view on the Tasman Sea from the outdoor deck. A walk through the coastal rainforest followed. The narrow forest path led alongside a crystal-clear stream that burbled happily over moss-covered stones. Giant fern trees shaded the path, and we listened in fascination. As our guide pointed out the New Zealand fauna and flora, the walk ended in a secluded beach that was covered with black sand. Our guide led us along the beach, and on the other side of the beach we had not only a fantastic view on the Tasman Sea and the rainforest, but were also treated to an excellent picnic lunch. Daphne and I each took a sandwich and a bottle of Coke and sat down on a flat rock in front of a bigger one that made a decent backrest. "Isn't that wonderful?" Daphne asked, sipping her Coke, and leaned against my chest. I looked at her with raised eyebrows. "You're way softer than the rock." She giggled and made herself comfortable. "You're welcome," I chuckled and shook my head. We held our faces into the sun and enjoyed each other's company until the tour guide announced that it was time to move on. We now walked through a forest of ancient kauri trees, some of them as old as 1,000 years, as the guide told us. Even more impressive was the ancient magic that radiated from the ancient trees and that made the hairs on my arm stand up. Daphne and I exchanged a look. "Do you feel it, too?" I asked and she nodded to that. Our guide called to move on. Daphne and I put a hand on the stem of the ancient tree in a goodbye gesture. The magic surged through us like an electric jolt, though not unpleasant, and fulfilled us with a feeling of comfort and peace. "Wow," Daphne breathed and reluctantly pulled her hand away. "Yeah," I agreed. The feeling had rendered me speechless. She grabbed for my hand, and we hurried to catch up with our group. We were both rather silent on our way back, both still relishing the feeling the ancient kauri tree had inspired in us. Back in our suite, Daphne's eyes first fell on the bouquet of pink roses on the middle of the coffee table. She stopped in her tracks and gaped. "Who?" she asked and picked up the card that lay beside the flowers. "Happy Valentine's Day, Harry," she read out loud. She let the card sink and gave me a blinding smile. "Oh Harry, that's so sweet of you," she cried. Next thing I knew was she flung herself at me and kissed me on the cheek. "You're welcome," I managed to call after a still beaming Daphne that retreated to the bathroom when I finally found my voice again. HPDG. The next day we reached the Bay of Islands. Again, Daphne and I had opted for a more active tour rather than exploring the historical and cultural sites, as most of the other, and much older, passengers did. We were tendered to Waitangi Wharf, where our tour guide already waited for us in a boat. From there, we cruised about 40 minutes along the picturesque coast, enjoying the views of the bay. Then we transferred to kayaks and paddled up a river through a mangrove forest. Our guide pointed out the many birds that nested in the trees. And Daphne ever so often asked me to stop so that she could take pictures. The tour ended at a waterfall, and here the real fun started. Our guide showed us to paddle into the foaming white water, and then guided us behind the waterfall. It was a breathtaking experience to watch the masses of water rush down only a yard away. Thoroughly soaked and spent, we finally paddled to the shore. We were able to change into dry clothes, and then got a picnic lunch with a view onto the waterfall and the surrounding mangrove forest. After that, a bus took us back to the small town of Paihia, where we spent some time watching the sights and window shopping. Daphne seemed to admire the pretty jewelry made out of the mother-of-pearl paua shell, but when I asked her to go into the shop and have a closer look, she shook her head. "I'd better not," she said, though she gave a bracelet that was made of playing dolphins in all colors the shell offered, a wistful look. "Why not?" I asked bluntly. I'd noticed before that Daphne seemed to love shopping, which was not amazing, considering the way she'd been brought up by her mother, but hardly ever bought something for herself on this cruise. Except the essentials as toothpaste and every now and then one of the fashion magazines her mother had loved. Daphne looked up and down the street. We were alone, the many off. Our visitors of the small town either still lingered over lunch or had disappeared in one of the many shops. "I know I'm being ridiculous," she whispered, "but when Grenian House had been destroyed I vowed at the grave of my father to rebuild it as soon as possible. Well, you know everything about the financial troubles I had last summer. My situation is better now, since I don't have to take care of Mum's medical bills anymore and now also have access to her income from her trust." Her voice choked at that and I waited patiently until she regained her composure. "However, magical construction is costly. I have to contract the goblins to rebuild the house and set up the wards again, and I need to obtain at least 2 house elves, not only to keep the house in order, but mostly to maintain the magic of the place with their own magic. Even with the business of greengrass shipping picking up and the income from Mum's trust, it'll take years until I'm able to afford that all." She bit on her lower lip and looked rather embarrassed. "Until then I have the feeling that I ought not to spend a single canute at frivolities that aren't strictly necessary. And you may laugh at me now, I know that. Buying a bracelet at the price of £20 won't be a setback in my plans, but I simply can't help myself." I didn't laugh. From her description it sounded as if she'd taken a magical vow at her father's grave. Snape's example had shown me the hard way that magical vows were nothing to trifle with. She'd probably worded her vow in a way that her magic forbade her to do anything for her own fun until she'd reached her goal. Given her desperation at the time of her father's death, I thought that very likely. On the other hand, she'd wanted to buy cowboy boots in San Francisco. Though, I reminded myself, there was no saying whether she'd really have made the deal. Aunt Petunia, for example, loved to try on things in shops that were too expensive for her and left without ever actually buying something. Without another word I pulled her into the shop. "Harry, what are you doing?" she asked bewildered. "Buying the bracelet for you, since your magic obviously won't let you," I told her under my breath, mindful of the approaching clerk. "Harry, you can't be serious, she protested. I blended her out. 5 minutes later a beaming Daphne thanked me with a kiss on my cheek for the trinket that now adorned her wrist. And I caught myself at he thought that I'd gladly buy all the paua shell bracelets in the world, and the moon and the stars on top, only to see that look of joy on her face again. That almost made me stop dead in my tracks. "Harry, everything all right?" Daphne asked. "Everything's just wonderful," I assured her, and it wasn't a lie. I was falling for her, fast and hard. And something in her demeanor told me she also wasn't indifferent towards me. We still had 10 weeks of travel ahead of us. We could take our time, considering that Daphne still wasn't over her grief. DG. We had another 2 days at sea before we reached Sydney. Again, I'd neglected my board of financial advisors 2 days in a row in favor of exploring New Zealand with Daphne, so I sat down at my desk the next morning after breakfast to make it up to them. When I opened my briefcase, Ginny's letter fell out. I picked it up from the floor and stared at it, not knowing what I was supposed to do with it. Daphne looked up from her correspondence. "Are you finally going to answer the letter from your ex?" she asked. I was flabbergasted. "How do you know the letter is from Ginny?" "By the hurt in your eyes," she replied quietly and returned to her correspondence. I stared at her bowed head. It was uncanny how well she knew me after only 7 weeks of staying together. With a sigh, I pulled a piece of parchment toward me. She was right, I had to write to Ginny. I had to put an end to this misery, if I really wanted a new start with Daphne. I picked up a quill and began to write. "Ginny, stop writing to me." I meant every word I said. Do yourself a favor and move on, as I have done. Harry. If it's possible to fall in love with a city, I fell in love with Sydney at first sight. The morning we reached Sydney I got up before sunrise and showered and dressed into light slacks and a shirt. After that, I tiptoed into the dark living room. Daphne was still sound asleep, buried deep under her duvet. With as little noise as possible I pulled the curtains to the side to get out onto the veranda, but jumped when a stinging hex missed me by barely an inch. I whirled around. A very sleepy and disgruntled Daphne put her wand back onto the coffee table and swung a pair of shapely legs over the edge of her sofa bed. Her long hair was messed up from sleep and she looked adorable in her oversized shirt as she glared at me. I gave her a sheepish grin. Sorry, Daphne. I didn't mean to wake you. She harumphed to that and made her way into the bathroom, while I stepped out onto the veranda and leaned against the railing to wait for the sunrise. I considered myself lucky that Daphne had never joined the DA, because her aim was rather accurate and the power she put behind the spell had been remarkable. I shuddered to think what she'd be capable of with some proper training. Daphne came out onto the veranda just in time with the sunrise. She wore a pink blouse over tight white jeans and trainers. Her hair was pulled back in a loose ponytail, and as always when we planned to spend a day on land she wore no makeup. She looked beautiful and I hardly could take my eyes off her. It was the first time since her mother's death that she wore something colorful, I suddenly realized. The first days after the tragedy she'd only worn black clothes and after that only gray and off-white colored clothes. Pink suits you, I told her and was rewarded with a smile. She leaned beside me at the railing, her arm and shoulder touching mine. The warm breeze played with the strands of her hair that had escaped from her ponytail, and ever so often she'd raise her free hand and brush the strands back. In a companionable silence we watched as the coastline came closer in the light of the rising sun. Though I have to admit that I was more fascinated with Daphne, who had her eyes closed and bathed her face in the sunlight. The natural harbor of Sydney surely was one of a kind. When the Princess Isabella slowly rounded South Head and made her way into the harbor, we discovered that the city stretched out around it. Yet the predominant color on shore still was green. Headlands jutted out into the bay, forming countless smaller bays. Thousands of sailing boats and motor yachts anchored in the dozens of small bays we passed, and each turn the Princess Isabella opened the view onto another hidden beach or on one of the numerous islands that dotted the harbor. Judging by the many sport boats and sailing ships it seems the harbor is a huge playground for the citizens of Sydney and they all chose to live around it to have faster access to the fun. Daphne laughed, and I agreed. The Princess Isabella anchored at the overseas passenger terminal, which gave us a wonderful view on the Opera House. The unique roof construction shone in the light of the early morning sun like the sails of a fantasy ship. No one was allowed to leave from board until we'd passed the immigration formalities. As passengers of the big suites, Daphne and I once more got preferential treatment and were able to have breakfast while our fellow travelers still waited for their turn. While we had breakfast, we talked about our plans for the day. With the help of the travel agency on board we'd booked 2 events ahead, but the rest of the day we were free to explore the amazing city. I'd like to spend some time on the beach, Daphne said while she poured herself another cup of tea. Why am I not surprised about that? I snorted. But it's all right with me. She gave me a blinding smile of thanks, and in a content silence we sipped our tea and waited until we were allowed to leave the ship. The overseas passenger terminal is conveniently located in Circular Quay. Wow. It really looks as if we're in the middle of everything, I remarked as we stepped out of the building. Have you already seen from where the ferries depart? I think it's this way, Daphne replied and took my arm. After a short walk we reached the ferry terminal. It didn't take us long to find the line that'd take us to Taronga Zoo. We boarded the ship, but instead of taking one of the seats, we went to the railing to have a better look at the city. Slowly, the ship left the wharf. Turning around the headland of the Sydney Opera House it picked up speed, but gave us time enough to admire the unique building. I took a fantastic picture of Daphne, leaning against the railing with the Opera House in the background and her long hair tousled by the wind, that adorns my desk until today. After the Opera House we passed a small island with a fort on it. That's Fort Denison, Daphne educated me. She'd spent yesterday afternoon reading the travel guide about Sydney, W.H. Eli had opted for the Kudich section of the Daily Prophet Kingsley had sent me. Admittedly, he sent me the newspaper, if you could call it that, to keep me on track with the developments in magical Britain. But I could stomach only so much nonsense in one day and had indulged in the sports section. Show off, I told her, which earned me a sharp poke of her elbow in the side. I laughed and put my arm around her. Looking back, we had a breathtaking view on Harbor Bridge and the Opera House. Daphne leaned against me. When we neared Taronga Zoo Wharf, she pointed to a bay to our left that cut deeply into the land. "That's Little Sirius Cove and Great Sirius Cove," she said quietly. I thought we'd take a walk there after our visit to the zoo. I'd told her about Sirius and the way I'd lost him on one of these warm, moonlit nights we spent on the veranda, drinking beer and talking about anything that came to our minds. She knew how much I cherished his memory. "I'd like that," I smiled and pulled her towards me in a short hug. At the zoo we were greeted by our private guide. We'd booked a behind-the-scenes tour of the native animals of Australia. By the look on Daphne's face, I could tell she was as keen as I to see what awaited us. The guide first led us to an enclosure that hosted emus. He opened the door and invited us in. "Wow, we're allowed to get that close to the animals," Daphne exclaimed. "Of course, miss, this is a behind-the-scenes tour," the guide laughed. He gave us small bunches of grass with seeds. "Take these to lure the birds to you. They are crazy about this stuff." Indeed, they were. It didn't take long for the first emu to come closer to Daphne, crane its neck and take a first, tentative peck. If it had been dark, the smile on Daphne's face could have lit the zoo. And I snapped picture after picture. "Now it's your turn, Harry," Daphne announced and took the camera from me. I held a bunch of grass out to the emus in front of me, and soon they crowded around me, fighting for the best spot to get at the yummy treats. I had a blast. That is, until I felt something pecking at my behind. I craned my neck to have a look. An especially adventure. Our emu pecked at a bunch of grass that was sticking out of the back pocket of my slacks, and in its enthusiasm to get at the yummy food the bird didn't care where exactly it pecked. By the giggles hat came from Daphne. I didn't have to ask who'd put the grass in my back pocket. I glared at her, but of course she was not fazed and kept taking pictures until I removed the grass from my pocket, less not to be eaten up by the enthusiastic bird. "Spoilsport," she pouted. I narrowed my eyes and made a step toward her. She laughed and made a strategic retreat behind a group of emus. "I'm sorry, all right. But gosh, Harry, you should have seen your face." Another fit of laughter shook her. "I'm happy that I could provide for your entertainment, Miss Greengrass," I grumbled, but I wasn't really mad at her. After the ordeals we'd been through, we both cherished each bit of fun we could get. Next on our agenda were the kangaroos. You can't visit Australia without saying hello to our unofficial heraldic animal. Our guide grinned when he opened the door to the enclosure. "These are our bush wallabies. They are even greedier than the emus." He handed us the treats for the small animals. He was right. The cute little rascals would do anything for an extra treat, we soon found out. I got my revenge on Daphne when one wallaby stuck its head into the cleavage of her blouse, though I can't imagine what kind of treats the animal expected to find there. Daphne shrieked, and I was howling with laughter, but had the presence of mind to push the release button of my camera exactly that moment. "You're not going to keep that picture, Potter," Daphne glared after she'd recovered from her surprise. "You bet I will," I returned. "It's prime blackmail material, after all." She narrowed her eyes at me. "We'll talk about that again, Potter." The threat in her voice was unmistakable, and a lesser man than I would probably have quivered in his shoes. But I'd lived with Daphne for 7 weeks and Dee knew by now that her bark was worse than her bite. Why my classmates ever were intimidated by the Ice Queen of Slytherin was really beyond me. I laughed and grabbed her hand. "Should I be afraid?" "Very," she replied and poked me in the side. Still holding hands, we followed the guard to the most cherished treasure of the zoo, the platypus. "This is Annie, our platypus," he introduced us to the strange animal that looked like a cross between a duck and a mole. "Annie came to us 2 years ago from the wild with severe injuries. We're lucky that she survived." "You'd think that an animal looking like that is a hoax," Daphne mused, looking in fascination at the strange creature. "Funny you'd say that," our guide replied. In fact, that's exactly what European scientists thought when the species was first discovered. He then regaled us with more facts about the animal. After that, we knew that it used its tail for storage for fat reserves and that its bite was venomous. I wonder if that species is somehow related to the niffler, Daphne whispered into my ear when our guide locked the door to the platypus enclosure behind him. The animal looks so strange, there must be magic involved. The tour ended with another highlight, a visit in the koala enclosure. Again, we were allowed to take as many pictures as we liked to. You may take him on your arm, miss, the guide said. He plucked one of the cuddly bundles from the tree where it sat and munched on eucalyptus leaves, and put it into Daphne's arm. The look on her face when he did so was indescribable. Her pink blouse and white jeans were rather grimy after that. But by the beaming expression on her face I could tell that she didn't care. Our tour ended on the terrace of the restaurant, where we were being offered refreshments. Daphne and I sat side by side at one of the small tables and enjoyed the view over the harbor while savoring a cup of tea and small cakes. This one is really good. Have a try, Harry, Daphne said and held out a spoon with cake. I let her feed me the cake and had to agree that it in fact was good. Afterwards, we explored the zoo some more. The place offered fantastic views of the harbor and on the opera house at every turn. Where else in the world can you snap a picture with giraffes and the blue water of the harbor and the opera house in the background? After another hour we decided we had enough. We left the zoo and walked along the foreshore track until we reached Great Sirius Cove. There we sat down in the warm sand and looked at the many sailing boats that anchored in the small bay. It was a quiet and peaceful place, nothing you'd have expected in a city as big and bustling as Sydney. He'd have loved it here, I finally said, and Daphne took my hand. You still miss him, she stated. Of course, I sighed. But it's been 2 years now, and I'm a big boy and can get on by myself. After all, that's what I've been doing most of my life. She looked at me. You're not without a friend, Harry. You've got me. Our eyes locked. That were almost the same words I had told her on the Princess Isabella, after she'd said her last goodbye to her mother. By the look in her eyes I could tell she remembered that moment as clearly as I did. I know, I replied quietly, and again looked out onto the water, still holding Daphne's hand, but not really seeing anything of the beautiful scenery around us. I was startled from my silent remembrance by a class of schoolkids who invaded the quiet cove like a flock of especially loud and brassy sparrows. Daphne and I grimaced at each other. Then got up to our feet and walked to Taronga Zoo Wharf hand in hand. We took the ferry back to Circular Quay where we made a short stop on board of the Princess Isabella, so that Daphne could get changed out of her grubby clothes. We'd agreed on a visit to Bondi Beach in the afternoon, so I also took the opportunity to put on my swimming trunks underneath my slacks. Daphne reappeared not even 15 minutes later. This time, she wore a loose, light blue summer dress and carried a huge straw bag. Her hair hung open down to the middle of her back. For our towels and your novel and my magazines, she explained as she noticed the question on my face. I've put a featherweight charm on everything, so it's no bother at all. We left the Princess Isabella and turned left. In search for a place to have a light lunch and a taxi that took us to Bondi Beach, not necessarily in that order. That way, we happened to hit upon the Royal Botanic Garden. Daphne's eyes lit up as we entered the garden. Oh, that reminds me of Grenion House, she exclaimed, taking in the view of a pond that was surrounded by colorful flower beds. A lush, green lawn stretched from there down to the waterfront. A couple of black swans glided lazily through the green waters of the pond. Your ancestral home? I asked, and she nodded, the smile still on her face, though her eyes turned sad. Yes, the greengrasses always prided themselves for their beautiful gardens. Nomen est omen, you know. Grenion is an Old English word and means a place where green things grow. I think the family originally were farmers. During the medieval ages they became merchants, though. My great-great-grandfather finally founded the shipping company some 120 years ago. She gulped, biting back the tears. Merlin, I'm so stupid crying about the loss of the house. Screw the house, if only Mum and Dad were still alive. I took her hand and guided her to one of the benches that stood around the pond. We sat down and I put my arm around her shoulder, while she leaned against me. As always, she needed some time to find her composure. When I noticed she'd become quieter, I said, "You'll rebuild Grenian house." Of course, she agreed, though I can't help wondering what became of the gardens. The house elves always took great care of them, but Dibby and Tipsy died when the house collapsed. Due to their magic that was tied to the house. I used to help them weeding the garden whenever I was at home. They hated that, though. Missy Daffy Bees not to do dirty work. They'd complain, but in the end they'd always let me help them. I loved working in the garden. It was so soothing. I've also done a lot of gardening at my aunt's house, I said. Though it was not voluntarily. She made me do it, to earn my keep. First, working in the garden was a way to get away from them, but I soon found out that I liked it. You're right, it is soothing. I never told her that, though, or she'd given me something else to do. Just to spite me. "Oh Harry," she whispered. She turned her head and gave me a soft kiss on the cheek. We sat silently for a while, until I suggested to move on. Daphne nodded to that, and I stretched out my hand when I stood up and pulled her up. Daphne never bothered to take her hand away while we walked out of the park and called a taxi. Bondi Beach was big, sunny and crowded. We managed to find a reasonably quiet place and spread our towels on the ground. Daphne slipped out of her dress. Underneath, she wore a lavender-colored bikini. I'd never seen her in a bikini before. During our regular turns in the pool in the morning she always wore a swimsuit. Not that I complained, she looked fantastic in a bikini. "I'm not planning on going into the water today," she informed me. Reading the look on my face. "I just want to work on my seamless tan." With that, she discarded her bikini top, and I almost swallowed my tongue. A look around told me that topless sunbathing was not uncommon on Bondi Beach. In fact, most of the young women were topless. But I'd spent 6 years at a boarding school where girls were bundled up in thick, bulky robes, another year on run where opportunities for sunbathing had been scarce and the summer holed up at Grimald Place, licking my wounds, so it really wasn't surprising that I felt a trifle flustered. Daphne lay on her back and had her eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to my confusion. Though, the slight smirk on her face told me that she knew exactly what she'd done to me and had planned it. You could take the girl out of Slytherin, but never Slytherin out of the girl. It was just her poor luck that getting Tom out of my head meant that I was not only more observant, but also able to think quicker and clearer than ever before. And I was not willing to let her pull my leg without retaliation. I looked around. Everyone in our vicinity was happily occupied with the things people do when they are on the beach. I let my wand slip out of the invisible holster for an inch, directed it at Daphne and thought, "Aguamenti gelido." A small splash of water hit her right on the chest. Daphne shrieked and shot bolt upright. Of course she knew whom to blame for the ice-cold surprise, and she glared at me. I employed my best, innocent little boy look, but she didn't buy it. The look she gave me before she lay back on her towel promised that I'd be in for retaliation before the day was over. Oh well, I sniggered to myself and turned to my mystery novel. Gentleman that I was, I never let my eyes stray to her. All right, not more often than once or twice. Daphne stirred after an hour, just in time with a rather obnoxious growl of my empty stomach. "I think that's enough for today, or I'll look like a boiled lobster tomorrow," she announced. I sniggered at that, which earned me another of her patented Ice Queen looks. "That doesn't work on me anymore, Daphne," I grinned, and she laughed. We packed our things and looked for a place to eat. After a delicious slice of pizza I felt ready to explore this amazing city some more. The waitress at the restaurant had recommended the Bondi to Bronte Coastal Walk, so we decided to give it a try. After the long days on board it felt always good to stretch our legs on land. The waitress had not exaggerated, the walk was beautiful. It offered breathtaking views on the ocean and the rugged coast at every turn, and Daphne took photo after photo. Finally, it was time to return to the Princess Isabel, because we had yet another adventure planned for that evening. Back on board, we showered and dressed in practical clothes and sturdy shoes. After that we met our guide at the foot of Harbor Bridge. We were handed special safety suits and safety gear, and then ascended the majestic bridge. It was easier than I had thought. The ascendance wasn't as steep as it seemed from below. During the way up the tour guide informed us about the history of the bridge and the technical details behind it. He was easily to understand, because we'd all been handed headsets at the beginning of the tour. He also pointed out the landmarks around the harbor and of the skyline of the city. Especially the tall Sydney Tower. As we reached the summit, we were rewarded with an amazing view on the harbor at sunset. In the rays of the sinking sun, the Opera House looked as if it was on fire. About more than 130 meters high, the summit afforded a spectacular view on the harbor and the city. Below us, the Princess Isabella looked as small as a toy. It was almost like being back on my Firebolt. Only without the speed. Daphne, however, looked rather uncomfortable. Though each of us was roped up to a safety stranded wire, she clawed her hand into my safety overall while he stood beside me at the summit of the bridge, and her face had a slight green hue. "Don't look down or you'll get dizzy," I whispered in her ears. "Better concentrate on the view into the distance." She nodded and gulped, but raised her head and looked around. I put my arm around her shoulder to give her a more stable feeling. She replied to that with a small smile and a quiet, "Thank you, Harry," and relaxed visibly. However, she looked more than a bit relieved when we finally were back at the foot of the bridge and peeled ourselves out of the safety gear. I took her hand and gave her an apologetic smile as we ambled towards the rocks for a late dinner and maybe listening to some live music. "I'm sorry, Daphne. I didn't know you're afraid of heights, or I'd never suggested that excursion." "Don't apologize, Harry. I need to overcome that fear, and climbing the bridge helped," she replied. I still was concerned. "All right, but what's about the balloon ride tomorrow morning? Are you sure you're up to that?" She turned her head and smiled at me. "As long as you promise to hold me when I get dizzy, I'll manage, Harry." The next morning, we both rose before sunrise. We met in the atrium with the Mehans, and were then transported to the starting point of a hot air balloon. As always in the very early morning, Daphne was still half asleep. I'd found out that she wasn't able to NK straight before she had her first cup of tea if she had to get out of bed really early. So, I wasn't surprised when she snuggled against me in the back of the car and closed her eyes. We had to wait a little until the balloon was filled with hot air. One member of the staff handed us mugs with hot, strong tea, and Daphne eventually woke up while the balloon straightened into the air. We then climbed into the basket. The balloon ascended just in time with the sun. As we left the earth quickly behind us, Daphne again gulped. But this time she adhered to my advice and looked straight ahead. After a few minutes, she relaxed and began looking around curiously. We had a peaceful ride above the MacArthur region. Below us, the houses looked like toy blocks. Light mist rose from the river valleys, adding a mysterious feel to the quiet morning. To our right, the blue mountains greeted, and on our left the view stretched far out onto the ocean. Daphne leaned against me. "Isn't this beautiful?" she murmured. "Yeah," I agreed, and put my arm around her shoulder. That earned us a chuckle and a knowing look from Alvira Meehan. Daphne and I both blushed, but I saw no reason to pull my arm off Daphne's shoulder. And thankfully Alvira was soon distracted by her husband. Much too soon the fun was over. The balloon landed and we helped to pack up the gear. Then we were treated to a picnic fast with a glass of champagne to toast to our successful ride. The pilot even awarded us with a diploma and a photo of us taken during the flight by a camera outside of the balloon. But the fun of the day was not over yet. We drove back to Sydney. There we entered an electric boat for a private cruise of the Middle Harbour together with the Mehans. We had coolers with beer and Coke with us and huge picnic hampers. First we stopped at a secluded beach and went for a swim, followed by a picnic on the beach. Then we explored the harbor some more, but had to return soon since we were supposed to be back on board by 4 a.m. Like the day before, Daphne and I took turns in the bathroom to shower off the sand and salt, and met then on the veranda to share the customary champagne and watch Princess Isabella, leave the wonderful city of Sydney. "I liked it here," Daphne said as the siren saluted a goodbye when we passed the Opera House. "Me too," I agreed. "We have to come back here for a longer visit one day." "Here's to that," Daphne replied, and we clinked our glasses. HPDG. The next day we were back at sea and our usual routine. The Davis are back in England, Daphne announced when she read her mail that morning. "Good for them," I replied, somewhat distracted by a rather difficult investment proposal from the Goblins. "Matthew has his old job with the Unspeakables back. Matt is looking forward to his first year at Hogwarts and Tracy is considering private tutoring to get her newts. The last bit got my attention and I looked up from the letter I was reading. Actually, that's something I have also to think about. I dropped out after 6th year and didn't return in September, though Minerva offered it to me. Daphne raised an eyebrow. Minerva. I blushed. He asked me to call her by her first name, though it surely feels weird. I can imagine, Daphne chuckled. That's something I also have to think about. With Mum's condition, I never came around to take my newts. I smiled at her. Maybe we can set up something when we return and ask Davis to join us. It'll be easier to work in a small group. I'd like that. Daphne smiled back at me. She returned to her letter and groaned. I raised my head. Something wrong. She looked at the letter in her hands with a deep frown on her face. Cousin Melissa writes their new house has 4 bedrooms. Writ. Her back you'll enjoy staying in their spare room whenever you visit them. Daphne snorted at that. That'll go over well. Another thought hit me. Just give her my regards, as a subtle reminder you're still traveling with me. That'll have her knickers in a twist, but also tell her you're not willing to let her push you around. Daphne sniggered. I love it when you're all Slytherin, Harry. HP, DG. Our visit to Brisbane was nice. But unspectacular. We made a river cruise and then ventured into the city together with the Meehans, where Alvira hit the shopping malls. Daphne's Slytherin Sid. He really showed because she managed to distract Alvira from the fact that she wasn't buying anything over and over again without Alvira once noticing that she was being manipulated. Another day at sea followed. This one brought unpleasant news when I opened the banishing box to get our mail. On top of the stack of letters was a note from the goblins who scanned my mail. List of howlers, I read. I looked at the note. There were only 2 names on it. Ginny Weasley. Molly Weasley. I sighed. Daphne looked up. Bad news, she asked. Without a word I handed her the note. She read it and gave it back to me. Well, that was to be expected. Wasn't it? Yeah, I replied. I stood up and walked to the window. I'd told Ginny I was over her and had moved on, and it was the truth. But why on earth did it still hurt so much? Daphne stepped beside me and put a hand on my arm. Do you still love her? I shook my head. I told you, I never loved her. But when I was with the Weasleys, I had for the first time in my life the feeling I belonged to a family. I guess I'm still longing to get that feeling back, but that will never happen, at least not with the Weasleys. She pressed my arm lightly. You'll have a family of your own one day, Harry. Probably, I replied and looked at the young woman by my side. For a split second the image of a little girl with blonde hair and green eyes and a boy with messy black hair and blue eyes popped up in my mind, but I shooed it away. It was too soon, she was still grieving for her parents. I had to give her time, at least until we returned to England, and hope that the feelings we had for each other would still be the same if we both were back in the reality of our daily life. HP, DG. The next day we reached Yorkeys Knob. From here it was only a hop and a skip to the Great Barrier Reef. Daphne's enthusiasm for any sport done in the water had been addictive. By now, I was a passable swimmer, so there was no big discussion how we were going to spend the day. We were up before dawn. The Princess Isabella anchored in the roads, and the Meehans, another young couple that took the trip from Sydney to Hiroshima on their honeymoon, and Daphne and I were picked up by a motor yacht that would bring us to snorkeling spots at the reef. We were served muffins, tea and coffee in the salon of the yacht while we drove to the first spot. Without a word I pushed a mug of tea into Daphne's direction, who leaned against me, still half asleep. She took the mug with a thankful smile, but still leaned against me while she sipped the hot beverage. Are you also on your honeymoon? The young woman who'd introduced herself as Iris asked. Daphne turned beet red. No, she stammered and gave me a helpless look. We're classmates and decided to travel together, but we're not involved. I told the nosy woman. What a pity, you make such a cute couple, don't they, honey? Honey, whose name wasn't ever mentioned, as far as I recall, nodded to that. Alvira sniggered. Told you so. Was written clearly on her face, while Willie gently poked his wife into the side, giving Daphne and I an apologetic side glance. Daphne and I looked at each other and rolled our eyes. We were saved by a crew member who introduced us to the equipment, flippers and glasses. We also had to wear a wetsuit because of the jellyfish. Then we reached the first spot. The motor yacht dropped anchor in some distance from the reef, lest to hurt the sensitive corals. We transferred to a zodiac and were brought to a sparkling white sandbank. Under the guidance of another crew member, the adventure began. Never before in my life I've seen something that colorful and peaceful. It was hard to imagine that tiny creatures were able to build the biggest structures on our planet, and yet they did. In an abundance of forms and colors that left me feel thankful that I was given the opportunity to see that wonder. Millions of fish lived among the corals. I had no idea what species they were, but they seemed to me like sparkling jewels. The dive lasted an hour, but it felt like only 15 minutes, there was so much to see and to be awed at. On our way back to the yacht, Daphne looked at me and took my hand. There were no words needed, her eyes said it all. I knew she felt as awed and blessed as I did. Back on board we were served a light lunch of salads and fruits, while we drove to the next spot. Satiated and tired from the first dive, we settled down in deck chairs under an awning until we reached the second spot. This one was nearer to the open sea, and beside the amazing array of colorful corals our guide pointed out a couple of creatures that lived in the open sea. Again, the end of the dive came much too soon for my liking, but it was time to return to the Princess Isabella. It had been an exiting day, and Daphne and I agreed that we were too tired to change and have dinner in one of the restaurants, so we had dinner at sunset on the veranda of our suite. A fantastic ending to a wonderful day, Daphne said and raised her glass to me. I couldn't agree more. HPDG. The next day brought another unwelcome surprise, a letter from Hermione. The last time I heard from her was after she and Ron had returned from Australia, but I had already moved out of the burrow and holed myself up at Grimmauld Place. She'd implored me to give Ginny and I another chance. Lest not to destroy the friendship between Ron and I. I'd written her back that I couldn't see a future with a girl that couldn't bear me touching her, but that I'd understand if she was going to distance herself from me and that I didn't want her to have to choose between Ron and I. Dear Harry, why did you have to hurt Ginny with such a short letter? You can't fool me, you still love her. You two are meant to be with each other. After all, you look like a reincarnation of your parents. So, come out of you hole at your godfather's house and join us at the burrow. I think you made a big mistake when you didn't return to Hogwarts with Ginny and I in September. You've been on your own and grieving for 9 months now, don't you think it's time to return to the living? Your friend Hermione. I let out a deep sigh. The Weaslette again? Daphne asked from the corner of the sofa where she had curled up. I shook my head. This time it's Hermione. I don't know whether I should be more upset at she thinks Ginny and I should still be together or that she just assumes I did nothing but brood over last 9 months. Daphne gave me a long look. A strange little smile played around her lips. Harry, you haven't been in contact for almost 10 months. During this time you've changed quite a lot from the kid you were at Hogwarts, but she wouldn't know that. You can't blame her for still thinking of you as the Harry you were right after the battle. I don't blame her for not knowing that I've changed, I clarified. I'm just upset that she doesn't think me capable of making any change. I glared at the letter in my hand, but was distracted by a low chuckle from Daphne. Oh Harry, you can't blame her on that. After all, you were pretty resistant to emotional learning during our Hogwarts days, from what I can tell. And from what you told me about your time on the run alone with Hermione, you weren't exactly a ray of sunshine then. Not to mention that you admitted that you were pretty messed up right after the battle. You've broken up any contact with her, so it's only natural she thinks you're still the same. Maybe you should write her and tell her what's going on in your life. I glared at her, but she only smiled back sweetly. Damned, I hated it when she was right. Her smile deepened when she realized she'd got through to me. With an audible grumble, I pulled a piece of parchment to me. Dear Hermione, you're wrong. I don't love Ginny and I'm not sure if I ever did. Please, stop living in a dream world. I'm not a reincarnation of my father. In fact, after all I've learned about my family during the last months, we couldn't be more different. Your illusion that Ginny and I are just like my parents gives me the creeps, to be honest. You're also wrong when you think they spent my time holed up since I left the burrow. That might have been true for the first weeks, but then I realized that I needed to do something about that. I've been in therapy for 6 months and trust me, I've left the demons of the past behind me. Also, there are a lot of things going on in my life you have no idea of. I've finally come into my full inheritance. Dealing with my family holdings and learning everything I need to know to manage them keeps me rather occupied. Besides that, I'm trying to find my role in our society. You're wrong if you think I've spent all my time in Snuffle's house. Actually, I've been traveling since quite some time. During my travels I met someone I think I'd like to spend my life with, but it's still too soon to tell where this relationship will take me. Please, make Ginny see reason. If you can. I've told her I've moved on, but she doesn't seem to understand it. Oh, and tell her and Mrs. Weasley not to send any more howlers. They aren't forwarded to my banishing box, anyway. And the goblins don't like them at all. Your friend Harry. I think that was one of the longest letters I ever wrote, and I was rather satisfied with the result when I put it into the banishing box and tapped with my wand on the box. H.P. D.G. A day spent on land in Alatau brought a welcome distraction from my overbearing bushy-haired friend. There wasn't much to do there. But Daphne and I had fun exploring the local market and having a drink in one of the bars, and of course go for a swim at the beach. It was our last opportunity to stretch our legs, so to speak, before the Princess Isabella would start on a longer journey that would take us to Okinawa. We'd be at sea for 5 days, and I was really looking forward to long, lazy hours lounging on the Sun Island, sipping cold drinks and talking with Daphne and learning more about wizarding culture. At first, everything was as we'd hoped. The first 2 days were exactly as lazy and relaxing as we'd planned them. Barring the daily letters from my financial advisors, of course. The wizarding world forced its way into our blissful little world with a bombshell in form of the Daily Prophet the next day. It started harmlessly enough when I opened my banishing box to get our mail. Again, I found a list with people who'd sent howlers to me on top of the pile. Most remarkable, it were all female names. I was puzzled. Why by Merlin's unmentionables did suddenly so many witches deem it necessary to swamp me with howlers? Daphne had noticed my confusion. Something wrong, Harry? She asked, and I handed her the list. Reading it, she looked as puzzled as I felt. We found out what was going on when I opened the letter from Kingsley. The Daily Prophet from the previous day fell out and landed on the floor. Daphne bent down and picked it up. She began to hand it over to me, but stopped midway, staring down on the paper. Well, you can say the cat is out of the bag, she finally said and gave me the paper. The headline couldn't be overlooked. Neither could the gallery of photos that illustrated the article and showed Daphne and I during our days in Sydney. Daphne and I shared a look. Then we sat down on the sofa to read the newspaper together. The chosen one has chosen his chosen one. The headline screamed. How trite can they get? Really? Daphne giggled, albeit her cheeks pinked a little. I looked for the author of the article and promptly found the name I had apprehended. Rita Skeeter. Who else? I groaned. That woman really is a pain in the ass. Though, to call that newest piece of tea. Harash from her a newspaper article was highly exaggerated. It consisted of lots of photos with simple captions. With a deep sigh, I began to read. This reporter was on a well-deserved vacation in Australia and visiting the city of Sydney, when one of these dangerous contraptions the Muggles used to travel over the water caught her eyes. You can imagine my surprise, dear readers, when I discovered T. had no one else than the boy who lived stood on a small balcony, dangerously high above the waterline and only prevented from falling to his death by a low railing. But he was not alone. Leaning scandalously close against him was a young, blonde woman. That part of the article was illustrated with a photo of Daphne and I as we leaned against the railing of the veranda of our suite the morning the Princess Isabella reached Sydney Harbor. Chosen one and his new love interest, screamed the caption. Beneath came the next photo of Daphne and I that showed us on the ferry to the zoo. Daphne leaned against me and I had my arm around her shoulder. Then she pointed out something in the distance, and we looked at each other and both smiled. The happy couple on their way to a day out in Sydney. THEY couldn't keep their hands off each other. The caption under this photo read. I shifted in my seat. The room was becoming uncomfortable hot all of a sudden. As much as the article vexed me, by the looks of the both of us on that photo I couldn't blame Skeeter for the conclusions she'd drawn. We did look rather intimate with each other. I ventured a side glance at Daphne. She looked down on the photo. That odd little smile I'd noticed on her quite often during the last 2 weeks playing around her lips again. My eyes moved to the next photos. This time they'd printed 2 photos of us side by side. The first photo showed me, as I frowned over my shoulder at the adventurous emu that pecked at my behind, while Daphne, obviously shaking with laughter, took photo after photo. The second photo showed us when I got my revenge on Daphne as the wallaby stuck its nose in her blouse. The lovers having fun with Australia's dangerous animals. This caption said, "Daphne grinned at me, so much for your blackmail material, Harry. I'd say it's pretty worthless, now that it's been printed in the Daily Prophet." I didn't deign that an answer, which had her giggle. The next photo showed both of us on the terrace of the zoo. As Daphne fed me a spoonful of her cake. It's heartwarming to see how tender they are with each other. This time, I didn't dare look at Daphne. I was sure my face had gone a spectacular Weasley red when I read that caption. Hoping it wouldn't get worse, I looked at the next photo. It showed Daphne and I sitting on the bench in the Royal Botanical Garden. She leaned her head at my shoulder. And I had my arm around her. Thankfully, her face was hidden by her long hair, because I was sure she'd been crying then. Then Daphne raised her head, smiled and kissed me on the cheek. "Taking a rest after a long morning of sightseeing," was written underneath that photo. It occurred to me that Skeeter must have followed every of our steps that day in Sydney, and I blanched. Then how backwards the British magical community still was. I didn't dare to imagine how they'd react to a photo of a topless Daphne. My eyes searched for the next photo, and I breathed a sigh of relief. When I saw it showed Daphne and I leaning against the railing of the veranda when the Princess Isabella left Sydney. The permanent repetition of the photo had us clinking our glasses over and over again. The Daily Prophet wishes the handsome couple the best for their future. Beside that, the article was rather embarrassing. It could have been worse, I mused, considering Skeeter's inherent mean streak. She must have lost track of us when we took the taxi to Bondi Beach. Daphne's voice interrupted my thoughts. "Yeah, thank Merlin for little blessings," I agreed. Then I mock glared at her. "Though, it would have served you right for the trick you played on me." "Why, didn't you like what you saw, Harry?" she purred. This was one of those questions a guy couldn't answer without getting into trouble. So I only harumphed and read the conclusion of the article. We all remember the long line of heartbreaks the chosen one had to endure since he came back into the magical world. There was his long-time love interest, Muggle-born Hermione Granger, who dumped him in favor of the international star-seeker Victor Crumb. The exotic beauty Miss Parvati Patil, his date for the Yule Ball during the Triwizard Tournament, is reported to have left him during the ball and was seen dancing with other men. I had a good laugh at that. Poor Parvati. I treated her horrible that night. She really Aunt B blamed that she left me and looked for better company. You were mean to her, Daphne agreed. I remember that Tracy and I actually were glad that you hadn't asked either of us to be your date when we saw how you treated her. I guess I'll have to make it up to her one of these days, I remarked. You'll probably get your chance for that sooner than you think possible, Daphne replied. Didn't Minister Shacklebolt write something about a ball to honor the veterans of the Battle of Hogwarts at the end of the Memorial Week in May? I had forgotten about that. Kingsley had been adamant that I had to attend to that ball and wrote me in advance to make sure I'd be free on the intended day and that I'd get myself a date for the ball. Resigning to the inevitable, I'd already written B. Akin confirmed the day and assured him that I had a date. I was sure Daphne wouldn't let me down when I asked her. Do you think she'll forgive me if I ask her for a dance then? I grinned. That depends on your skills in the ballroom. Considering the impending ministry ball, I'm sure you're happy to hear there's a ball the day after tomorrow and will gladly take me there to hone your skills. Her Cheshire cat grin almost split her face in half. I barely can contain my excitement. I deadpanned and continued reading the article, while Daphne chuckled quietly to herself. Miss Patil was aced by the even more exotic beauty Miss Cho Chang, who is rumored to have exploited the feelings of the lonesome young hero while she was still pining for her lost love Cedric Diggory, who was killed by you-know-who at the end of the Triwizard Tournament, as we know now. After Miss Chang followed Looney Lovegood, who also left the hero of the wizarding world and was seen holding hands with Mr. Dennis Thomas. A Gryffindor and close friend of the Chosen One, after the Battle of Hogwarts. I hate it when people make fun of Luna, I growled. Daphne looked up from the paper. You have to admit she is a little peculiar, she replied. Yeah, but that doesn't give people the right to make fun of her and call her loony Lovegood. She's a wonderful friend and the sweetest and most honest person you can imagine if you get to know her closer. She's also very observant, though she's got a weird way to talk about her observations. I take your word on that, Daphne replied. Maybe you can introduce me to her one day. I will, I promised. Though our young hero got pretty close with Miss Fleur Delacour during the Triwizard Tournament, she also left him and married Billius Weasley, oldest son of Arthur Weasley, newly appointed Secretary for Muggle Relations, and his wife Molly, née Pruitt. It's good to see Kingsley finally gave Mr. Weasley the promotion he deserved, I remarked. Daphne scrunched up her nose. And I stiffened. This was one of those moments when I was reminded that our backgrounds were vastly different and that we didn't agree on all aspects of Kingsley's agenda. You don't agree? I asked, carefully keeping my voice neutral. She raised her head from the article and looked me in the eyes. I don't know, she began haltingly. From what you told me about him, I'm sure he's a very nice man. But I've also heard from my father about his almost childlike obsession with anything Muggle. I'm sorry to say that about a man you hold in high esteem, Harry, but I always valued my father's opinion and I can't help doubting Mr. Weasley's professionalism because of that. Also, I'm not sure how the Wizengamot will react to Minister Shacklebolt's creation of that new department in the long run. I considered her point of view. Fairness demanded that I had to admit that her doubts of Mr. Weasley's professionalism were justified. Heck, even his family made fun of his obsession with plugs. What did I really know about Arthur Weasley's qualifications beside the fact that he was well liked by many non-corrupt ministry employees and that his wife told me that he declined former promotions in order to do a job he loved? The latter could be true or not, I had no means to tell. While my prudent and calculating inner Slytherin told me she had a point, my Gryffindor Sid took offense at the slight against one of my oldest allies. She must have realized my conflict, for she put her hand on my arm and said, Look, Harry, I promised you to help you to push through Sir Shacklebolt's anti-corruption agenda. But I also told you I probably wouldn't agree on everything with you. We have become friends, Harry, but that doesn't mean I'll give up my own opinion. So, let's agree to disagree for the time being. Time will tell who's been right. All right, I agreed. I took a moment to collect myself and then read the last paragraph. Last on the list is Miss Virginia Weasley, youngest daughter of Arthur and Molly Weasley. This relationship is reported to have been the longest our young hero ever had, but it was also doomed to fail as the hero of the wizarding world set out to meet his destiny. For more about the Chosen One and his fight against you-know-who, see pages 3, 14 and 16. For more about Hermione Granger, see pages 5, 12 and 13. For more about Parvati Patil, see pages 11 and 14. For more about Loony Lovegood, see pages 7 and 9. For more about Fleur Weasley née Delacour, see pages 6 and 12. For more about Cho Chang, see pages 10 and 27. For more about Virginia Weasley, see pages 4, 9 and 13. I was just about to fold the paper and put it away safely so that the crew members who cleaned our suite wouldn't find it, when another thought hit me. How is it that Skeeter doesn't know you? I asked. I'd have thought that Daphne, coming from a prominent pureblood family, was well known by the press. Daphne smiled and explained another pureblood tradition to me. It's because I have not yet had my debut in pureblood circles. You're what? I suppose I looked as clueless as I felt. Young witches are kept out of sight until they finish their Hogwarts education or marry. Whichever comes sooner. They are presented to the Pureblood Society at one of the many debutante balls that take place from September to December, either as a young girl still looking for an eligible husband, or as a young bride. However, since I haven't yet had my debut, I'm unknown to the members of the press. Mum and Dad always took great pains to keep me away from the limelight while I was at school. I should have had my debut last September, after I'd finished school, but of course it never came to that. Again, the haunted and lonesome look appeared in her eyes, as always when she thought of her parents. I put my arm around her shoulder and hugged her. She gave me an unsteady smile, but then squared her shoulders. I squeezed her shoulder once more and pulled my arm away. So, the balls here on the ship are also an exercise for you? I asked. Daphne looked surprised. I hadn't thought about that. But when you put it that way, you're probably right. I looked at the paper in my hand. And then at the young woman in front of me. Look, Daphne, I'm sorry for that article. I hope there won't be any bad repercussions for you because of it. She made a dismissive gesture with her hand. Don't worry about that. I don't think I'll have to worry much because of the article. Maybe a stray howler or two from disappointed witches, as soon as they find out my name. It's a good thing that you asked the goblins to key me into your banishing box for the duration of the cruise. I shudder to think the ship will be attacked by a flock of owls, all carrying howlers. She grinned at her last statement. But I blanched. So much for the statute of secrecy. Again, I looked at the headline. That article is extremely tame for Skeeter. I'm surprised she slandered neither you nor me. Just the contrary. She was pretty supportive of what she thinks is my new relationship. I blushed at my last words. Daphne gave me a shrewd side glance. Harry, in the current political climate it would be professional suicide for her to try again what she did with you in our 4th year and after that. Also, I've heard a rumor that you have dirt on her. She let her last words hang in the air. Hermione has, I grinned. Skeeter is an unregistered animagus in the form of a beetle. Though, I never once noticed a beetle around us during our days in Sydney. She must have kept her distance because she knew you'd recognize her animagus, Daphne observed. Just look at the photos. They are all taken from some distance, which confirms my assumption. She put a strand of her hair behind her ear and smiled at me. Thanks for telling me about her animagus form, Harry. Now I know for what I'll have to look out for. HPDG. I can't believe it that half of the cruise is already over. I said to Daphne when we met before dinner in the living room in the evening. Time flies when you're having fun, she replied. The cruise company had invited all passengers who'd booked the world cruise to a barbecue and dance that night. It was going to be a casual affair, and we dressed accordingly. Daphne wore an open blouse dyed in different shades of turquoise, blue and emerald over a top with spaghetti straps and white chinois. Her hair was put into a French braid that hung down over one shoulder. You look great, I complimented her, and she pinked a little. I grabbed her hand and led her out of the suite. The barbecue took place around the pool. Long tables with benches had been put up around the pool, with room enough for a dance floor and the DJ and his equipment. The tables were decorated with flags from all the countries we visited, and looked rather festive. Stewards with tablets in their hands served cocktails. It was amazing how many of the passengers on board had booked the world cruise. There was quite a crowd assembled around the pool, and they all were ready to party. Of course, the Mehans were already there, and we took our seats opposite of them. I can't believe our cruise is already half over. Alvira echoed my words when we sat down. Immediately, cocktails were placed in front of Daphne and I. Unbelievable, isn't it? Daphne nodded. We've seen so much. And there are some incredible destinations yet to come. I'm really looking forward to visit the Seychelles and Mauritius. Of course you'd say that. I grinned and took some of the peanuts from the bowl in front of me. All you need is a beach, the ocean and sunshine and you're happy. She bumped her shoulder with mine. See, I'm easy to please. She grinned, and everybody laughed. I'm looking forward to seeing Kyoto and Hiroshima, Willie said in his quiet way. What are you looking forward to for the second half of the cruise, Harry? I think Cape Town will be cool, I replied. They heard you can dive with white sharks there. Alvira shuddered at that, and Daphne looked slightly alarmed. You're not really planning on something that crazy, Harry, are you? She asked. I shrugged my shoulders and grinned. She regarded me with a look of horror. Just for the record, I'm not going with you on such a trip. Daphne, you're no fun. I whined, and everybody laughed. Alvira raised her cocktail glass. Here's to an eventful and safe second half of our cruise. We all responded to the toast. Little did Daphne and I know then how eventful the next weeks of the cruise would be for us. HPDG. As all horror stories, it started harmless enough. The next evening, we met in the living room before dinner time, dressed in our finest for the ball. I have to admit my jaw probable. Why hit the floor when Daphne entered the room? She wore a floor-length dress made of ice blue satin. The bodice hugged her figure like a second skin and was held up by spaghetti straps made of crystal beads. The skirt flared out gracefully from her hips down and was embellished by floral motifs made of the same crystal beads as the spaghetti straps. She'd curled her hair slightly and left it open, only held back by silver combs. And she wore no jewels, except for small diamond studs in her ears, and only minimal makeup. Her beauty didn't need these embellishments. She was absolutely breathtaking. "How do I look?" she asked and whirled around in front of me, her long skirt flaring. "Absolutely gorgeous," I said, when I finally found my voice again, though it sounded rather hoarse. Our eyes met, and she turned slightly pink. "Thank you, Harry." I held out my arm to her and we went down to the restaurant for dinner. I swear almost every male head turned around when Daphne passed them. Hoes who didn't look were either blind or gay. Dinner was a huge affair, as always on ball nights, and it was already late when we finally entered the theater that also served as the ballroom. It was the first time we went into the theater. And I have to admit I was overwhelmed by the opulence of the place. The band sat in a niche beside the stage, and the stage and a semicircular parquetted floor in front of it was used as the dance floor. The rest of the room was laid out with a thick, red and gold carpet. Several levels with lots of small tables and upholstered chairs arranged in rows that faced the stage wrapped around the dance floor. Each table was meant to seat 2 or 4 people. Above us was a gilded balcony with even more tables. Along the side of the room stretched a well-stocked bar. And stewards were already catering to the guests that eventually filled the tables, with champagne obviously being the drink of the evening. The band started with a Viennese waltz, and I felt very nervous when I led Daphne onto the dance floor. But my nervousness soon vanished when I looked into her beaming face, and I began to enjoy the feeling of having her in my arms and close to me. The dance ended much too soon. While Daphne and I slowly walked around the room, Elvira waved at us from one of the many small tables. We weaved our way through the crowd to meet with our friends. "Daphne, Harry, I didn't expect to see you here. This must be the first time you're attending one of the balls," Elvira exclaimed when we sat down at their table. Daphne looked uncomfortable, so I said, Daphne wasn't really up to it until now. "Oh, sorry, how insensitive of me," Elvira said and turned red. Daphne had told her about the loss of her parents a few weeks ago. "I really should learn to think before I talk." She put her hand on Daphne's arm. "Though I'm sure your parents will be delighted to see that you enjoy yourself dancing with a handsome young man when they look down on you." Daphne blushed at that, but had to smile. We had a glass of champagne with the Mehans, and then we went back to the dance floor, though this time Daphne danced with Willie and I asked Elvira to dance with me. Unfortunately, that was the sign for the many elderly ladies we'd met on board to trade me between them as their dancing tool, since most of them were either single or their spouses were too lazy to dance. Daphne waved merrily at me when the First Lady dragged me on the dance floor. Together with Elvira she followed every single of my steps. Apparently, both of them had a field day doing so, judging by the way they laughed and stuck their heads together over another glass of champagne. I'd lost count with how many ladies I danced until Daphne finally showed mercy and claimed me back. "Do you enjoy yourself, Harry?" She giggled while I led her over the dance floor in a slow waltz. "Not until now," I grumbled. I wasn't prepared for playing the dance escort for every single lady on board. That had her laugh. "Poor boy," she crooned, though her voice suspiciously lacked of any trace of sympathy. "Get used to it. That's what you're expected to do at the ministry balls. In order to get the additional votes you want to support Minister Shacklebolt, you need to soften up the inhabitants of the seats, and there's no better way to approach them than through their wives. Most of the old codgers are pretty whipped, you know." I snorted at that. "All right, I bow to your superior knowledge of the political circles, Daphne. But you have to promise to make my task bearable by dancing with me every now and then on these balls." Single quote. She scrunched up her nose as if deep in thought. "I think I can fit you in between charming the old codgers," she conceded. "Gosh, you've got a knack for showing me where my place is, don't you?" I laughed while I whirled her around. "Don't you forget it, Potter." She grinned. I was parched, so we went to the bar after that dance. While I opted for a soda, Daphne had another glass of champagne, which she raised to me with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes and then downed most of it in one gulp. "How many of these did you have tonight?" I asked, nodding towards the glass in her hand. She shrugged her shoulders and giggled. I don't know. I didn't count. It's deliciously cold and it tastes nice. I easily believed her that she'd lost count. It showed by her flushed face, the sparkle in her eyes and the giggles that were constantly bubbling up whenever we talked. She gave me a teasing smile. You should try it, Harry. Might loosen you up a trifle. She grabbed my hand and dragged me towards the dance floor. Are you finished with your drink? Because for the rest of the night you're mine. I want to dance some more with my handsome date. The SMI. She flashed me over her shoulder made me hold my breath. This slightly tipsy, flirtatious Daphne was a new side of her, and I liked it immensely. For the rest of the evening Daphne refused to leave the dance floor. Except for a quick glass of champagne at the bar. I didn't mind, it was more fun than I ever expected to spend the night dancing with a beautiful girl in my arms. I think I've got enough of ballroom dancing, Daphne announced shortly after midnight. Do you want to return to the suite? I asked. Dream on, Potter, she grinned and grabbed my hand. Laughing, I let her drag me out of the theater and towards the elevators. Though, I was not surprised when she hit the bottom for deck 8 in the dance club. Come on, Harry, let's the party begin. She giggled when we reached the club. The club was crowded and the air was hot and stuffy and smelled of the many different perfumes of the ladies. It was dark, but the Clavelux cast a staccato of lights on the twitching dancers on the packed dance floor. Daphne lost no time to drag me into the midst of the fray. Because of the average age of the passengers of the Princess Isabella, the DJ didn't play the latest music, but a rather danceable mix of the most popular music of the 60s, 70s and 80s. Due to my aunt and uncle's abhorrence of newfangled nonsense, I'd grown up with the older pieces, and actually enjoyed myself dancing to the familiar tunes, though admittedly I had much more fun watching Daphne. She really was a sight worth looking at. I'd already known that she was proficient at ballroom dancing, but watching her lithe body move to the music without the restraints of formal dance movements was something else. I felt uncomfortably hot, and that wasn't due to the crowded room. I don't know how long we danced like that, until the DJ finally played a rather slow piece. Daphne snuggled up to me and put her arms around my neck. With a content sigh, she leaned her head against my shoulder. I put my arms around her and held her close. If I'd had my way, the music would have never ended, but of course it had to come to an end much sooner than I liked. Daphne raised her head and looked me in the eyes. She licked her lips and said, I think I've had enough for tonight, Harry. I nodded and took her hand. We weaved our way through the crowded club until we reached the door. Outside, the warm air of the tropical night seemed cold, compared to the hot, stuffy club, and Daphne shivered. I put my arm around her shoulder and pulled her close, and felt how her arm slid around my waist as I did so. We spurned the elevator and took the 2 flights of stairs from deck 8 to deck 10. When we reached our suite, Daphne led me out onto the veranda. No matter how late in the night we returned from the public rooms, it had become a ritual for us to settle down on the veranda and talk for a while. Side by side we stood at the railing and looked out onto the dark ocean, still one arm around each other. I knew we were on a ship with hundreds of passengers and almost as much crew members. Below our feet was the bridge, which was well manned day and night. But as we stood there, it felt as if there were only Daphne and I on a ship in the middle of the ocean. I looked down on her blonde locks, the same moment as she raised her head to look at me. Her pink lips shimmered in the dim light, and there was a sparkle deep in her eyes that beckoned me towards her. Before I knew what I was doing I bent down and our lips touched. I'd kissed girls before, but nothing had prepared me for the experience of kissing Daphne. Until today I can't find the proper words to describe it. Every coherent thought went straight out of my head and my body felt as if it was on fire. All that mattered was the feeling of her soft lips on mine. When she slung her arms around my neck, pulling me as close to her as possible, and deepened the kiss with a soft moan, I felt as if I'd at last found what I'd been looking for without knowing it all my life long. When we finally parted, Daphne kept her arms around my neck and looked up at me. The light in her eyes almost blinded me. There was tenderness, desire and an overwhelming trust, telling me she was ready to follow me to the abyss and back if I'd asked her. There was also something else in her eyes I couldn't identify, which elated me and made me want to take on the whole world for her. But nevertheless terrified me, and I shivered. I'd done nothing to deserve her devotion, I reminded myself. I'd happened to be there when she was at her most vulnerable. Isolated from her world and in dire need of a friend. That was my only claim to her affection. She'd get over it soon enough when she met other wizards. Not to mention that she'd had a drink too many tonight. Merlin. I was a son of a bitch to exploit her feelings like that. I raised my hands and gently pulled her arms off me. I'm sorry, Daphne. It won't happen again. The light vanished. D is sudden from her eyes as if I'd blown out a candle. But, Harry, she began. I put a finger on her lips. You're tipsy, Daphne. Let's sleep over this one night and talk tomorrow, all right? She nodded, but didn't look me in the eyes. I turned around and went in my bedroom. It was way after midnight, but sleep failed to claim me that night. DG. I must have dozed off at some point. When I woke up the next morning, the bright sunlight pouring through the curtains told me it was already in the middle of the morning. I must have slept without moving much, because my muscles felt stiff and I had a kink in the neck. I listened, but in the living room everything was still quiet, a sure sign that Daphne was still asleep. I went in the bathroom and took a long shower to loosen up my stiff muscles. After I dressed, I cautiously opened the door to the living room, lest not to wake Daphne. To my amazement, the room was empty and already put back to order. I hadn't heard the room Vice coming into our suite and realized I must have slept deeper than I thought. Daphne was on the veranda. She sat cross-legged on the sun island, both of her hands wrapped around a cup of tea and looked onto the sea. She was dressed casually in jog pants and a loose t-shirt and obviously lost deep in thought. I looked at the watch on the wall. The Princess Isabella was scheduled to reach Okinawa in an hour. Daphne and I hadn't booked one of the offered tours, but instead decided to explore the city by taxi and on foot. It wasn't like Daphne to venture into public in such casual clothes. Shish. Hadn't noticed me through the huge windows yet. I squared my shoulders, hoping she'd not be too angry at me because I took advantage of her last night, and stepped out onto the veranda. Good morning, Daphne, I greeted, and was proud that my voice betrayed nothing of my inner turmoil. Good morning, she replied quietly, but didn't turn her head around to look at me. I sat down on one of the CK chairs instead of joining her on the sun island, as I normally would have done. Something in her posture discouraged me from our usual familiarity, and besides that I still had a bad conscience use of last night and didn't want to impose myself on her. For the first time since we stayed together I had to rack my brain to come up with something to talk about. Usually, we'd talk about everything that came to our minds. From ministry politics to the Quidditch results in the Daily Prophet, and from important events in our lives to the weather report. We'd also never had problems to be comfortable with each other not talking. But today, nothing felt right. Are you ready for our trip to Okinawa? I finally asked. She shook her head, still not looking at me. I'm not feeling well, Harry. I think I'd better stay on board today. Do you mind going alone? I was alarmed. Do you need to see the doctor? Shall I take you to the hospital? Again, she shook her head, but still avoided looking at me. Thank you, Harry. That's sweet of you, but not necessary. I just have a rather mean headache. That wasn't surprising, considering the numbers of glasses of champagne she'd had last night, and I relaxed. I'll stay with you if you like, I offered. For the third time she shook her head. Thank you, but if you don't mind, I'd like to have some time of my own today to get back to order. Ma, I'll lay down as soon as you've left. I was hurt, but didn't object. We'd been in close proximity for almost 9 weeks. I couldn't deny her some space if she asked for it. All right, I agreed and stood up. I'll see if I can still get some breakfast at the Lido Cafe before we reach Okinawa. Get well soon, Daphne. Thank you, Harry. Have a nice day, she replied. It wasn't until I'd left the suite and was on my way to the elevator that I realized that she hadn't looked at me once. DG. My day in Okinawa was a far cry from being nice. I hired a taxi with a driver who thankfully spoke English to drive me to the sites. But it was no fun without Daphne, and I was glad when I was back on the Princess Isabella. A look on my wristwatch told me that it was probably still too soon to return to our suite if I didn't want to disturb Daphne in her sleep, so I went to the sports bar to have a sandwich and watch some sports. As always on land days, the accommodations on board were sparsely populated. A few patrons sat at the bar, watching a football game of the German Bundesliga. The tables were almost all empty, except for a small table at the side of the room, from where Willie Meehan waved to me. "Hello Harry. Where is Daphne?" He greeted me as I walked over to him. "Daphne's not feeling well and told me to go out alone today," I explained. Willie chuckled. "Too much champagne, I guess. Alvira is still in bed, curing her hangover, though she prefers to call it a migraine." We both laughed at that and he invited me to sit down and have a late lunch with him. As always, hanging around with Willie was relaxing. Despite the age difference, he was not one for many words, but whenever he opened his mouth, he showed a sharp mind and a wicked sense of humor. We munched our sandwiches in companionable silence, watching the game on TV and both trying to guess the meaning of the comments of the obviously German patrons at the bar, that got more heated and probably also colorful as the game progressed. Willie excused himself soon after lunch, and I decided that it was safe to return to the suite. By now, Daphne should have had time enough to sleep off her hangover, headache. But when I tiptoed into our suite, I found her sleeping on the sofa. She really looked pale, so I took my mystery novel off the sideboard and went out on the veranda, where I made myself comfortable on the sun island. Daphne didn't stir for another 2 hours. When she came out, she was still looking that pale that I was seriously concerned. "Are you sure you don't need a doctor?" I asked and put my book down in my lap. "Yes, I am. I'm not going to let a muggle doctor mess with me and stick a needle into me if I can help it." She snapped at me, sitting down on the desk chair farthest from me and crossing her arms before her chest. She still didn't look at me. Daphne usually was pretty even-tempered and had never snapped at me before. My heart sank in the pit of my stomach. Obviously, she was angry at me that I'd taken advantage of her inebriated state last night. There was only one way out of it. I had to clear the air immediately. "Look, Daphne, about last night. I'm really sorry." But she didn't let me finish my sentence. "It's all right, Harry. I understand. No need to be sorry, really." She interrupted me, but she still didn't look at me. "Well, if you say so." My voice trailed off. Something in her demeanor told me that we were far from being all right, but obviously she didn't want to talk about it. That was a first. It was always Daphne who encouraged me to talk about the things that were bugging me. Why she didn't heed to her own advice when she was clearly upset was beyond me. But I'm the first to admit that I'm pants with girls, so I decided to respect her wish and not to talk about last night. An uncomfortable silence settled down between us. Daphne still avoided my eyes and instead preferred to glare a hole into the wall of the cruise terminal of Okinawa. With an inward sigh I picked up my novel and tried to read the next chapter, but the words refused to form themselves into readable sentences before my eyes. At least staring at the paw Jess in front of me helped me avoiding to look at Daphne and to reveal how miserable our suddenly dried up communication made me. We still sat like that when the butler appeared with champagne and pralines. Daphne shuddered when I offered her a glass of champagne. "I've been told in case of a hangover you should start the next day with what you'd had last the evening before," I remarked and held the glass under her nose. "Is that a muggle cure? I'd rather have some hangover potion." She grumbled, but nevertheless took the glass from me. There must be something right about the muggle advice, Beck. Some color returned into her cheeks after a few sips. However, she left all of the delicious pralines for me, not that I complained, and when it was time for dinner, she declined. For the second time that day I went out all by myself and didn't like it one bit. When I returned to our suite, Daphne was already asleep, so I took my novel and retreated to my bedroom. It had been a lousy day. DG. The next day wasn't any better. Daphne opted out of our morning swim, claiming that she still wasn't feeling well. At breakfast, she was pale and withdrawn and hardly spoke a word. She went on like that for the rest of the day. I could see that she was miserable, but she still refused to talk to me. The day after that brought another highlight of the cruise, a trip to Kyoto. I hoped that the famous Japanese gardens would pique Daphne's interest and bring back some of her vivacity, which I sorely missed. But there was no luck. It was as if the Daphne I knew and had fallen for was gone, and had left only an empty shell behind. Though she meanwhile could look at me again, she painfully avoided to touch me. I didn't realize how much I'd relished our closeness until I was deprived of it. 3 more days of misery followed. Daphne declined to accompany me on the tours at Kagoshima and Busan, so I went alone. But if someone had asked me what I saw, I wouldn't have been able to tell. The evening before we reached Hiroshima, she finally talked to me. We'd been for dinner at the main restaurant and returned early to our suite, neither of us in the mood for the evening entertainment. We entered the living room, and Daphne sat down on the sofa, while I still stood in the doorway, not knowing if I should keep her company or retreat to my bedroom. "I've written to the ministry for a portkey back to London," she told me quietly. It felt as if a troll had hit me square in the gut with its club. The air was pressed out of my lungs, and I had difficulties to breathe. "Why?" I asked when I finally caught some air. She'd turned to the window and didn't look at me again. "Harry, we've had a wonderful time. You've helped me to overcome the loss of my parents. But now it's time for me to move on and stand on my own feet. I can't rely on you forever." I wouldn't have minded if she did just that. Suddenly, the thought of taking care of her and making her smile for the rest of my life sounded very appealing. I opened my mouth to tell her just that, but the right words never came out. Instead, I asked, "When?" My voice sounded as if it didn't belong to me. "The day after tomorrow, I think," she replied quietly. There was nothing more left to say. I went into my bedroom and closed the door behind me. When I sat down on the edge of my bed, I asked myself how on earth my life had gone to hell within a couple of days. DG. The next day we reached Hiroshima. I wasn't in the mood to join one of the excursions and stayed on board, watching Daphne how she collected her things that had somehow spread themselves across the suite and packed. We barely spoke a word together that day. The portkey arrived through my banishing box in the afternoon. It was a broken quill, and I was sorely tempted to throw it overboard when I took it out of the box, but Daphne took it out of my hand and stashed it away. I didn't sleep a wink that night and was up before dawn the next morning. Daphne was also already awake and dressed when I entered the living room. She sat on the sofa, her head in her hands, but looked up when I entered the room. "Good morning, Harry. I didn't think you'd be up in time to see me off." She was unnaturally pale, and there were smudges around her eyes, as if she also didn't sleep last night. "Wouldn't have missed it for the world" somehow sounded like the wrong thing to say. So I just shrugged and asked, "When is the portkey due?" The damn thing lay in front of her on the coffee table. Daphne looked at her watch. "In 3 minutes. There was still time enough. If I grabbed the quill and made a dash for the veranda, I could throw it overboard before it activated. But no, she wanted this, and I had no right to tell her what she should do or not." "Where are you staying?" I asked instead. "Just in case you forgot something and I'll have to send it to you." "I've written Tom and booked a room at the Leaky Cauldron for the next 2 weeks, she replied. "I hope I'll have found an apartment after that. I'll let you know where I'll be staying." I nodded. Maybe she would, maybe not. I wasn't sure about that anymore. Our relationship had gone in a shambles that fast. Silence stretched out between us, until Daphne looked at her watch again and then stood up. "It's time," she said and grabbed the quill. My heart raced. This couldn't be true. I was in a nightmare and Shirley would wake up any moment, and Daphne would stand in the doorframe of my bedroom, ready for our morning swim, and call me a lazybones. "Do you have everything?" I asked. She nodded. "My trunks are shrunken and in my pocket. Don't worry, Harry, I'll manage." And Harry. Her voice trailed off. "What? Thank you, for everything. In spite of how it started, these last weeks were the best time I ever had," she said quietly. I wasn't sure, but I thought I saw a tear rolling down her cheek. The next second, the portkey glowed blue and she was gone. She was gone. I stared at the spot from where Daphne had disappeared only seconds ago and couldn't fathom it. My brain had shut down and refused to cooperate. I sunk down on the sofa and leaned back. My head touched the backrest. And I caught a whiff of the scent of her hair that still lingered in the cushions. It made me feel even worse. Until today I don't know how I survived the following days. I thought I knew what grief and longing meant. I had spent 2 summers of grief and self-loathing after first Cedric and then Sirius died, and I'd spent every night when I was on the run pining for Ginny. I knew nothing. Nothing in my life had prepared me for the emptiness and hurt I felt after Daphne had left me. It was a physical pain, strong enough to make me almost immobile. I needed every ounce of strength. I had to get me out of bed in the morning, and getting showered and dressed was a challenge I hardly mastered. The mere thought of food nauseated me, and I lived of tea and dry toast. My days were spent curled up on the sofa. At night I tossed and turned in my bed, unable to sleep, until exhaustion overcame me and I fell in a fitful slumber, only to wake up from a nightmare minutes later. The letters in my banishing box piled up. I didn't care. Nothing mattered anymore. On the third day I was startled out of my misery by a persistent knock on the door of the suite. "Harry, I know that you are in there, so you'd better open." Alvira's voice called. I dragged myself toward the door and opened. "Heavens, you look awful." She greeted me. She took me by the arm and led me back into the living room. There she sat down on the sofa and pulled me down to sit beside her. "You don't have to tell me about Daphne. The cruise director mentioned that she had to leave in Hiroshima because she had to tend to her family business. But when you also disappeared, Willie and I got worried." She gave me an appraising look. "You look like shit, Harry. I don't buy that family business story. You've had a quarrel and she ran away, didn't she?" I looked in her sympathetic brown eyes and gulped. Alvira was a warm-hearted person. From the day we'd met her, she'd shown nothing but friendliness and genuine interest to Daphne and I. Before I knew what happened, I poured my heart out to her. Alvira listened without a comment. When I finished, she regarded me with an almost amused smile in her eyes. "Ah yes, you're both still very young. Willie and I also used to be that young and dumb, some 40 years ago, and it caused us a lot of pain and heartache. But we got over it and are happily married for almost 40 years. And I see no reason why you and Daphne shouldn't become as happy." I ran a hand through my hair and sighed with frustration. "That's easier said than done. I wish I knew what to do." Alvira actually laughed at that. "Go after her, of course, and shake some sense into her head. Then grab her by the shoulders and kiss her senseless. That's what she wanted from you all along, Harry." "But, there's no but, Harry. Really, I'm almost cross with you. If a girl looks at you as if you've just given her the moon and all the stars on top after you've kissed her for the first time, you don't pull back and say you're sorry. You think she isn't angry at me because I took advantage of her?" I asked, not yet trusting her advice. "Just the contrary, I'm sure she feels rejected. ND avoids you because you didn't take advantage of what was offered to you, Harry." Alvira chuckled. She got up to her feet and looked down at me with a soft smile. "If you want my advice, you'll pick up that phone and order a plane ticket from Shanghai to London, go grab Daphne and return with her in time to join us in Hong Kong for the remainder of the cruise." She waved at me and went to the door. Too overwhelmed for words, I just gaped after her. I startled out of my paralyzation when the door closed behind her. Her advice was sound, I had to admit. After all, I hadn't anything to lose. It couldn't get worse. For the first time in days, I felt something like hope. I went to the desk and wrote a letter to the ministry, ordering a couple of portkeys. HP, DG. The morning we reached Shanghai, I was a nervous wreck. I'd been up well before dawn, showered and dressed, and ordered some tea. As soon as the Princess Isabella was tied to the pier of the cruise terminal and we were allowed to leave the ship, I walked from board. I'd told the staff that I'd also had been called back to London for business reasons and would likely return in 3 days. When the Princess Isabella reached Hong Kong, I'd packed a small suitcase with enough clothes to last me until then. A surreptitiously cast confounding hex made the staff think I'd taken a taxi to the airport. Instead, I slipped into the men's restroom of the cruise terminal, shrunk my luggage to fit into my pocket and activated the portkey to the leaky cauldron that had arrived yesterday. I still wasn't fond of the feeling of being jerked behind my navel and spun through the void, but in my impatience to get to Daphne, I didn't care and promptly landed on my ass when the portkey finally dumped me in the taproom of the leaky cauldron. To my amazement, the room was dark and empty, only illuminated by the light of the street lamps on Charing Cross Street that shone through the dirty window panes. I hadn't considered the time difference between Shanghai and London. While it was early morning in Shanghai, it was still in the middle of the night in London. I scratched the back of my head with my hand, while I inhaled the aroma of stale Cold smoke and butterbeer in a sigh of frustration. I'd counted on Tom being in the taproom and telling me in which room Daphne stayed. I couldn't try every doorknob until I finally found her room, could I? A sudden feeling of recklessness overcame me. Hell, why not? I'd come to London to find Daphne, and find I would her, no matter how. I ran up the impressing stairs that led to Tom's guest rooms. From my stay at the Leaky Cauldron, in the summer before my 3rd year, I still remembered the layout of the first floor. I listened at the door to room number 10 and heard loud snoring. No way that this was Daphne. I tiptoed to the next room, room No. 11. It was the room I had stayed in more than 5 years ago. When I listened at the door, silence greeted me. I tried the doorknob. As I'd expected, the door was locked from inside. Slipping my wand an inch out of the invisible holster, I cast a silent, Alohomora, and hoped that it would do the trick and I'd not have to resort to a more offensive spell. I shuddered to imagine the general public's reaction when they read in the Daily Prophet that the chosen one tried to blast his way into a guest room of the Leaky Cauldron. The door clicked open. I frowned. I'd not have felt safe with only a simple locking charm to protect me in a magical environment. But most people had not had my experiences during the war, I reminded myself. However, if I found Daphne in that room, I'd have to talk to her about security measures, even if she wouldn't want to have me. My heart plummeted into the pit of my stomach at the mere thought. Ever so careful, I inched the door open. The room hadn't changed. The polish of the oak furniture gleamed in the light of the fire that crackled merrily in the grate. The huge bed still occupied the middle of the room. In the flickering light I saw Daphne's slender form lying on top of the blankets. She lay on her side, her face partly covered by her beautiful hair, and she still wore the clothes she had worn during the day. In the light of the fire I could see tear tracks glistening on her cheeks. She must have fallen asleep crying. I felt like an arsehole. I edged closer, not wanting to startle her out of her sleep by a sudden noise or movement, and knelt down beside her until we were face to face. At the last moment it occurred to me to cast a silencing spell on the room, just to be safe. I cupped my hand around her cheek and whispered, "Daphne." Her eyes fluttered open. When she noticed me, they beamed with joy, but in the next second the joy was replaced by the cold, impersonal stare of her Ice Queen persona. Only someone who knew her as well as I did could see the mix of warmth, joy and unshed tears that was fighting with anger lurking deep in her eyes when she looked at me. "What do you want, Harry?" she asked, and the tone of her voice made me shiver. Her hand crept to the wand on her bedside table. I intercepted her hand. "This time, you'll hear me out, Daphne. After that, you might hex me into the next millennium if you still feel like it," I told her and was proud that my voice didn't quiver. My heart raced, giving me a light-headed feeling, but I was determined to get my piece out. Even if it was killing me. "You're a Gryffindor. You can do that," I told myself mentally and took a deep breath. The words tumbled out of my mouth as soon as I started talking. "I'm sorry, Daphne. Not that I kissed you. Merlin, no, I wanted to kiss you for weeks. But that I kissed you while you clearly had a drink too many. I didn't want to take advantage of you, so I said I was sorry. But it was not because I kissed you. Well, in a way it was, but not because it was a bad thing. Merlin, it was the best thing that ever happened to me. But my timing was wrong, and now you're angry at me, anyway. And I have no idea what to do because you left and I'm miserable without you." I knew I rambled, and eventually ran out of breath. I took a long, shuddering breath and continued. "I miss you, Daphne. Life isn't worth living without you." My eyes never left her face while I was talking. Her expression turned from feigned indifference to surprise, then joy, only to be replaced by ire when I ended my sentence. She shot up in the bed, kicking away my hand that still cupped her cheek, and causing me to fall backwards. I was hardly able to support me with my hands to keep me from falling flat on my back. When she already leapt at me, my hands instinctively wrapped around her waist, and the back of my head hit the wooden floor with a loud thud. Stars danced before my eyes. The next moment her lips covered mine, and she kissed me like I've never been kissed before. I was sure I'd died and gone to heaven. Much too soon for my liking she ended the kiss. Though she still glared at me. Her face was red with ire, and before I knew what was wrong with her, her small fists pummeled my chest. "You stupid, noble Gryffindor. You put me through all this because you thought you took advantage of me. Damn you, Harry, use your brain. I'm a Slytherin, I'll never allow a boy to take advantage of me. You should know that I'd never do anything out of the spur of the moment, you oaf. I planned on kissing you that night, maybe even seduce you. I was sure you felt the same for me, but when you said you're sorry I thought I'd made a terrible mistake and you weren't interested in me at all. How am I supposed to know your damned Gryffindor nobility got in the way? Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she was sobbing and laughing. I caught her hands in mine and cradled them to my chest. I couldn't help myself, I roared with laughter. Daphne joined my laughter. Then she rested her head on my chest and sighed contentedly. Merlin, Harry, I've been so miserable. So have I replied and put my arms around her. You should have heeded your own advice and listened to me when I wanted to talk to you the next morning. She looked up and ran her hand through my hair. I'm sorry, Harry. I put us through the ringer because I was too embarrassed to talk with you. I kissed her on the top of her head. And I should have listened to my gut feeling and insist that you hear me out. We both made a mistake, Daphne, and suffered from it. Let's hope we won't make that mistake ever again. Never, Daphne replied. There it was again, that light in her eyes when she looked at me. Somehow I knew that special look in her eyes was only meant for me, and my heart beat a drumroll. I was sure I still didn't deserve her devotion, but that moment I made an oath to myself. That I'd do everything to be worth of it and never make her regret her decision. During the last days, while I waited for the portkey that would finally get me back to her, I'd done nothing but to think about the perfect moment to declare my feelings to her. I'd thought along the lines of a romantic dinner and candlelight and moonshine. However, when I lay flat on my back on the spotlessly clean, but uncomfortably hard wooden floor of guest room No. 11, Daphne sprawled over my chest, and a lump of the size of an egg forming at the back of my head where it had hit the floor, I knew that the right moment had come. I cupped her cheek with my hand and again lost myself in the depth of her beautiful blue eyes. I love you, Daphne, I whispered and kissed her. I poured everything into that kiss I felt for her. And she seemed to understand and responded in kind. I love you, too, Harry, she replied when we finally had to break off the kiss. The goofy grin that appeared on my face at her DS probably could have lit up all of Diagon Alley. I tightened my grip around her. Really? Be careful what you say, love, you won't get rid of me anytime soon, I tried to joke. Again she looked at me with that strange light in her eyes. I wouldn't mind to keep you around for the rest of my life, Harry, she said. I think that can be arranged, I replied and kissed her again. DG. We didn't resurface from our little island of bliss on the floor of the guest room of the Leaky Cauldron, until the grey light of a drab March morning in London crept through the curtains. I looked at the young woman in my arms. Her hair was a mess. Her clothes were rumpled and her lips very pink and swollen. She looked thoroughly kissed, but I was sure I didn't look much better. Faint noises from the taper reminded me that there were some things we hadn't talked about yet, though I was pretty sure what answer she'd give me. Will you come back with me? I asked. Of course I will. I don't want to miss another second I could spend with you, Harry. Good decision, I grinned and pecked her lightly on the lips. Let's pack your things and get going. I'd love to have a shower first and change into something more fitting for Asia. Daphne replied and scrambled to her feet. She went to her trunk and gathered the things she needed and walked out of the door, but not before giving me another kiss. I settled into the only chair the room provided and waited for her return. It didn't take long. When Daphne came back, she was dressed in dark slacks and a silk blouse. She'd put the jeans and jumper she'd worn the day before away and packed the rest of her belongings. Lastly, she pulled a light suit jacket out of her trunk and put it over her blouse. She shrunk her trunk and shoved it into the pocket of her slacks. Ready, she announced. Then she gave me a critical look and grinned. Merlin, what have you done to your suit, Harry? It's crumpled all over, you'd think you'd spent hours lying on the floor. Ha ha, I replied, but also had to grin. Daphne pulled out her wand and straightened my suit with a few well-placed flicks. She really was good at these kind of spells, I had to admit. What now? She asked and stashed her wand away. Breakfast? I asked hopefully. A loud grumble from my stomach emphasized my question. Daphne snorted. Some things never change, I guess. All right, let's get you fed. She grabbed my hand, and we walked out of the room, still laughing. Oh, pardon me, Daphne said to the woman she'd walked into as she opened the door. Don't worry about that, love, an all too familiar voice replied. Harry, how lovely to see you here. I groaned, cursing which revengeful deity ever put Daphne and I at the wrong place at the wrong time. I wish I could say the same, Rita, I replied. Time had been good to her since I last saw her when I gave her the interview for The Quibbler. Her rigid blonde locks were back in place, together with the crimson 2-inch nails and the hilarious jewels on her spectacles. She wore robes made of dragon skin in a shade of green that made my eyes water. Around the collar and the cuffs the robes were trimmed with niffler fur. It was a rather costly attire. And a sure sign she was back in business. The look she gave me was one of pure delight. I couldn't blame her on that. An article about the chosen one coming out of a bedroom of the leaky cauldron, hand in hand with the mysterious girl she'd seen him with in Sydney, would pay her rent for months to come. My, you haven't lost 1 ounce of your charm, Harry, she replied. Won't you introduce me to your girlfriend? The predatory smile she gave Daphne made me want to hex her into the next millennium and feed her to the acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest. I was about to reply along these lines, when Daphne held out her hand to Skeeter. I'm Daphne Greengrass. How do you do? Rita took her hand and shook it. A Greengrass. I think there was a Cyrus Gree. Ngrass a few years ahead of me in Slytherin during my time. The smile she gave Daphne was that of a spider inviting an unsuspecting fly into her net. That would have been my father, Daphne replied. Rita's eyebrows went up. A scion from a great pureblood family and the chosen one. Now, that's surprising. You'll have to tell me everything about your romance. Don't you think it's time for another exclusive interview, Harry, dear? She smiled at me, flashing her gold teeth. I definitely didn't agree with her on that sentiment, but Daphne obviously didn't share my resentments. That's a wonderful idea, Rita. Harry and I were just going down to have breakfast. Why don't you join us? I quickly masked my surprised gasp at her suggestion as a cough when Daphne pressed my hand in warning. The St. Weeks had shown me that her father had trained her well in everything she had to know as the head of an ancient house and future member of the Wizengamot. Dealing with unpleasant members of the press was part of that. So I decided to let Daphne do the talking, hoping that she knew what she was doing. Together, we walked down into the empty taproom and settled down at one of the tables. Harry, will you do the honors and cast an anti-listening charm? Daphne asked. I let my wand slip out of the holster and muttered, Muffaliato. There was no need to let Skeeter know that I hardly needed to avenue my wand anymore these days and could do all of my spells silently. By the wink Daphne gave me I could tell she approved of my actions. Her face became all business-like when she turned to Skeeter. Now, Rita, love, you know the deal. You'll get your exclusive interview, but we expect fair treatment in return. No quick quotes, Quill, no outrageous lies. You'll write the truth. I expect to get a draft of your article in advance. And if I approve, you can publish it in the Sunday Prophet. To my amazement, Rita agreed with a bow of her head. Of course, Miss Greengrass. I wouldn't have expected anything else. She then pulled a notepad and a Muggle bureau out of her crocodile leather handbag. Before she could start with her interview, however, she was interrupted by the waitress who wanted to take our orders. I looked up to order a full breakfast for Daphne and I, and suffered the next shock of the morning. Hannah Abbott looked as flabbergasted as I felt. Harry, is that really you? Wow, you surely look different. She gave me an appraising look from head to toe. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I asked back, feeling rather uncomfortable under her scrutiny. Oh, definitely a good thing. She winked, but was interrupted by Daphne, who cleared her throat. I'd like to have a full breakfast and tea, please. She smiled at Hannah when she caught her attention, though her eyes threw icy daggers at the girl. Yes, of course, Greengrass, a flustered Hannah replied. I suppressed a grin. It never ceased to amaze me when Daphne played the pureblood card. It was Sue. A stark contrast to the warm-hearted girl I knew, but always effective. What do you want, Harry? Hannah asked me. All traces of flirtatiousness were gone. I'd like the same, I replied, and turned to Skeeter. What will it be for you? Rita, only tea, please, she said. She'd followed the exchange between Hannah, Daphne and I with rapt interest, and I shuddered to think what she'd make out of it. She waited until Hannah had served our breakfast before she fired her first question at us. That was surely an interesting sight, the two of you coming out of the same bedroom this morning and looking all cozy. Any comments on that? Single quote. I felt how the blush crept into my cheeks, but Daphne playfully threatened Skeeter with her fork. Keep your mind out of the gutter, Rita, love. It's not at all what you think. Actually, I've already been in London for a couple of days for business reasons. Harry got called back yesterday because of an emergency with his family holdings and decided to surprise me this morning. Rita looked as if somebody had taken away her favorite crimson nail polish. You're no fun, Miss Greengrass, she sighed, but nevertheless scribbled something on her notepad. She turned to me. I conclude from Miss Greengrass' words that you've taken the mantle of the head of House Potter and are also managing your family holdings, Harry. That's correct, I confirmed around a forkful of scrambled egg. I hadn't eaten properly in I don't know how many days and I was not inclined to let Skeeter come between me and the first meal I actually relished since the disastrous ball. How does it feel to deal with business decisions after your exciting adventures with you-know-who? Isn't that rather boring? I put my fork down on my plate and glared at Skeeter. Really, Rita? Are you still so afraid that you'll have to use that silly moniker? He's got a name, you know. Call him Riddle, if you don't have the balls to call him Voldemort. She shrieked at that and her bureau clattered to the ground. Daphne and I shared a look and burst out laughing, while Skeeter crawled under the table on all fours in search of her bureau. When she emerged from under the table, she was red in the face and her curls a trifle disheveled. I smiled at her. To answer your question, not at all. It's actually quite interesting and I found out I have a knack for it. Of course, I'm still learning. But my grandfather Fleemont Potter gave me excellent advisors when he made me his heir, so I'm eventually getting there. She scribbled down my answer, then frowned. But, Harry, everybody is expecting that the chosen one will join the Aurors soon and help round up the Death Eaters who are still on the run. In fact, there's been a huge public outcry when you didn't begin Auror training in September. I put down my fork and dabbed my mouth with my napkin before I took a sip of tea, thinking hard how to phrase my answer. Well, at first I'd need to obtain my NEWTs before doing that. Since I dropped out of Hogwarts in favor to hunt down Voldemort, I haven't come round to that yet. Skeeter winced when I mentioned the name again, but this time managed to keep her composure. Ah, come on, Harry. Surely the Ministry would have made an exception for the Conqueror of Evil. I hadn't heard that moniker yet, so I almost choked at my tea. Beside me, Daphne chuckled, and I gave her a reproachful look. She blew me a kiss over the rim of her teacup in return. I focused on Skeeter again. Maybe, but that would have been preferential treatment, wouldn't it? I don't want to have anything of that. If I join the Aurors, it will be because of my own merits and not because the Ministry wants me to join its ranks to make me a kind of poster boy. Very noble, Skeeter mocked and scribbled something on her notepad. So, are you planning to take your NEWTs to be able to join the Aurors? I had to laugh. You really never give up if you've sunk your teeth into a question, don't you? Yes, I'm planning on taking private tutoring during the next months. Daphne will join me, because she couldn't take her NEWTs last year for family reasons, and we plan to ask each of our furry NDS to join us who couldn't attend Hogwarts last year and didn't return to school this year for one reason or another. And after that it's the Aurors. She pressed. I shrugged my shoulders. I haven't thought about that yet. There are so many options. Skeeter looked from me to Daphne. So, how are your mutual plans? Are there any interesting announcements to be expected soon? I rolled my eyes at her. Rita, do you really expect me to answer that when the lady in question is sitting right beside us? You've learned a lot since we last talked, Harry. Skeeter replied and gave me a look that could only be described as impressed. But I've also noted that you didn't deny anything. She flashed me a predatory smile and then turned to Daphne, her expression becoming one of faked concern. Why? Oh, you can't imagine my surprise when I saw you leaving Street Mungo's yesterday, Miss Greengrass, looking pale and withdrawn. I really hope you are well. Or are you hiding a sweet surprise for our readers, considering how you are glowing today? Daphne shook her head at her. Do you ever give up, Rita? I hate to disappoint you, neither I'm terminally ill nor am I pregnant with a love child from Harry. Again, I choked at my tea. And Daphne grinned at me. She then turned to Skeeter. I was at the hospital yesterday to inform the healers who took care of my mother after she's been tortured into insanity. Why last year that she passed away almost 3 months ago. I'm sorry to hear that, Skeeter replied, but didn't look like it. So, you're traveling with a young man so soon after the tragic loss of someone so close to you. Be careful, Miss Greengrass, people might think you callous because of that. Daphne was unfazed. She took my hand and smiled sweetly at Skeeter. Actually, it was that tragic loss that brought Harry and I together. Harry went on a well-deserved cruise around the world to recuperate after the trials of last year, while I chose the ship as a means of transportation to get my mother to the USA. For a new treatment. She couldn't travel by portkey because of her condition. Unfortunately, she passed away on the first night of our journey. Neither Harry nor I knew that we'd booked adjoining cabins. But when he realized what had happened, he offered his help and has been my rock ever since then. Ah, love blooming from tragedy. The readers will love it. Skeeter purred, and I winced. Only Merlin knew what kind of sappy article she'd make out of that. Of course, she wanted to hear everything about the way our romance developed from there. The answers Daphne gave her were the truth. It was impressing how she kept the things to herself Rita didn't need to know. Especially she didn't tell Rita anything about our plans of the political alliance between the House of Potter and the House of Greengrass. Or our intent to change the majorities of the Wizengamot. Skeeter left as soon after that, and I blew out a sigh of relief. Merlin, I can't stand that woman. Why in the world did you agree to give her that interview, Daphne? Daphne poured herself another cup of tea, looking as cool as a cucumber after our encounter with the obnoxious reporter. Harry, after she's seen us coming out of my room hand in hand, she'd have written about us, anyway, and it probably would not have been flattering, considering her reputation. So, it was better to soften her up and talk to her and feed her some carefully selected information. She took a sip of tea and then put the cup down. You can't suppress the press, Harry, but you can at least control what they'll write about you. Another lesson on pureblood politics, and duly noted, love, I replied and kissed her cheek. After we'd finished our last cup of tea, Daphne settled her tab with Tom, and then we ventured out on Diagon Alley. I need to visit the apothecary before we return to the ship, Harry. I won't go back without hangover potion and headache potion, she told me. I laughed at that, which earned me a poke of her elbow. Still laughing, I put my arms around her shoulder and walked her down the street. 10 months after the Battle of Hogwarts, Diagon Alley was almost back to normal. Though, Florine Faux, Artescue's ice cream parlor had never opened again. The nice man who'd helped me with my homework and had given me free ice creams whenever I visited his shop was still missing. It was still rather early in the morning. The shops were just getting ready for the day, and the street was void of the usual crowds that bustled around later in the day. At the apothecary, I waited patiently until Daphne had concluded her business. Though I didn't understand why that included a long, hushed conversation with one of the female apothecaries and a visit to the back room of the shop. Daphne reappeared almost 30 minutes later with a large brown paper bag full of vials. You seem to have planned on quite a lot of wild nights, I said as we left the shop. Indeed, was all she answered, a small smile playing around her lips. I led her down the street to Ollivander's, remembering she'd told me on one of our first days together that she'd love to have an invisible wand holster, just like mine. It had been custom made for me by the old wandmaker, and I hoped that I could persuade him to make another one for Daphne when I told him about my concerns for her safety, now that Skeeter would link her name to me. However, we never arrived there. I'd forgot that we had to pass Weasley, Wizarding Wheezes on our way, and bad luck would have it that Ron was on duty that day and just putting the cart's wit. The special offers beside the entrance when we came down the street. He looked up and froze. I also halted my steps. Ron and I hadn't seen each other since he'd left for Australia, together with Hermione, at the end of May of last year. We'd parted as best friends then, but that had been before my second breakup with Ginny. Judging by the howler he sent me after he'd heard the news, he hadn't taken kindly to that. Knowing the volatile temper of my so-called best mate, I let my wand slip out of my invisible holster for an inch and stepped in front of Daphne. Not a second too soon. Potter, he roared. Then he brandished his wand and threw a stunner at me. I was ready for him and put up a shield, but the stunner harmlessly sizzled over our heads and faded. An accurate aim had never been one of Ron's strongest points. And it got even worse when he was in a temper. Daphne also had her wand in her hand. "That's a fine best friend you have, Harry," she growled. "He's not always like that," I defended him. "But he's pissed at me because I broke up with his sister." "Merlin, that was almost 10 months ago," Daphne exclaimed and ducked when another stunner flew over our heads. "Yeah, but if he's read Skeeter's article about our stay in Sydney, he'll only recently have found out that I'm traveling with a snake," I replied and deflected the next stunner with a flick of my wand. Daphne looked at me flabbergasted. "What's got I being a Slytherin to do with that?" she asked. I pulled her down when another stunner assaulted us. Ron was warming up, his aim was getting better. Ron is rather close-minded in his views, I explained. "Add a short, redhead temper to that, and you'll know why he behaves like this." "Do I, really?" Daphne fumed. "I don't know why you put up with that nonsense, Harry. But I'm not impressed with him." She flicked her wand in a short, precise movement. Expelliarmus. Ron was thrown backwards by the power behind her spell, and his wand came sailing in an arch towards us. I caught it midair. "Excellently executed." I complimented her and kissed her on the cheek. "I don't understand why you failed your defense OWLs. You've just seen the extent of my repertoire of defense spells, love." She replied and took Ron's wand out of my hand. Ron had attracted quite the attention when he started throwing stunners at us. The few early customers had stopped in their tracks, and the staff of the adjoining shops had appeared on the doorsteps, curious to see what was going on. George stood in the doorframe of his shop, looking at Daphne and I with a bland expression on his face. Daphne sauntered over to Ron. He groaned and moved feebly. Knowing the temper of my mate, I went after my girlfriend to make sure he wouldn't get any funny ideas. Daphne towered over Ron, his wand in her hand. "You're an even bigger idiot than Malfoy told us, Weasel," she spat. "You'd better get a grip on yourself and grow up if you want to keep your best friend." With that, she tossed his wand at him. Ron groaned again. His eyes rolled into the back of his head and he passed out. Concerned that he might have hurt himself seriously when he flew backwards, I ran a diagnostic charm over him. Thankfully, it came up without results, except a nice bruise at the back of his head, and I breathed a sigh of relief. "It takes more than that to crack his thick skull," George's voice called from the door. I looked up and saw that he smirked at Daphne and I. Then he came down the few steps that led from the shop onto the street. "The show is over," he called to his neighbors who still crowded the entrances of their shops. "Haven't you all got work to do?" The few early customers and the staff of the adjoining shops disappeared, leaving only George, Daphne and I standing around Ron's unconscious form. "Daphne, let me introduce George Weasley to you, owner of Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes." "George, this is Daphne Greengrass, my girlfriend," I made the necessary introductions. Though I was sure they remembered each other from Hogwarts. But after all these weeks of tutoring in pureblood etiquette, I knew Daphne would be upset with me if I didn't observe the formalities. George took the hand Daphne offered him and bowed over it. "Enchant, Miss Greengrass," he smiled and kissed her knuckles. "Call me Daphne," she replied. "Harry's friends are also my friends." George clapped me on the back. "Way to go, Harrykins. One of these days you'll have to tell me how you managed to catch the hottest bird of Hogwarts." I laughed at that. "That's a long story, George. I'm a good listener," he replied with a grin. "Yeah, especially when you expect to gather blackmail material," I countered. He put a hand on his heart. "You hurt me, oh chosen one." We laughed at that. "I suppose you don't take the news of Daphne and I being together as badly as the rest of your family?" I asked and pointed to the form of his brother at our feet. Ron stirred faintly, and George Kazu. Ali flicked a low-powered stunning hex at him. "Nah, neither I'm such a moron as Sleeping Beauty here, nor am I as jealous as my lovely little sister." He shook his head. "Ron somehow thinks he's entitled to special treatment because he was with you last year. He refused to return to Hogwarts to get his NEWTs and was offended when the ministry told him that he couldn't start Auror training before he had the right number of NEWTs. Mind you, they've lowered the standard to a measly, acceptable, so even my moronic brother should be able to get in, but he thinks he's above that. Luckily, he still has enough sense of family obligation to volunteer to help me in the shop. Between us, I have to tell you that he's really good at leading a business. He's got a nose for where the money is. I wasn't surprised about that. Ron had a rather level head on his shoulders whenever he allowed himself to think instead to rely on his gut reactions. He took it badly when he learned about your breakup with Ginny. You know how protective he is of her. Said something about he warned you never to hurt her again and that you needed to learn a lesson, best mate or not. Daphne snorted at that. Oh, that's rich. If someone got hurt here, it's Harry. Please, don't, Daphne, I begged and put my arm around her. I don't want to drag George into my quarrel with Ginny. She harumphed at that, but kissed my cheek as a sign that she was sorry and would comply. George looked from Daphne to me. I thought as much, he said. After all, I know my sister and her Weasley temperament. He ran a hand through his hair. Honestly, Harry, I've got no idea what's wrong with her. Dad, Bill and Percy told me that she avoided you already 2 weeks before you left the burrow, so they weren't surprised when you broke up with her. But if you ask her, she's still convinced that she's the love of your life and that you'll return to her any day now. She was beyond furious when she saw the pictures of Daphne and you in the Daily Prophet. He sighed deeply. I'm worried for my little sister, Harry. His face got uncharacteristically stern when he mentioned Ginny. Be careful, Harry. Ginny is frantic. And Mum has dug out the family grimoire and is looking up love potions and Merlin knows what else. You'd better watch your back. Don't worry, George, Daphne and I will leave England again within next hour and won't return before the Memorial Week begins, I told him. That's good to hear. I really don't know what got into my brother and my sister, not to mention our mother. He shook his head. What about Hermione? I asked. Usually, she manages to make Ron see reason, and Ginny also would listen to her. You forget the impact of teenage hormones, George replied bluntly. These long weeks alone in Australia gave Ron and her more than enough time to experiment with each other, if you get my drift. He grinned at us. Yeah, I know what you mean, George. Please, restrain yourself. I really don't need these mental images about my best friends. I told him, and George sniggered. Well, whatever my brother did with her, he must be good at it. Hermione is putty in his hands for the time being. I'm sorry, Harry, but you can't count on her help as long as this hormone rush continues, he grinned. I grimaced at that. What a lovely thought. Gee, thanks for the mental image, mate. I shuddered, and then clapped him on the shoulder. I think it's time to get on our way. It was great to see you, George, and thanks for the warning. Anything for you, Harrykins, he replied and gave me a brotherly hug. Bye, Daphne. Take good care of Loverboy here. I will, she replied and shook his hand. George waved at us a last time and then levitated the still unconscious Ron through the door of his shop. I winced when I heard the head of my friend bump against the doorframe. Ouch, Daphne commented. It sounded rather smug. I put my arm around her shoulders and kissed her on the temple. Ron was right. You are a cold-blooded snake, I told her, though I couldn't keep the amusement out of my voice. Only when it comes to morons who try to hurt you. She rectified herself and kissed me back. Her arm slid around my waist. I can't wait to get back to the Princess Isabella. Neither can I agreed. We'd reached the wall between Diagon Alley and the Leaky Cauldron, and I tapped my wand on the stones. The entrance opened and we walked into the backyard of the pub. I pulled out the broken spectacle case the Department of Magical Transportation had sent me yesterday and held it out to her. Daphne put one finger on the spectacle case and slid her free arm around my waist. I let my wand slid out of my holster, pointed it at the portkey in my other hand and muttered, Portus. Then I slipped the wand back into the holster and unwrapped my arm around Daphne's waist. The portkey glowed blue and whisked us away. Thanks to Daphne, this time I didn't fall on my ass. She smirked at me when I used her to steady myself. Smooth, Potter. Welcome to Cheplock Coke International Portkey Terminal. We hope you had a pleasant transportation. Please, move along, an official-sounding voice said. Daphne looked around. This is not our suite at the Princess Isabella, she commented, taking in our surroundings. We stood on a platform in a small, paneled compartment that opened to what seemed to be a long hall. Between the platform and the opening to the hall stood an Asian-looking man who wore a uniform with a pillbox hat. Cheplok Coke International Portkey Terminal was printed on the hatband. Move along, please. There's another portkey due any moment. Daphne and I stepped off the platform and into the hall. It was about 300 feet long and had 10 compartments like the one Daphne and I had just arrived in on both sides. The compartments on the left side were obviously designed for departing portkeys, with the compartments for arriving portkeys, like Daphne and mine, on the right side. There were also rows with seats in the middle of the hall, where wizards and witches waited for their portkey being called for departure. A cacophony of foreign languages greeted us. The hall was teeming with wizards and witches from all over the world. Only very few of them wore traditional robes, I noticed. Most were dressed in Muggle clothes, like Daphne and I. At each end of the hall was a door, guarded by a wizard in a uniform identical to that of the wizard who'd greeted us on our arrival. Queues of wizards and witches had formed behind them. Obviously, the uniformed wizards had the task to let small groups of wizards and witches out of the door and into the Muggle world at irregular intervals. Daphne and I took our place at the end of the queue. Single quote. Care to tell me where to you've abducted me? Daphne asked and took my arm. I rubbed the back of my head with my free hand. I hoped you'd return with me, but you know that it's impossible to make it from Shanghai to London and back with Muggle transportation within one day. There's no way we'd have caught the Princess Isabella in time for her departure tonight. So, I told the Mehans we'd meet again in Hong Kong. There are 3 days between the two ports, time enough to get to London, find you and take a plane to Hong Kong. So, we have two options. We could return to the ship, hide in our suite for 3 days and confound the staff that has to bring us our meals, or go straight away to Hong Kong, stay in a hotel until the Princess Isabella arrives and explore the city. I grinned down at her. I thought the latter option was more to your liking. I've been told there are fantastic beaches on Lantau. Daphne stood on her tiptoes and kissed me. You're so sweet, Harry. Then it was our turn to be let out into the Muggle world. The official asked us to enlarge our luggage, so that we'd look like Muggles who'd just arrived by plane, and then let us slip through the door. We found ourselves in the arrivals hall of Hong Kong International Airport, it turned out. The crowds of people were much bigger on this side and the noise was deafening. Any idea what to do now? I asked Daphne as we stood in front of the door. She clung tightly to my arm, afraid that we'd lose each other in the masses of people. I guess we ought to find a hotel first, she replied. Sounds good to me. Any suggestions? My father once was on a business trip in Hong Kong and had to deal a lot with Muggles then, so he stayed at a Muggle hotel. I think it was called the Peninsula. He was very impressed with it, I remember. And said we haven't got something like that. All right, the Peninsula, it is, I agreed. There was a row of trolleys conveniently parked next to the entrance of the Portkey terminal. And I loaded our luggage onto one. Then we followed the signs that led to the exit. A long row of taxis waited there for passengers, and we took one to Kowloon. The ride from the airport to the hotel was breathtaking. The highway led along the waterline, offering beautiful views onto the sea. After about 30 minutes we reached the hotel. When we got out of the taxi, Daphne grabbed my arm. We need only one room, Harry. She said. My eyes widened. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. She smiled at me. We walked into the lobby. The Peninsula turned out to be a top-class hotel, located on Salisbury Road in Kowloon, with a front row exposure to Victoria Harbour. The only available room was a suite, and after the check-in we were guided to the 25th floor of the Peninsula 2W by a page in a spotless white uniform. I was thankful that I'd developed the habit to dress more smartly during our stay on the Princess Isabella, and meanwhile discarded all of my jeans and t-shirts. So I fit in with my surroundings without attracting attention. The layout of the suite was similar to our suite on the Princess Isabella, only that it was much more spacious. The bedroom boasted of a small sitting area with a sinfully comfortable-looking loveseat and a custom-made telescope in front of floor-to-ceiling bay windows. Wow! Daphne exclaimed and let herself plop into the loveseat. You surely know how to spoil a girl, Mr. Potter. This room must cost a small fortune. I shrugged my shoulders. Money was never important to me. But I inherited a lot of it from my grandfather. And it's no use to anyone when it's sitting on a bank account. Besides that, after last year I'm not inclined to rough it ever again, if I can help it. Daphne sobered at my words. I wonder if we'd have fallen in love had we met before last May. I sat down beside her and took her in my arms. My therapist taught me never to ask what if, love, but to make the best of what I have. Personally, I'm extremely happy about the way things turned out. Me, too, she replied and gave me a butterfly kiss. There was only one answer to that, so I pulled her closer to me and kissed her back. HPDG. When we returned to reality, it had already gone dark in front of the windows, thanks to the time difference. Daphne snuggled against me while she looked at the panorama in front of us. Victoria Harbour was illuminated with myriads of lights. Ferries and hundreds of other vessels populated the water. Beyond the harbor the skyline of the city of Hong Kong soared into the air, the tall buildings lined out by millions of lights blinking in the darkness. Impressive, isn't it? I asked. Daphne nodded. Yeah, but it's also, I don't know, kind of suffocating. There are so many people. I'm not used to such crowded places. You've got a point, I agreed. I'm not used to that, too. But you said you live in London, she objected and got up to turn on the light. I do, but my neighborhood is rather tame, compared to this. I gestured to the window. Besides that, I hardly ever went out. I also stood up and stretched. Do you want to go out for dinner? Daphne shook her head and blushed. I'd rather stay here. Just the two of us, you know. Sounds fine to me, I grinned and took her in my arms again. Eventually, we came around to order dinner. When we sat down at the dinner table, it was as if nothing had changed. We ate and talked and made plans how to spend the days in Hong Kong. I felt as if a goofy grin had been permanently tattooed to my lips. After dinner, Daphne dimmed the lights in the suite and dragged me to the huge lounge sofa in the living room. She drew her legs on the sofa and snuggled up to me. Again, we lost ourselves in what had rapidly become our favorite pastime. Daphne trailed a line of kisses along my jawbone and my throat until she reached the top button of my shirt. With a wicked grin, she opened the button and started her way downwards, leaving a trace of fire on my body while she did so. I hardly could breathe. Eventually, the last button was open. With an impatient growl, she yanked the tails of my shirt out of my trousers and pushed it over my shoulders. Her small, soft hands caressed my back and my chest. Then she pushed me back until I laid flat on my back and straddled me. Unable to hide my excitement from her any longer, I felt how I turned beet red. Daphne smiled at me. No need to be embarrassed, Harry. I'd be extremely disappointed if you didn't react like that. She bent down and gave me a searing kiss that made my state of arousal even worse. We had to stop here, or we'd soon reach the point of no return, a faint voice of reason in the back of my head told me. Daphne gave me a seductive smile, and slowly opened the buttons of her blouse. Then she took my hands and placed them on the heavenly rounded mounds that were only clad by a very sexy lace bra. My hands instinctively cupped around them, and I rubbed the hard nipples with my thumbs. Daphne moaned and arched her back. Merlin, she had no idea what she did to me. The voice of reason in the back of my head faded away. I pulled her towards me and kissed her deeply. We both panted heavily when we finally broke off the kiss. Daphne looked at me. Her eyes were dark and smoldering with desire. Make love to me, Harry. She whispered. The voice of reason made itself heard for a last time. Are you sure about that, love? She linked her arms behind my neck and gave me another deep kiss. Does that answer your question? She asked back. Without another word I picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. HPDG. When I woke up, the sunlight was pouring through the window. We hadn't bothered to close the curtains last night. We laid in the heavenly soft king-size bed of the suite. Daphne was curled against me, still asleep, and I had my arms wrapped around her. Her smooth, soft skin felt divine under my fingers, and my awakening body heartily agreed. The memories of how we had ended here last night and everything that had happened after then only added fuel to the fire. I tried to gently pull away from Daphne, not to disturb her in her sleep, but was held back by Daphne's arms sliding around my waist. She had her eyes still closed, but I could feel her quiet chuckles vibrating against my chest. Don't. She murmured sleepily. That feels so good. I couldn't deny that, so I stayed and dropped a line of kisses on her round shoulder that stuck out of the blankets. Daphne purred with contentment and pressed herself closer against me. One thing led to another. And it was much later when we, rather reluctantly, decided we were ready to tackle the day. We had a leisurely breakfast at the suite. It was then when I was introduced to another mystery of the female sex. Halfway through our breakfast, Daphne sprang up with a small shriek and ran to the walk-in closet where we'd stashed our things. She returned with one of the small vials she'd bought at the apothecary the day before. She opened it and downed it in one gulp. Ew. She shook herself and took a sip of tea to wash the bad taste out of her mouth. For what in the world do you need a hangover potion this morning? I wondered. That's not a hangover potion, but a contraceptive potion, love, Daphne corrected me and poured herself a fresh cup of tea. One dose lasts for about 24 hours. The stuff is absolutely safe, as long as you remember to take it regularly and on time. I almost choked at my scrambled eggs. You mean, all the stuff you bought yesterday is basically female stuff, yeah. She completed my sentence. Enough contraceptive potions to last me until we return to London, but also anti-cramp potions and headache potions. Though I got a few hangover potions, too, just in case. She grinned at me. I remembered what I'd said to her when we left the apothecary and turned beet red. I'm sorry what I said when we left the apothecary, Daphne, I told her. Had I known what you'd bought, I'd never have made such an insensitive comment. She gave me a sultry smile. Don't worry about that, Harry. Wild nights with you were exactly what I had in mind when I bought that stuff. My blush intensified, but I'd also become curious. Why do you have to take the potion every day? I'm pretty sure there are also potions that last for a year. I'd gathered that information from a discussion between Parvati and Lavender in our 6th year. One night, when the common room was almost empty, they'd started discussing methods of contraception. They had no clue that I was still in the room, hidden from their view in one of the huge armchairs by the fire and too embarrassed, and also secretly fascinated, by their conversation to make my presence known. Daphne nodded at that. True. But the protection is not as good. They are only about 50% safe. You'll always have to cast additional contraceptive charms, and if you're not good at hem or forget them in the heat of the moment, you're in for a surprise. She grinned at me and took a sip of tea. Also, they have rather nasty side effects, like huge mood swings. That's because they can't be tuned to the magic of the witch. The contraceptive potion I take is tuned to me. That's why I spent so long in the back room of the apothecary. The only disadvantage is that I have to remember to take it every morning. That's why I told you, to remind me in case I forget. I don't know about you, but I don't want to have little Harrys run around anytime soon. I blanched at the thought. Merlin. No. Daphne laughed at me, and I joined her laughter. After that, we discussed how to spend our day. It turned out that for the first time since we traveled together, we couldn't agree on what to do. Since our stay in Hong Kong was only a short one, I'd been given a special offer when I booked the suite that included a pampering in the spa of the hotel for all occupants of the suite. Daphne was very intrigued by the offer. Everything in me balked at the idea of spending a day at the spa. That's ridiculous, Daphne laughed. We got along fine all these weeks, and as soon as we're together, we start to disagree. I also laughed, but suggested, why don't you go to the spa and get yourself pampered, love? I don't mind spending some time of my own. We could meet here after tea and go down to the lobby to have afternoon tea. That was another extra that came with the suite. She gave me a doubtful look. Are you sure? Absolutely. I confirmed. Actually, it suited me just fine that she'd be occupied for a couple of hours. I had a task on my mind I didn't want her to know about. 5 minutes later Daphne gave me a kiss and happily wandered off to the spa. I took the elevator to the ground floor and began to explore the Peninsula Arcade that had been advertised in the prospect of the hotel we'd found in our suite. It boasted of dozens of boutiques of top-class brands, among them 26 jewelers. If my count had been right, I was sure I'd find what I had in mind at one of them. I took my time browsing the windows of each jeweler, and finally had my choice narrowed down to one shop. With a heavily pounding heart, I pushed the door to the shop open. I'm looking for an engagement ring, I told the shop assistant who greeted me. 50 minutes later I left the shop. A small box containing a 2-carat brilliant set in a platinum ring burning a hole in the pocket of my trousers. I had no idea when I'd give her the ring, but I had no doubt that the right moment would occur sometime during the remaining weeks of our cruise and that she'd say yes. Daphne was not yet back when I arrived at the suite, so I settled down in the loveseat and amused myself watching the hustle and bustle of Hong Kong through the telescope. When Daphne returned almost 2 hours later, she was practically glowing. She threw herself at me and gave me a kiss that told me that she was as happy to see me as I was to see her. When she pulled back, I caught her in my arms and leaned my forehead against her, the goofy smile refusing to get off my face. "What's the matter, Harry? You look as if you just drank a cauldron full of Felix Felicis," she quipped. "I don't need that stuff. I've got you, love," I replied and kissed her on the nose. "Good answer." She laughed and kissed me back. She then gently pulled out of my embrace and blew me a kiss when I pouted. "Give me 5 minutes to get changed and then we'll have tea, all right?" "I'm starved," I reluctantly agreed, and Daphne disappeared into the walk-in closet. Of course she needed more than 5 minutes. Much more, to be honest, but the way she looked when she returned was worth the wait. She wore a simple lavender-colored summer dress with flat sandals and had her hair pulled back with combs. Her narrow waist was emphasized by a broad white belt, and the short skirt showed off her shapely legs. "You look gorgeous," I told her, and was rewarded by a smile and a kiss that turned my legs into jelly. Hand in hand we walked to the elevator that brought us down to the lobby. Afternoon tea was served under the impressive columns of the lobby. The tune of a soft Viennese waltz played in the background. The tea was as sumptuous as had been promised and even came with a glass of champagne. Daphne grinned at me over the rim of her glass. "I promise I'll stop after this one." "You'd better, love," I snorted, "though I won't stop you on the next ball. And that time I'll take advantage of you." She laughed and blew me a kiss. "You can take advantage of me anytime, love," she purred, and I felt how I blushed. After tea we set out to explore Hong Kong. The concierge had told us that the best view of the city and the surrounding territories was from Victoria Peak, so we decided to go there. We walked down Salisbury Road to the Star Ferry Pier. We stood on the topmost deck of the ferry and watched Hong Kong Island coming closer. It was a beautiful day. A light breeze ruffled our hair, and the water glittered in the sunshine and in the windows of the tall buildings on both shores. The harbor teemed with hundreds of vessels. "It's amazing that these many ships don't collide with each other," Daphne remarked and put a strand of hair behind her ear. "Yeah, the skyline is impressive, isn't it?" I replied. Daphne scrunched her nose. "I suppose, if you've got a thing for mega cities. I prefer Sydney, though." "Me, too. It was somehow cozier," I agreed. "There are too many people here for my taste. I don't feel comfortable in such a hustle and bustle." Daphne nodded to that. The uncomfortable feeling increased when we left the ferry and tried to find our way to Peak Tram Lower Terminus. "It's like walking through an anthill," Daphne said and clung to my hand for dear life, afraid that we might lose each other in the crowd. It got better when we reached the tram. The ride through the tropical forest up to Victoria Peak actually was very pleasant, giving us glimpses of exotic birds and flowers. We had to walk another 20 minutes from Peak Tower Station to Victoria Peak. We both enjoyed the walk, and I sent a thankful little thought to Mrs. Greengrass, wherever she was now, for teaching her daughter to love Muggle exercise. The view from Victoria Peak was breathtaking, so much was true. We were lucky. It was a clear day, and we could see over the skyline of Hong Kong and Kowloon to China. More impressive, however, was the view over the rest of the island of Hong Kong and the adjoining islands. "I'd never have thought that there are so many untouched areas," I remarked when I looked down on the green heart of Hong Kong Island. "It seems as everybody crowds near the sea," Daphne agreed. "And when you look at the adjoining islands, they seem still to be in their original state with only a few fisher villages." We explored Victoria Peak Park, and then took a walk along the Ceteria Trail that circled around the park, both of us not inclined to join the crowds on the streets anytime soon. We'd ventured out rather late in the afternoon, and dusk was already falling when we reached our starting point again. It was fascinating to watch how the city below us slowly was illuminated by millions of lights, and we went back to Victoria Peak to watch Hong Kong at night. We too, ka taxi back from Victoria Peak to the hotel, and again opted for a quiet dinner and evening in our suite, exploring each other and our new relationship. The next morning we had to get up at an unholy hour for the adventure of the day. After breakfast at the buffet-style restaurant of the hotel, we caught a taxi that brought us to Aberdeen Harbour on the other side of Hong Kong Island. From there we took the ferry to Llama Island. The Sok Kwu Wan ferry pier was situated in a small bay that was the home of dozens of traditional floating fish farms. The kayak base was in walking distance of the ferry. After a short introduction we paddled through the maze of floating fish farms out to Llama Channel. I was impressed by the ingenious way the fish farmers seemed to have constructed their fish tanks out of everything they could get in their fingers. Just look at that, Daphne, I laughed and pointed at a farm that had used about a dozen of different canisters in their construction. That gives the word recycling a whole new meaning. She looked at me blandly, obviously not understanding what I was talking about. That was one of the very few moments when it occurred to me that in spite of her unusual upbringing, Daphne had led the sheltered life of a pureblood witch. She might know how to act in the Muggle world without attracting attention, but there were many things she didn't know anything about. Oh Merlin, look at the birds, Daphne suddenly exclaimed. They seem to think the fish farms are a kind of self-serving restaurant. Indeed, on every possible spot birds were perching, ever so often diving into the fish tanks and catching a snack. The animals had found out that it was easier to catch their prey from the farms than trying to hunt in the open water. We left the bay and paddled around a headland to the southern coast of the island. The coast was made of spectacular granite cliffs. In time for lunch we reached a crescent beach, surrounded by cliffs and dotted with huge boulders. Golden sand gleamed in the sunlight, and Daphne let out a content sigh as we paddled towards the shore. I chuckled. That earned me an accidental shower, delivered by Daphne with her paddle. I didn't mind. The sun was burning down on us and paddling on the ocean, though near the coast, was a rather sweaty activity. We enjoyed a long swim and were then treated to a picnic lunch on the beach. Daphne leaned against me while she munched her sandwich and looked out onto the ocean, a dreamy expression on her face. Eventually I believed the story her mother told her about their descent from a sea nymph was true. It was uncanny how at home she felt in the water. After a short siesta we started our hike across the island. We first visited Turtle Beach, the only nesting place in Hong Kong for the green sea turtle, we were told. Then we hiked onto the ridge that spanned both the north and south sections of Llama Island. The views from there onto the South China Sea on one side and Hong Kong Island on the other side were spectacular. Late in the afternoon we reached the kayak base again. This time, we decided against taking a taxi from Aberdeen Harbour back to the hotel, but hopped onto another ferry that carried us from Aberdeen to the central ferry pier of Victoria Harbour. From there it was only a hop and a skip with the next ferry back to our hotel. Sunburnt, tired, parched and hungry, but absolutely happy, we reached the hotel. Back in our suite, we both collapsed onto the lounge sofa and grinned at each other. Daphne snuggled up to me, and I put my arm around her. She yawned and leaned her head against my shoulder. Without realizing it, we both fell asleep. When I woke up with a start, it was already dark behind the windows, and the nightly skyline of Hong Kong beckoned to me with myriads of lights, though I was not tempted at all to throw myself in the nightlife of Hong Kong. Daphne was missing from my side, but I could hear the shower running. A few minutes later she emerged from the bathroom, dressed in a terrycloth bathrobe. She dropped into the sofa beside me and poked me in the side. "Go, get a shower, Harry. You stink," she informed me with a grin. "Yes, ma'am," I replied and dropped a kiss on her head. Then I scrambled to my feet. "I take it you're too tired to go out for dinner tonight?" I asked her with an amused smile. "Uh-huh," Daphne nodded and stifled a yawn. When I returned from the shower, dinner had already arrived and the waiter was just leaving. Like Daphne, I hadn't bothered to dress and just slipped on a bathrobe. Daphne had ordered a simple pizza. I was amazed that a place like the Peninsula served such simple food. We took our plates to the lounge sofa, both wanting to laze around in front of the telly. The pizza was delicious, but Daphne not even managed to eat half of it before she fell asleep, her head on my shoulder. I picked her up and carried her to the bedroom, where I tucked her in and then slipped into bed beside me. "Love you," she mumbled, snuggling up to me in her sleep and sliding an arm around my waist. I put out the light and took her in my arms, a broad smile on my face. Life was just wonderful. DG. The Princess Isabella was scheduled to arrive at Kowloon Ocean Terminal early in the morning, so Daphne and I were already up before sunrise. As always, Daphne wasn't able to fully open her eyes before she'd had her first cup of tea, so it fell onto me to pack our belongings. The Peninsula offered a limousine service, and part of the package I'd booked was a ride in a veritable Rolls-Royce when the guests left the hotel. So, we drove to Ocean Terminal in style. We arrived just when the Princess Isabella was maneuvered to the pier. "Look, Harry," Daphne said and pointed to the upmost deck. Alvira and Willie leaned against the railing and waved at us. We waved back and then waited patiently until the gangway was put up and we were allowed to enter the ship. The staff welcomed us warmly and took charge of our luggage. When Daphne and I entered the lobby, Alvira and Willie just left the elevator and rushed towards us. "You don't have to tell me, I see you've come to your senses," Alvira exclaimed, pointedly looking at our entwined fingers. She pulled Daphne and I into a hug that rivaled Mrs. Weasley's best. "I'm so happy for you." Willie joined his wife. "Be glad you made it back together," he added dryly. "Otherwise Alvira would have come after you and talked some sense into your heads." We laughed at that. "So, what are your plans for today?" Alvira asked. Daphne and I looked at each other and shrugged. Since we weren't on board the previous days, we couldn't book any of the excursions offered by the cruise company. We'd also had no idea how long it'll take us to board the Princess Isabella again, so we'd been reluctant to make any arrangements for today. Alvira beamed at us. "Willie and I have been here before, and decided not to go on one of the excursions. This is Hong Kong, and that means shopping." Her eyes glittered with excitement. "Do you want to join us?" Daphne gave me a helpless look. The vow she'd made at her father's grave still was in effect. So a shopping tour was impossible for her. I grinned at her and told Alvira, "We'd love to." Daphne poked me into the side while we walked down the gangway behind the Mehans. "Harry, how could you? You know it's impossible for me to buy anything." "Yes, but not for me." I grinned. "Harry, I won't let you spend your money on me," she hissed. "It's not in your power to decide how I spend my money, love." I told her and gave her a kiss on the cheek. But she was silenced as we reached the end of the gangway and Alvira turned around to discuss with Daphne which of the malls in walking distance of Ocean Terminal to tackle first. It turned out we didn't have to walk far. The mall adjoining Ocean Terminal was an El Dorado for any shopping addict female, offering a variety of luxury brand boutiques. Even I had heard of Gucci and Versace. With the fervor of a conqueror, Alvira tackled the shops, Daphne in tow. Willie and I followed in a sedate pace, exchanging an amused smile. It turned out that Alvira was looking for a dress for a gala she and Willie had to attend to in June. That gave me an idea. While Alvira was busy looking at the dresses in the shop, thus demanding the full attention of the shop assistant, and Willie dozed in one of the comfortable chairs the shop provided, I let my wand slip out of the invisible holster for about an inch and cast a silent anti-listening charm around Daphne and I. "Don't you need a new dress for the ministry ball in May?" I asked Daphne. She looked undecided. "One of my old dresses will do just fine." "Just fine is not enough. Not when you're going to be my date. After all, I'm the chosen one and have a reputation to keep," I winked. She gaped at me and then burst out laughing. "As if you give a damn about that. Honestly, Harry, I can't let you buy my dress. Single quote. Call it an early birthday present. Your birthday is on the 7th, isn't it? 2 days before the ball." "Yes, but." "No but," I decided. I pulled out my credit card and gave it to her. "Go and have fun." She gave me a kiss and a blinding smile. "You're so sweet, Harry." For the next couple of hours, Willie and I didn't see much of our significant others. After the first boutique, we decided to settle down at a quiet table of a cafe in the middle of the mall and enjoy the excellent tropical fruit juices they offered. Every now and then Alvira and Daphne would reappear and add another couple of shopping bags to the steadily growing pile on the empty chair between us, with the strict warning not to peek. It was well after lunchtime when the two Nally decided to call it a day and joined us at the cafe. Heavenly. Daphne enthused, savoring the fresh papaya juice with closed eyes. That was exactly what I needed. She and Alvira then began divide the shopping bags among themselves. To my amazement, only very few belonged to Daphne. After a while, they'd recovered and were ready to go back to the ship. In our suite, Daphne immediately handed me back my credit card. I hope you'll not be too shocked about the amount I spent, Harry, she said nervously. I told you to have fun, I replied and kissed her. From the price tags I had a good idea what to expect. Daphne gathered her bags and walked to the walk-in closet to put her purchases away. Don't look, she warned me. I want to surprise you on the evening of the ball. She looked back over her shoulder and winked at me. I've also bought a present for you. I'm sure you'll like it. I raised my eyebrows. And when will I get to see my present? Tonight, if you're a good boy. I blushed. And Daphne disappeared into the walk-in closet with a giggle. The next hours we spent lazing on the Sun Island, until the Princess Isabella left Hong Kong in the afternoon. Daphne and I stood at the railing while the Princess Isabella maneuvered her way out of Victoria Harbor. Somehow, I had the feeling that the best things were still to come. The end. Thanks for watching. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.